Good morning, Dr. Ajay.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll start within 5-10 minutes. Our director is joining at 9 o'clock and we'll
No
start
problem at all.
immediately.
No problem at all.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, most welcome.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, Ahuja sir. Hello. ऐकू येते? Hello. Good morning. We will be starting within a minute.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello, audible?
Yes. Good morning, Dr.
Yes.
Gambhir.
Yeah, thank you.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of ISC COET, I, Dr. Madhuri Karnik, along with my team members, Mr. Rahul Adhar, Mr. Prakash Chandore, Mr. Swapnil Mai, Dr. Abhishek More, and Dr. S.B. Mane, and our student representative, Krishna Bhatt. We all welcome you to this workshop on innovation and entrepreneurship. We are conducting this program with the theme Embedding Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Higher Education. Why are we talking about entrepreneurship and innovation? I think 10 years back, nobody would talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, but nowadays everybody talks about it. Why this transformation has taken place? I feel that it is mainly because of increase in uncertainty in our life. In 2008, IT sector was at its all-time low. Now the manufacturing is at its low. Despite this, if you look at the share market, it is at all-time high and is still increasing. It becomes difficult even to experts to analyze the situation, and hence everybody wants to try a different possibilities of income source. And I think that is the reason why we all are talking about entrepreneurship. Although everybody cannot become an entrepreneur, the principles of problem solving, design thinking, finances can be applied to our day to day life and we can improve our lifestyle. And that's why this workshop. Our IIC strives to conduct such programs and events to make students and teachers familiar with startup ecosystem. This program is one of them. I am proud to tell you that we are conducting all such programs with the strong support of our director, COAP, Professor B.B. Ahuja. Our IIC also gets support from our alumni and industry in and around Pune. We have with us today Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director, COAP, Dr. Ajay Kollatkar from Data Management and Training Center, and most importantly, we have with us Dr. Mohit Gambhir, Director Innovations MHRD, as the chief guest. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you, sir, and of course the participants. Dr. Mohit Gambhir is Innovation Director, MHRD, Innovation Cell, Government of India. Dr. Mohit belongs to first breed of techno-legal professional out of India. By qualification, he is a PhD in computer engineering along with LLB in IPR. He has extensive work experience in IT space, having established profit-generating IT teams on various models such as FTE, contractual, project-based, and need-based, and was responsible for complete cycle of operations and executions. He also has hands-on experience in working on various diversified IP projects in high tech, ranging from patent portfolio generation, accelerated examinations, invalidity or validity searches, claim charting, patent monetization, IP watch, patent ranking, patent bucketing, ESBS, litigation studies, so on and so forth. Working at the level of Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Mohit gained rich experience in building companies from scratch with limited resources to a smooth selling operations with lot of market credibility. Verispire, his latest venture, is engaged in creating valuable business assets from his clients by safeguarding their IP rights. It provides customized and high quality services to high tech and low tech industries by utilizing their rich talent pool, having both a depth of knowledge and the breadth of experience. With this introduction to Dr. Mohit, I request Professor Ahuja to welcome Dr. Gambhir and the participants.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of COEP, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. Mohit, who is heading and leading the innovation cell of the Ministry of Education at AICT. He has been so very passionate and committed to drive the Smart India Hackathon, the world's largest hackathon, so to say. And it's not an easy task to organize where lakhs of students want to participate and give back to the country, trying to work on problems of the government and trying to solve the problems of the government. An amazing feat. He and Dr. Abhay Jere and the senior leadership at AICT, including Professor Sahasrabudhe, Professor Punia, all of them have committed themselves to this cause of innovation and entrepreneurship. On behalf of COEP, I also like to welcome all the participants today for having joined us this morning and will remain connected throughout the day for this workshop of what it means to be an entrepreneur today. We have to go, each one of us is an entrepreneur within ourselves. We have to go that extra mile today to be very, very creative and innovative in our approach. There are many instances which can inspire us, which can motivate us to look at entrepreneurship as an option rather than seeking jobs. Every entrepreneur innovates, and every innovation could lead to entrepreneurship. If you were to look at a company like Kodak in the earlier last century, they never knew that they would become bankrupt. There was a time where they were supplying to 80% of the world their photographic paper. Why? Because they did not see the disruption coming through. They did not dare to innovate. But then we have another example, an example of a person by the name Karsan Bhai Patel. He did not invent the detergent. The detergents were there. But he brought about transformation through innovation in how he could reach the society, provide the price point that people were looking for, and also competing with the international market. I'm talking of the Nirma story. There are many others in the country. Yesterday, I made a mention to the faculty who were there for the faculty development program. There is Freshworks, there's Paytm, there's Oyo. Each one of them started with a humble beginning and now have grown into big giants. So it is all within us that we do something very, very differently. It is not difficult to become an entrepreneur today. If you were to ask Dr. Mohit, he would say it's so very easy today because government has launched so many schemes to facilitate growth of entrepreneurship in the country. Each one of us can be an entrepreneur. Actually, we are moving in times of, or we are close to the times of where we would see the gig economy. We are soon going to become digital nomads. A nomadism culture will begin very soon, which means that we would be location independent and technology dependent. We could deliver from anywhere to anyone across the globe. This is how technology will dwell. So these nomadic, for example, the hunters in those olden days would move from place to place in search of a target. Likewise, this digital nomadism will force us to move from place to place in search of a job where we can provide services to ones who are in need of our expertise. And then remotely, we will be able to provide all the services or the products that people need. There was a time when one made a product and he didn't know where to find a market. With the digital economy, it's so very easy to find a market. For each segment, one can easily cater to. All that we have to do is bring about automation in the products and services that we deliver to become a successful entrepreneur. Also, to become a successful entrepreneur, we should not stop at one product, but keep diversifying. One doesn't work, the others would certainly work for us. We should also look at collaboration. We are in times of collaboration. We should not hesitate to collaborate and make someone our partner if we have to go in our initiative. But the focus has to be R&D and innovation. We have to be creative. We have to provide those skills which people are looking for. And it is within us. All that we do
Sir, excuse me. Your voice is very low. difficult to hear.
All we need today, is it better now?
No, sir. You can take the mic near to your mouth, sir.
Is it better now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So all we need today, my dear young friends who have joined us today for this workshop on entrepreneurship and innovation, all we need today is that will to do something. Money is not required. Money will flow in. Every time we have this stumbling block that without money, what can we do? Today, we can do everything. We can achieve everything. All that we need is the will to do something different, and also find a market segment which is not very difficult today because the social media so very rightly supports us in every cause. I would not take much of your time, but I would like to thank each one of you for joining us today. And I would also like to express my gratitude for Dr. Mrs. Madhuri Karnik, her team, Mr. Rahul Adao, Mr. Swapnil Mali, also our Deputy Director, Professor Mukul Sutaune, and all other team members, Dr. Sunil Mane, who have toiled to bring to us this wonderful day, which is blessed with speakers who have experience and who can tell us how easy it is to embark on this journey of entrepreneurship. I would once again like to welcome you all and thank Dr. Mohit for his time today, for guiding us and for inaugurating this workshop for us. Thank you, Dr. Mohit, for being with us, and thank you all. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madhuri.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your good words. I now request Dr. Mohit Gambhir to with our student participants in the workshop.
Okay. Thank you so much, Karnik Madam. Uh, Dr. Ahuja, you are always, always shower your blessings upon us. It's mesmerizing. Thank you so much for your kind words and being a guiding force for so many future shapers. I'm sure, they will be enlightened today after going through the workshop, and thanks to the team who has come up with all this kind of conceptualization that what is required, what is not.
Actually, Dr. Mohit, it is you who is leading this initiative at the national level, and you have established the innovation councils in so many of the institutes, right? Spearheading this most important domain, so to say, empowering the youth of the country. It's your giving back to the country, which we all very much appreciate.
Yeah, thank you so much for your words, sir. It's about the, as you mentioned, teamwork, the authorities' guidance. Sas Budde, sir, the person belongs to COE Pune, and along with Punia sir, our member secretary sir, and then Abhay, my senior, my colleague. So together, I believe it's all about team. So that is the first stance I'm going to take to all the budding listeners or entrepreneurs who are there. Team has to be, teamwork is something which all of us, we have to look forward to. There were the days, and as Professor Ahuja mentioned, the entrepreneurship, even Madam Karnik, she also highlighted that in today's scenario, a lot of opportunities are there, a lot of avenues are there. Friends, one thing I would like to mention here, opportunities, they always exist. Always. It is not about yesterday, today, tomorrow. No. I generally say to many of the companies or the portfolio I advise over the years, money is lying on the ground. It's not about, again, money. It's about ethics. It's about the quality. It's about the product. It's about the culture we are going to build. Money flows in. So the moment I understand money is much important as well. Money, as until unless we have revenues, nothing can float. So bottom line again is no lunch is free in this world, right? But if our only focus is money, then we are in the wrong shoe then. It's about the passion, what we are trying to build in. Again, like Ahuja sir shared the story of Patel Saab, Nirma. Do you think there were the times or were some kind of opportunities? Yes, he sensed that opportunity. So every scenario, every decade or the time, I always say it has their own pluses and minuses, pros and cons. It depends, like from where, from how we have to move on, how we have to carry forward. It all depends on our business acumen. Very true. Because entrepreneurs, yes, they are there, but do you think that entrepreneurs always be the harem businessmen? Yeah, it may not be true. Entrepreneur is someone who lives with the change, the ongoing. Like for him, only change is consistent, ever improving, ever changing. It's all about perseverance, the patience. I still remember when I started my, I left my uh, government job in a way. I was employed at research center, and then I moved on, joined up a private company for a couple of years to learn what it is all about. I was so very passionate about IP patents, even during my college days, and way back at that time nobody was even aware of. I literally hunted that can I have something techno legal course in India way back 25 years I'm talking about, and then was not able to. But moving on, I had that kind of a spark. Now I have to do something. And I got a kick in maybe after 8 to 10 years. And again, as Madam Karnik mentioned, 2008 saw the lows of IT sector and other stuff. I started my first company in 2008. My peers, my friends, everybody was like, Mohit, you're doing a wrong thing. It's a wrong time. Market is really in a very bad shape. Things may not work out. And my only answer to them was, don't worry. For me, it's not an option now. Failure is nothing. Maybe another year of experience under my belly, and then I'll move on. I'm qualified. I'll get a job. If not, it doesn't work out. But let me just give my hands on. And because I was a firm believer in myself, the entrepreneurs or otherwise the entrepreneurs the people who are going to be. So again, the lesson comes in teamwork, I told you. And then another thing is firm believe in yourself, own self. See, many a thing which guidance is always important. Again, don't get me wrong that I'm telling that do not take any advice. It is always important because experience, life skills as an entrepreneur, we people, when we are way too immaturish in that. But when coming to a particular thing which we are trying to start with, which we are trying to envisage with, I believe until and unless a person is a firm believer in the stuff that person is going to do, it's just like only you understand what you are supposed to do. Just tell me a very small thing, like starting an enterprise or a company or being an entrepreneur. If I am able to sense something, if I am able to provide a solution to something which nobody else can, how can I expect those people come in and advise me or tell me that, no, this is not right, this is not wrong? So there is if and buts. Like I said, there is no timing. There is first due diligence is far more important. I'm again not at all suggesting. That's what I'm saying. Life experiences, other experiences, the skills are seniors and fellow colleagues, family members. They only can advise us. But if a particular thing or a product we believe, I personally believe that yes, I know there is some spark in it. I know that it is bound to succeed. Then hear your inner self. You have to become that change. A lot of stories are there, a lot of examples are there. People talk about success stories. There are stories which are not so successful as well, but that becomes the learning stories. If you, first, apart from team building, taking guidance from your seniors, mentors, and whatnot, one thing which might not have worked for other person, it may work for you. Why not to try? Why not to give it a shot? And see, time is the best learning curve. It is the best teacher. It teaches you. Yep, and it is a very very old saying. A person learns by experiencing things. How often, even if you go to your home, your parents will say, "Okay, he'll learn or she will learn by the time." So that means the experience we have, we will learn, and that's how we grow. Same thing happens in entrepreneurship journey, I believe. You are like being hit hard, you learn, you correct, then you move on, then correct, then you move on, and ultimately you find a way. So here comes your perseverance, here comes your patience. You know what has happened? Like I told you, the first company I started in 2008. Almost everywhere where I was looking in, companies were shutting down everywhere. Even my friends who were into some kind of startup culture, they were closing down. And rightly said, in 2008, it was not so much. So hardly few takers were there for the startups and people who were coming in. I remember even in the space I entered into, some 100 odd companies started that particular year, and almost 95 to 96% of them closed. But I always used to tell to myself, no, you have no option. You have to keep flowing. You have to stay. You have to stay. Friends, it took me 2 years, precisely, I believe, if I'm not wrong, 18 to 19 months to actually get first client, and after doing that job, check off somewhere around $18. Can you just imagine a person who has a family, who has a small kid and everything, and then the patience level of 2 years working day in, day out, and into the service model. I was not into the product model. Sitting in, and that time, no MailChimps, no mass mailing servers. And frankly, I made few pointers, few fundamentals the moment I started my entrepreneurial journey, that I will not bombard unknown people with unsolicited emails. So these were few, what shall I say, a few ethical practices I drafted. The way, the moment I started, that no, I will not do that. How will I feel, when I get some unsolicited email and asking for something? What I do, majority of the time, I will, delete it. I'm talking about 2008, mind it, not today. Yeah, a lot of scenario changed. So, but again, some ethics, fundamentals of business, they need to be established, and then give a kickstart. Yes, you have to move on, you have to look on. And irony was, after getting or working off that close to 2 years, the first check I got, I was thrilled. Yes, somebody believed in me, and now my company is going to sail through. I got that $18 check. I went to my bank, I requested the manager that I need to deposit it. And, the response was, the remittance fee would be $30. I said, my gosh, it was $18 check and the remittance fee would be 30. So what to do? I came back, I placed that, check in front of the deity and in my temple at home. And then I prayed, okay, Lord, you gave me the courage. At least you gave me some hint that, yes, things can move on. Let me start. And then from that one to two to multiple, and then that thing started. It gave me confidence. So you need to get your confidence. You need to get someone who believe in you. It may take time. First, you have to believe in yourself. Second, you need to find someone who believe in you, at least take your product, take your service, who can actually become your, investor or co-founder, or maybe a part of very good team. And that's how you need to move on and sail through. And then I said, rest becomes history. I moved on, had the second company founded after 6-7 years. Then third company, that's where I started. And the second company, it got funded. So that is a short journey. But the crux of it is, you never ever have to lose your confidence, your passion of something which you are believing in after doing proper due diligence. There are a lot of things happening around us. It's just like I believe the people who have done their doctorates, and so that's what is being told to them the very first day from their guides. While you are working on your synopsis, while you are looking for the problem statement, just do the proper due diligence, because afterwards, when it comes around that somebody else has submitted a very similar thesis or has done the same work, you have to start again, right? The very same thing is there with your entrepreneurship journey. It is. So I'm saying that a lot of similar things can coexist, but what is your USP? You need to find it. You need to do the proper due diligence, the demand, the end customer needs to. Maybe your product is way too advanced today. You believe that yes, it may climb high, but timing might not be right. I generally give an example. In the vicinity, in the locality I live in, and it is the story of, I believe, in late 90s. The city I live in, it's Faridabad, near to Delhi. There was no culture of self-service, and at that time, in late 90s, a very, very famous food chain opened in this town. People, they rushed to that food chain, and it was like, oh my gosh, we have that outlet in our city, and people, they started having food over there. But within a couple months, customers, they stopped coming. The reason being, the city was not at all aware of or educated about the culture of self-service. People used to say, what fun it is. You go there and you pay money, and then you go to the counter and take your food and come back. It is not fun. We are used to enjoy the luxury of person coming on, attending us, and serving food on our table. And mind it, that food chain was pretty famous. But in the cities where that culture was established, it was running and it was flourishing. And the time, like cities like this, that was a tier 2 town that time, and people, they never encouraged. After, I believe, some 20 years after, so in that particular, so that we started saying in our city that particular space is haunted, because so many big chains started coming in, but somebody or the else, they were opening in, they were closing in, opening in and closing in. But after 20 years, the very same food chain, they came in, they started. Today, you will not find any space even to enter that particular outlet now, because people, after 20 years, they accepted the culture of self-service. They accepted the culture of going to the counter, paying money, waiting in the queue, and taking their food in. So what was wrong? Was the product wrong? Was the culture wrong? What was wrong? Nothing was wrong with that particular food chain as per se. The wrong was the end customer's perception. So here you need to, why I'm trying to connect all these dots. You have to understand the market dynamics, your product, the services, or whatsoever you're trying to bring in. It might be crazy, might be mind-blowing, but you need to also understand the end customer requirement, end customer needs. Or if you are altogether coming up with something fundamental in nature, then I believe you need to work on it. You have to have that kind of patience, so that when time is right, you come in the picture. So there are a lot of, having said all this, it is, nothing is right, nothing is wrong. It's all about the timing, the opportunity. When it clicks, it becomes success. If it not clicks, it becomes another experiential story, and you move on with the next journey. As an entrepreneur, my another take is, do not ever fall in love with your enterprise. Do not ever. That is a very clean chapter, because if you fall in with that, you will not be able to part ways. And if you're not able to part ways at the right time, at the right moment, you're not going to succeed further. You're not going to come out with a lot of things which are going to benefit the society. Right. Another key takeaway, I believe, I advise to many people, even to my portfolio companies. I tell them what I do is, apart from signing in the agreement of getting people on board, I ask them to sign the exit agreement then and there. Again, it was a learning experience from one of the industry stalwart. He taught me while I was getting the funding done for my second company, the investment rounds and all. The anecdote was, when you are in love, it is always easy to write the divorce paper because you are on talking terms. But when things get uglier and you are not on talking terms, separation is always ugly. So that's a key takeaway, because that is bound to happen. The corporate partnerships and the things, until and unless we become humongous in nature, you have to move out. So why not to draft things in a very decent manner? Why not to have that cordial and personal relationships intact while we move on with the career? See, in life, we generally say, and maybe many of you young birds will relate it to our movies dialogue. I related it to my life or my general peer circle. What I always say, there are two kind of people. One is good, one is very good. Very good is the one whom I'm interacting to, whom I'm talking to today. Good is the one whom I have to make a very good after a while. There is nothing bad, because my perception is, if I go by this way, the positivity works around. If I go by the other way, the negativity works around, which I am not kind of a person. So these are kind of some small fundamentals which, as an entrepreneur, or the person who is at least not going to become an entrepreneur, be an intrapreneur, has to think over. And another important aspect, I cannot refrain myself to talk on about IP, and today you will be having one session on it as well. The moment you come up with something, the moment you have an idea, please move forward, write at least a provisional application and get it filed. Very similar, like you have a child in your home. When a life form is born, after a couple of days, we name that life form. In a very similar manner, an idea strikes, idea comes in, write it on a piece of paper, file it as a provisional application, take the, the date of filing, so that at least you have the year's window to convert it into a full-blown non-provisional application. So IP has to be protected. Why? Because, see, in India, the culture is booming, and from thanks to my whole team, my mentors and my peers, that we are trying to come up with these establishment of a lot of IICs. So I believe yesterday I was counting, it was 2,200 of them, and every day number is growing. So we are trying to put in with the design thinking, cognitive skills, creativity, and IPRs, entrepreneurship, tech transfers, and whatnot. But IP is something which is far more important. Bodhik sampada. If we are not going to harness it, we are not going to protect it, I don't think so we are going to achieve that $5 trillion economic dream of our honorable Prime Minister. So for an individual's benefit, for the societal benefit, do write a provisional, have a date for that. Year's time you have, convert it into a non-provisional, and then move forward. Because, see, there are a couple of aspects to it. We are a lot more dependent on exports or imports. The things keep coming in India. The foreign companies, their products come in. So until unless, let us suppose, even our application do not get granted. Let us suppose, I believe, if at all. But what we have done, we have ended up creating a prior art, right? We have ended up opening the market. That's another way of looking at it. Though it's not a very healthy practice, but still, that is another angle to look at it. So there are a lot of aspects. I believe whole day you will be going through with the learned speakers and valedictory by Dr. Radhan. And so all they are pretty known stalwarts in their own domain. I would like to congratulate IICCOP Pune and then Hausa and the visionary leaders who have done this. And congratulations or all the best rather to wishes to the young entrepreneurs who are going to come up with their enterprising skills. I'm sure things are going to work in a much better way, and COEP, as always, be a shining star. And it's my pleasure coming in today and talking to all of you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohitji.
Thank
And Mohitji, you spoke to all very good people today. So all are very much inspired.
Sir, your voice is not, sir, we can't hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I was saying Mohit ji talked to all very good participants today and people today, all of us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Auja sir. It's my pleasure indeed.
And through those little illustrations, you gave each one of us the takeaways, whether it is IPR, whether it is design thinking, the will to do something different. Money is not everything. You summarized it so very well, and how important it is today to be so very innovative. And like the child is born, the idea is born, and we need to. So thank you so much for being with us this morning and inspiring all of us. And would you also like to tell them about the Honorable Prime Minister's talk today in the evening? All the participants can join in the evening.
Yep, and thanks for reminding me that that is one, and so India is starting, and I believe Pune is the hub for that. People, and thanks to the city where a lot of flights would be taking off with the vaccine. I'm sure you guys would be looking at your skies in the coming days. Every country out there, they are majority of them looking at, and this has been possible with the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision. And one major thing I would like to appeal to the students as well. Toykathon is going on. Toykathon 2021, one of the another, our Honorable Prime Minister initiated on his behest. We are doing this. The last date is 20th January. A lot of entries are flowing in, and we are looking for toys India to become self-reliant in toys manufacturing space. It's 1.5 US billion dollar industry. We want to contribute and come with indigenous toys where our kids, our students can have a lot of India made or made in India toys. So it's ongoing. A lot of attraction is happening. We already have more than 32,000 registrations. But it would be my pleasure, like students, they can join in, they can contribute and help our toy manufacturing industry to sail through and again become a leader, just like we have in IT sector and other sectors. This is a sector that is very, very specifically looking at all the budding researchers and entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, Avda sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohit.
Thank
Your
you.
words were really encouraging and words of experience. We have a lot of things to learn from you, along with the participants. Thanks for taking out time and coming here, joining here, and talking to the students. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Kani. I'm wishing all the best to everyone. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Thank you. We have our next speaker, Mr. Pracheta Nagar. I welcome him to the workshop and hand over the session to Mr. Sapnil Mai. Good morning, Mr. Pracheta. I hope
Good
you have
morning.
joined.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes,
Sir. Yes, sir.
You are.
Thank you.
Good morning, students. Happy learning. So it is my immense pleasure to introduce today's this session speaker, uh, Mr. Pracheta Nagar, sir. He is a gold medalist from Birla Institute of Technology. He has experience of 26 years in the different domains like social projects, special projects, sales, HR, business excellence, and exports projects. In last 10 years, he's worked in the domain of innovation in Tata Motors and Tata Sons. Currently, in working in the group of innovation, we're leading this Tata Sons front-end innovation and responsible for designing and deploying of meaningful group programs that can enable Tata companies to build a portfolio of innovation opportunity. He is also facilitating and consulting more than 30 plus companies worldwide on innovation. And one of the important thing is he is the one member of assessment panel for one of the prestigious award of UAE based companies organization by Dubai Chamber of Commerce MRM Innovation Award. Welcome, sir. thank you for joining with us. I request, sir, please deliver your sessions on this problem solving and idea.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I will use some slides perhaps to convey a message. Just give me a few seconds to project my.
Present.
Do you have the presentation rights?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can share.
One second, I'm just attempting to. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Is my screen visible?
it will take some time for yes.
Sure.
Application.
Just give me a green signal when you're able to see my screen.
Not yet, sir. Please share again.
We can see your voice filter, sir.
Yes, yes.
But not the PPT. You can reshare it once again.
Okay.
Yes.
Visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this session. I really commend the management for choosing this particular theme of embedding entrepreneurship and innovation. I think it's a very contemporary subject, and also this subject is fairly close to my heart. As you have seen, that last 10 years I've been working in this particular domain, so very close to my heart. I firmly believe that everything, we talk about products, processes, businesses, civilizations, they have a life cycle. But innovation as a subject certainly is something which was there for time immemorial. And even in coming times, this is one subject where evolution would continue to happen. So extremely glad that the torch bearers of tomorrow, all the fraternity, for aspiring to become startup founders or entrepreneurs or taking up in some important positions on the corporate ladder, I'm able to kind of share some of my learnings with them, and very glad to be in the session. So with that, what I thought is the way I've structured is, I know that the subject is all about problem discovery and ideation, but first I just wanted to come to a common ground, because prominently I'll be touching the subject of innovation. And this subject often is something which is, a lot of people have a very mystic feeling on the subject. Somebody thinks it's an idea, somebody thinks it's a disruption, somebody thinks something or the other. So I just thought that before we start even talking about the problem aspect or the ideation aspect, let us come to a common ground in terms of where we stand. I really don't know whether I wanted to be it to be an interactive session, but I realize that there are a lot of people. So if given an opportunity at certain point in time, I question and maybe pick this as in a quick. That's how I'm going to. So let's just talk about the subject of innovation. I think if you really do a Google search or you see at literature, so many definitions, so many perspectives are around on the subject. But in terms of what really the innovation subject is, that also people have some feeling, but they don't have a clear-cut definition around it. Next 1 hour, if we have to really see in a very simplistic fashion, we are talking about two dimensions to what innovation can lead to. One side we have a problem, and one side we have an idea. If I ask this question to a larger audience in an informal basis without being conscious, that really what do they associate innovation with? I think the larger number of people would say ideas. This is all because we all are born with the thought that innovation is equivalent to idea. So just to reflect that, and here's my suggestion to all of you who are in this particular session. While we may not be able to exchange thoughts verbally, but just make a mental makeup on the questions which I ask so that we can reflect and course correct. So I'm just putting 3 examples in front of you just to also signify the problem that, why people find innovation, what is innovation, what is not. There's so much of confusion around it. So there are 3 examples which I have put in front of you. The first which you can see is a interesting concept, a patented concept to be frank enough. It is a person, often you would see that, people traveling between Bombay and Pune in the rainy seasons, there's this problem of that, often they have to travel, the clothes are still not dry. So somebody created a mechanism of hanging their clothes on a car, and you can actually dry these, clothes on the car and travel. So, an interesting concept. Now, the question which you have to reflect on yourself is whether you think this particular thing is an innovation or not an innovation. Second example, which I'm going to give it to you, is in terms of flying cars, a concept being talked about for the last 20 years. Some concepts have been made, some technologies have been patented, but as a concept, still not there. But there's some models available around it. Now, the question is whether do you think, in your definition, this flying car is an innovation or not an innovation? And third example, which I would not, it's not a contemporary example, but I'll take you a few years back. You would realize that earlier the door key and the ignition key used to be different. Now, at that point in time, a few decades back, somebody came with a novel idea that, why don't we commonize it? In fact, it came from a observation that on a particular night, in a very, very, rainy condition, a person was trying to get into the car and he was struggling with which key to kind of, open the car door with. And somebody who observed, thought it as a, a nice idea to pursue and finally take it. There are 3 examples which I've cited here. And as I said, mentally make up your mind in terms of which things do you think is an innovation and which is not. My view would be that if I take an audience poll kind of thing, a lot of people would fancy on the flying cars, and most people, some people may perhaps also think about, this cloth drying arrange mechanism, and none of you would say common door and ignition key as an innovation. This may happen. So this is a presumption I'm making, but let us also try to now dissect this particular subject now. Now, here are 3 examples. As I qualified, the first one, none of us would have seen this particular mechanism, anybody putting on the car and taking it while this particular thing is patented, as I mentioned. Flying cars, again, is something which is on the paper. However, the third thing is something which we have seen in the market and is now a mainstream. We all use it. In this particular example set, there are 3 types of traits which you will see. One is something which is in the creativity dimension. Second is something which is in the invention dimension. And third is a area which is the innovation dimension. And if I have to really demystify and kind of clarify this particular doubt, it's a very important area to kind of understand. The first area, what we say is creativity, is often people misunderstand creativity with innovation. While it is a good trigger or a seeding ground for innovation, but it is not equivalent to innovation. Any point in time, we think we have an idea, we come out with some very fancy jazzy things in the brainstorming session. We even create some kind of concept, some kind of engineering thermocouple designs. Anything which we do in the space till that particular point, as long as it is called ideas, it is related to creativity. When a person converts a creative model into some kind of working model, which can be kind of tested and kind of in different conditions, then in that case, it qualifies for invention. Invention, again, is not equivalent to innovation. Innovation would only qualify when an idea is implemented, it is adopted, and it is put to use, for which for a business parlance, we say that it is monetized. And tomorrow, when you are looking at creating some kind of startup kind of thing, you may like to look at monetized. So the very reason I am putting the slide across is we often get in the organizations, we often think that, become innovative, we have to spend a lot of time in terms of generating ideas. Even tomorrow, when suppose somebody wants to have, a startup founder, the time which is spent in terms of, scouting for ideas, this idea, that idea, creating a large number of ideas would not make you innovative. Some companies in the global scenario also got into the trap of invention. They only focus their, all their KPIs, all their targets which they had taken, they were all around patents. But finally, at the end of the day, if the patents are not realized, it's just the wastage. You would not believe that companies like Xerox and all, they were sitting on 15,000 plus kind of patents. They were not able to realize many of these patents, and these were sold at such a low cost. And finally, whether it was Apple or Microsoft, these kind of companies use those patents for their products. So just creating a patent alone or creating some kind of working model alone is only a limited battle won. The larger battle is when you are able to monetize and get it adopted. So this is an important element, and that also in all these three elements, one of the common thread which you will be seeing is the dimension of novelty, which is extremely critical for innovation. The innovation, I've given you the 4 degrees of innovation. Now, in the first bucket, at the topmost level, that is a very clear innovation. If you are able to introduce something in the world for the first time, a new solution for the first time, which gets adopted, that is degree number 1. Second is a degree in which you are able to, suppose you are working in an automotive segment or an IT segment or an e-commerce segment, any kind of segment. In that particular industry, if you are able to come out with some unique thing which gets mass adopted or adopted by the targeted customers, that is something which is at degree number 2. The rest 2 degrees, which I'll say is certainly are not pure innovations, wherein you are able to do something in your marketplace which may be perhaps existing in Europe or US or some other place, and you've adapted it to the context of your competitive place, and you're the first entrant. Yes, that would be a slight, it has its own effort and it has its own risk-taking abilities, but that would not be a good innovation. The last one, which you do it for your company, wherever you're working, your organization, if it is first time, others are already doing it, that is not there. So the novelty is the factor which decides, that is what creates a wow factor. Tomorrow, when you sell something, that catches the attention that, wow, this I've not thought through before. So innovation is equal to novelty, but it is not equivalent to idea alone. And hence, if you have to really synthesize all this learning so far, just to get this concept right, innovation is certainly not equal to creating cool and fancy ideas, and it is not equivalent to creating any kind of disruptive technology and patent. This is only part of the battle won. It is to be seen that it has to be an idea to a problem, because unless it is addressing a particular problem and a new problem or a known problem which is unsolved, it is not going to be mass adopted. And one of the elements has to be novel there. And once it is monetized and deployed, it becomes innovation. So I just thought that this is the important ground for us, because often we misunderstand the subject and we try to, as the previous speaker was also saying, that we get typically married to our idea or our proposition, and we think that, this is what we have to pursue. We have to let it go. If it is not addressing a problem, it doesn't have any monetization value. Let it be at the invention or a creativity level. So this is, I thought, would be for us to come on a common ground. Now I'd like to reflect that today in the global space, whether it is startups, whether it is companies, today we are living in a world where, everybody is disrupting each other. We don't know where the source of, a very unknown territory is invading every company. We also have realized in last few years how mobile itself, one standalone industry or, product, has disrupted or, affected so many different other business players. So there is a phenomenon which is happening, please. But we should also realize the fact that what what is a dominant reason why some of the attempts which are made, which may be looking very good on the face of it, but finally it fails. And here's a learning. I'll again reflect back with certain examples here. A very quick examples we can all relate with. These are three examples which are also called Titanic of their industries. First one is the Ford Edsel model. Now, all these three also reflect back or synthesize with a particular reflection, the point which I was saying earlier. Ford actually, in that point in time, the management thought that they will create a very jazzy car. This is the model which you see in front of you, and they invested heavily onto the subject, onto this particular car, made it big. The styling, what you will see, but perhaps the internal team, what they were seeing, were they found it extremely good and extremely jazzy. And this was launched with a very big bang. And finally, on day one, they realized that it was the biggest flop show for them. So crores worth of investment gone down the drain. Second example is again a McDonald's example. McDonald's got into a thinking cap saying that people relate themselves with the junk food. Why don't they start making healthy food? And they started, putting a lot of a burger with a lot of healthy stuff inside, and they started marketing it. A lot of effort, time, money had been spent. Finally, when it got launched, it didn't stay for more than 2 days. Third example, again, is a Pepsi example, which I'm giving you. Pepsi had thought through in terms of that, since we all know that they have a good penetration in the market, people consume it, right from different age groups, people are consuming it. So they got into the mindset of why don't we launch a particular product which can also compete with the tea and coffee in the morning. And that's how they came out with a brand called Pepsi AM. It flopped. Now, if you see in all these three examples, and there are many, many more, I think the crux of the thing is that the whole thing started with somebody in the company or some inventor or innovator who may be at an information position, conceived the idea, thought it to be a great idea, and tried to validate the assumptions and went to the market. So the learning is, this is a typical idea first approach where you create an idea assuming that this is what the market wants. So there's a very high degree of assumption that this is what market would accept. You get an idea, you hypothesize why people would buy this particular product, why a particular market would absorb it, what will be the particular need. You start justifying your own assumption, and then when you reach out to the market, because these products may be very new, you try to only ask those questions which is going to validate your assumption. How is the idea of a Pepsi AM in the morning? Would you think that you would like to consume in the morning, cold, refreshed, and you will give all the benefits to him? So all these things, the way it is done in this idea first approach, often leads perhaps to not a successful story. Having said that, I'm not saying at any point in time that there's no success stories, but I would like to reveal some facts in front of you. What is really happening, not to scare you, but at the same time, these are the hard facts which has been put up from multiple sources. Today, if you really see, innovation is not easy. Innovation certainly is not easy. It is a fact of life that when we try to create something new which has never been seen before, one journey itself would lead to multiple failures. And the fact of the matter also is realized from this, that many of these stories, 80% of, this is as per the Clayton Christensen, who is from Harvard Business School and a guru of innovation, that out of 30,000 new consumer products launched annually, 80% of them fail. 90% of new startups fail. And last one is also in terms of patents. Today, if you go to usfreeonlinepatent.com, millions of patents are available. But if you see how many patents got commercialized, hardly none. 95% of the patents have not been able to commercialize. In fact, one of the Forrester reports said that close to $1 trillion, which is maybe 1/3 of the Indian GDP, that is something which is wasted effort by the US universities. They create patents, but it is not put to any kind of use. So the phenomenon of the matter is, this is the learning, and if we really synthesize some of the gaps why this kind of thing is there, it is reflecting back to the same story of idea first approach, that the biggest reason cited for all these non-conversions or failures is lack of product market fit, which in turn means that the consumers or the markets or the people for whom something was designed, they were not ready to accept it. That means there was a gap in terms of assessment of the need itself. So that is where this whole paradigm is, that one approach, while if you're thoughtful, if you're able to validate with a very open lens, that's perfectly fine. But often we get married with a particular idea which we take forward and take it forward and try to only circumvent around that particular idea, and which may not be a very good idea. So that's another big learning in this particular space. And this we can take it forward. And that brings us to our topic of the next thing, which is all about how do we really make our innovation hit rate better. And here, certainly, we talk about the two dimensions of innovation, the idea and the problem or the need. And earlier, we looked at certain issues with respect to idea first approach. Now we will try to go in terms of need first approach. That if we are trying to attack the need first, perhaps there's a merit in doing it. Now, here's an interesting frame which I would like to just give it as a, as management, or even in terms of your particular, whenever you are trying to scout for new opportunities, needs or problem statements, never see them as a problem. They are nothing but opportunities. If you are able to create a solution for that, you are the big winner. And that is where the innovators, big thing is coming from. And how innovators try to scout for, the opportunities on which they can work for, it can be basically under three paradigms. The first paradigm is where it is a badly served need. Now, badly served needs are certain issues which people are frustrated with. They expect this to be a basic hygiene, but it is there. If you relate with a particular product, say in a car manufacturing company, if you think that there's a leakage which is happening, some kind of continuous maintenance issues are coming, the noise, vibration, heat is getting generated, all those issues which they don't see in others, but because of certain reasons it is happening in that particular car. If you are able to sort it out, which perhaps the rest of the people are not able to sort it out, you are the innovator there. So one bucket is which originates from a frustration, grievances of people. You are able to hear it, you are able to act on it, and you are able to give a solution. Second bucket of need is something which we say is known but unmet needs. Now, this is a very interesting zone where people know about the problem. For example, if I have to really talk about in our cities or in our township, we all see that there's so much of dirt, dust, everything mark all around. But we've been living it with it. We don't pay attention anymore now to it. We see cows moving around. We don't pay attention to it because it's becoming part of our set, and we've started living with it. Similarly, there are many other things. People want to make cars lighter, vehicles lighter, but at the same time, they know aluminum is a good solution, but perhaps it has its own difficulties in terms of doing it. Until few years back, now we have aluminum cars, but nobody was able to make a audacious attempt. A very pertinent problem is, for example, we know COVID vaccine, which is all around us. These are the domains where the problems are known, but it needs a very audacious, courageous attempt to crack it. Perhaps it is still unresolved. It is known to everyone, but nobody's been able to act it. Whosoever is able to kind of crack it becomes the winner. He is the shining star. So that is the second domain, which are known but unmet needs. And the third domain, which is the playing ground of many entrepreneurs, startups, companies, people who are trying to create the innovation opportunity portfolio, is the domain called unknown and unmet. Now, unknown and unmet is a space where you are trying to find out those things. Needs are always there in the mind. In fact, there's a very interesting research which says that explicit to tacit expression, what people can express, the ratio is 1:300,000. So people cannot explicitly say everything what is the need, but whosoever is able to kind of immerse and find out those needs and able to surface it up and work it out, those are the people who become the winners. So these are the three dimensions, and there's also associated certain methodologies which people excise. Badly served needs typically is by listening to the stakeholders. The other two, which is known but unmet needs and unknown and unmet needs, these are the areas where typically the observational studies, there's no substitute to observational studies, deep immersions, and looking and speculating with the customers for future. I will briefly talk about all these three techniques. how it is excised so that you can appropriately use it. So the first one, listening to the customers, we know, I mean, we realize that we might have, many of you would have participated yourself in terms of summer surveys, customer, meets and all. You go to buy something, somebody takes, gets, sir, give me 5 minutes and I would like to interview you for few things. So many things we have all experienced. So that is a typical thing which how you can capture the needs of the customers. Now, I would like to now also share with you some of the learnings in this particular phenomenon. And I will state some examples to kind of, decipher and reach out to the point of view which I'm trying to, explain to you. So the point of view which I would like to express here is sometimes listening to the customer never taken on the face value. Often customers or the stakeholders whom you are trying to create a product for, whom you are going to create service for, what they will state sometimes maybe only symptoms. And if at all you realize so, go to the observational technique. Don't stick back to listening to customer. And I'll give you a very interesting example, which some of you might have been exposed to earlier. There was a case in Europe where, a typical in a building, there was a single lift, and there used to be umpteen number of traffic for people to board on the lift and go to their offices on different floors. And this complaint started coming heavily onto the management that we have this one single lift, so much of productive time is lost, and so on and so forth. Now, if you take it on the face value, that only leads to a direction of solution, which is create more lifts. And unfortunately, in that building, because it was an old construction, no other lift could be installed. Now, that led to a place where you don't have an alternative. Now, alternatively, this particular problem statement was substituted with the observational study. And through observation, it came out that people, when they were waiting for the lift, the issue was not about loss of productive time. It was not that once they started going to the respective floors or respective offices, they started immediately going to their desk and rushing onto their computers and started working. They would still go to the floors, they would still interact with, go there, have a pick up a cup of coffee, handshake with each other, greet and meet each other. So it was not a loss of productive time. However, I think the bigger issue which was there was waiting itself creates a boredom, and becoming, when people get bored, they get frustrated, and that is what leads to a lot of problem statement. So the problem statement was redefined not about loss of productive time or creating another lift. It was about how do we kill boredom for some time. And then this observational study also throws through that the waiting time was not a very high scale. It was something like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes kind of thing at maximum. And some of the psychological studies say that when you reach beyond a time of 75 seconds, you lose the essence of time. So with all that thing, they try to brainstorm that, the subject they had said is what can kill a boredom for a span of 2 to 2.5 minutes. Now, when you look at that particular problem, the solution started coming umpteen numbers. You can think about a television, cafeteria, all that thing. But there again, those are suboptimal solutions because you don't want people to also wait beyond 2.5 minutes. If they stuck to a news coming in the television or they're stuck with a particular copy, their time would be all the more wasted. So finally, what they came out is a mirror. People beautifully engage with themselves on a mirror for 1.5, 2 minutes, easily seeing their hair, seeing their complexion and everything. And once that was done, the problem was resolved. So the learning which I'm trying to only decipher is whenever in your product or services, don't, in many cases, the grievances, what are spelled out, they're sometimes symptoms and not the problem statement itself. I would also have a much reinforced view when I cover the next method. Second element is when we start scouting for the various needs, we feel that the needs is equivalent to all about a functional need. Functional need is something which what people are trying to do with their product and services, how they're using it and things like that. There's another dimension which we have to also look at and which is coming very, very dominant. There are umpteen number of examples why things fail because of maybe functionally it may be a beautiful product, but just because it hits a particular emotional need or social need. Emotional need is something which is more in terms of how we feel about it. It might be doing a job beautifully, but there's a emotional connect which I can't do. And I'll express elaborate both these 2 points with a couple of examples. There was a very interesting Kellogg's introduction a few years back called breakfast meats. Now, the concept was all around where in a particular package, the company had put cereals, milk, sugar, all the things with a spoon and everything. That is how they had tried to bundle it together. And they had also tried to pitch this particular product saying that I mean, the advertisements which were made is that parents are sleeping in the room and, kid is coming in the house and he sees a parent sleeping, goes to the kitchen, helps himself with opening up the pack. He doesn't have to depend on anybody. So this is an area where, as a concept wise, I think it was good because people consume a lot of things, but there's an emotional gap which was there. Parents wanted to feed, especially when it comes to cereals and other things, parents wanted to feed their kids by their own hand. This pitch did not resonate well with the culture there. Second part was that a milk which is kept outside the refrigerator for the kids, they were not feed, even while they might have put all the labels in terms of its hygiene and other factors, it didn't go well with the mindset of people. So there's an emotional disconnect here because of which people would not perhaps this led to the downfall of this particular product. Similarly, there's another example, which I don't know, it may become a success in times to come, but there's a lot of work which is happening in terms of all the apparels, the clothes, right from undergarments to the overgarments, everything doesn't require any kind of washing. Now, if you see one of the gaps, and I think there was some introduction 4-5 years back on this particular type of garments, but there was an initial resistance seen in this particular absorption, not because it was still germ-free, it still smelled fresh, it still did everything right. But the very fact a person's own self, even with respect to the social connect in the families and other things, there was a discomfort that a cloth which is not kind of, washed for 100 days or 50 days or 70 days, and you're continuously wearing it, it didn't go well with the psyche of the people. So the point I'm only making is that it is very, very important that once we create our products, we also have to look at the bundle of needs together, not just look at the functional need alone. So that brings up the couple of points which I'll reiterate here is listening to the stakeholders. Sometimes don't get into the trap of symptoms, and your focus when you're hearing your customers for whatever product you're conceptualizing, whatever service you're conceptualizing, don't just look at from the functional need perspective. You may have to slightly go deeper, trying to find out what are the various kind of emotional and social connects, which perhaps would be very important for you to conceptualize your product, whether it is at the design level or even in terms of tomorrow's launch or marketing, all those elements also. With that, I will now come to the other thing, which is all about watching the customers. And this is a important trigger, which I think all of us can reflect back. It is true in the innovation. In innovation, since we are talking about novelty, where something is not new in the industry or in the world for the first time, there's no baseline available for anybody to look at. And if you really introspect with respect to what happened in the period when Henry Ford started making a car, he made a very interesting subject. If that point in time when the horses were used, since people didn't have any kind of framework available in their minds as to what is coming new, if we would have asked, what do you want for mobility? People would have said a faster horse. Nobody could have answered about the automotive. And that is the typical dilemma which we talk about the innovation space, that when we are going to the unknown terrain, where we have to hunt for needs, opportunities, and other nuggets, this standalone asking the customers would not be a valid thing. And that is where it brings the perspective of watching the customers. And some examples to also illustrate this particular fact. Some of you who might have visited the US, you would have realized US, there's a big industry of lawnmower. Every house, has a lawnmower where people keep the lawnmowers because it is both a social perspective. They don't mow their lawns regularly. The neighbors have a wrong perception about that particular family. Also, in certain states, I know they would charge $100, $200 if your personal lawns are not mowed. So there's a context around it, and this industry has been flourishing. Now, they had been doing all the things right in terms of asking the customers what we should do, and people would say that, make a lawnmower which is ergonomic, has less vibration, better turning radius, better steering, better ergonomics, all that element, and companies kept doing it. So the big question is coming: why is lawnmower market? Certainly, there's a news, and I picked up from Clayton Christensen's one of the works, that this whole industry is under threat. Now, if I have to make you just think for 30 seconds, what do you think can make a lawnmower industry, which has been flourishing for many years, doing everything right? Today, again, everybody has the same social prestige with respect to they have to, keep their grass level. Also, people have lawns. So what is it that is certainly threatening this whole industry? Now, the whole threat which is coming is because this whole industry, somebody has come out with a genetically engineered grass which goes to a particular length and then stops growing. The question is, do people want, is the requirement of the customers is cutting a grass, or the requirement of the customer is keeping the grass aesthetically leveled? Perhaps the answer is level number two. People are wanting a particular, there's a difference between a need and a solution. Cutting is never required, whatever. So Clayton Christensen uses a word that people hire for their current needs. They don't buy production solutions, they hire solutions for their need. One, that is something they'll go for. And that is what we will converge from here, that what typically happens, one of the dimensions where when we are looking at observational studies or listening to the customer, the innovator of business, they start only looking at the business narrow view in relation to, this is the product which I have, what do you think is this product can do? If I have, for example, a car, I'll say, what do you think about this car? What features can be added? If I have a truck, this is what features can be added, what you like, what you don't. All the conversations happen around the narrow view of what product and services we are talking about. Whereas from the consumer point of view, he will respond to your questions. If you go, for example, what you want in a particular car or a truck, they will talk about, I want better engine efficiency, I want better mileage, I want, better seating comfort, I want this gadget, that gadget. They will only talk in that relation. But the larger context for a consumer is something different. If it is a truck, he is worried about taking his particular, if he's in the suppose agriculture business, he is concerned about carrying his agri products perhaps every day. For example, if you go to Sabzi Mandi, the whole cycle starts at 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock, he's worried about how do I load it quickly, how I keep it fresh for this 2 or 3 hours kind of transportation, bring it to the market, unload it. He's worried about it. But since the question which a particular manufacturer may go to him and ask him is that, this particular light commercial vehicle, what do you think can be done different? He will only respond in that particular sense. But his view is a much, much larger one. And this is where the innovation is happening today. This is where the disruption is happening today, that different unconnected zones. When I give an example of mobile, which is, looking at a larger canvas, the boundaries of our industry has certainly diminished now. You will be surprised to know that such type of competing sectors are mobile today perhaps might have disrupted the entertainment industry, the clock industry, so many industries which we know about. But even in a context like India, we still have a good market of mosquito repellents, for example. Especially when people from other countries start traveling to India, they buy this product because they are advised to do it. And now mobile and this mosquito industry, the hate and the Odomos of the world, they would only think about their market share in that particular area, and they'll continue to improve their product. What can I do better in the ointment? What I can do better with the spray? What I can do better with the but mobile is coming out with a particular frequency which may perhaps keep the mosquitoes away. There's a, again, unrelated thing. When we talk about, for example, travel or tourism, they will only ask the question that, which country you would like to go for, what would you like to, which kind of seats, business class, first class, economy class, which kind of hotels we will stay in. All that questions are asked to the consumers, which is in a different lens. Now, they may be taking a very narrow view. Whereas a person, a consumer from a very broad sense, maybe many of the consumers would like to only have a good experience of that particular place, for some time, maybe 2 days, 3 days. And here's where some experimentations are currently on, where somebody in the real estate segment is creating a kind of house which is a travel room in the house, where all the four walls would be screens. You have a computer, you go to the Google map, try to find out, I want to experience this park in Switzerland. You just choose there, and within real-time images, would all be appearing all across you, including the fact that there would be pipelines and other things which will have pick up the right humidity levels, the wind velocity, and everything, and the whole ambience in that particular room would be imitate to that. So there are multiple experimentations which are on. Work they're trying to do, not from what product and services we are offering and trying to only get reflection in terms of what we wish to see. So this is something which is an important area, and this I would certainly like to reinforce, is look everything in the product, in the jobs point of view. What are people trying to do, not what product and services we offer to the customers. And when you start looking at that lens, you will see umpteen number of opportunities. You might have created certain products for a particular purpose, but you will be surprised to know that you can do much more, you can create much more, and you can put right strategies in place to kind of penetrate a much market share. And I will take a couple of examples here. One example which I'll take is a milkshake example. Again, a very interesting example which came from the US side. Milkshake, we all know. If anybody asks any question to you that why do you consume milkshake for, your answer perhaps would be that milkshake I consume because of taste. It gives me energy. I feel cool. I feel refreshed. It looks jazzy. Multiple things would be there. Now, there was a company which opened up a milkshake, and they also figured out there's people while traveling from home to offices and returning back, they need something to drink. Often they feel hungry, and they created some kind of parlor outlets during this, complete pathway, on congested traffic sites, where they were started selling milkshakes. The business started working very well. People started buying milkshakes, but over a period, as the situations grew, uh, they started seeing a dropfall of this market share of milkshakes. And they started wondering. And typically, as it happens, they thought that something has to be done with the marketing. So they started putting buy one, get one free, some kind of discount schemes and things like that. Another set of things happening that people said that let's have more flavors. So, multiple flavors were kind of introduced. Nothing happened. And then a observational study done. Observational studies, when they're done with a complete neutral sense. You don't try to see what people are doing with the product. You try to see why people are doing what they're doing. And what they observed was a very interesting instance. In the same parlors or nearby those parlors, there were also people started selling bagels and burgers and things like that. And people would start buying those bagels and burgers instead of milkshakes. And further observations suggested that it was not that they would prefer a taste of bagel and burger over milkshake. They still loved milkshake, but they use it for a particular different reason. And then the reason was revealed. It was a very interesting insight to the organization. The reason was people, when they were in the long traffic queues, that is the time they wanted to engage with something. There was used to be huge frustration around it that, besides the staring, trying to, wait for something, and then to engage themselves during that period. Earlier, they were taking milkshakes, but milkshakes, the gap was milkshake would get finished very fast in a particular can. However, when we talk about burgers or bagels, they would engage with them a much more. When there's waiting, they can eat it. It takes several more minutes compared to a milkshake. That was a very interesting insight that people were not buying it only for taste, but they were trying to use it for a particular, killing the boredom. And with that insight, the company introduced something. What they immediately acted upon, left aside all this marketing and design campaigns. They made the milkshake thicker, very thick. They also put some chocolate chips on top of it, and they also made the straws through which you sip much more narrower. Now, what People just love this. The moment this introduction was made, suddenly the whole milkshake, this thing which was slipping, suddenly bazooked up. People, beside now the steering wheel, when they're frustrated, they will vent out all their frustration onto, they'll keep sucking all this thing, struggling with this, choco chips, which is getting stuck into the straws. That is something which gave it. But however, there's another learning. The same product in this particular context being applied for a particular thing, but same product became a failure in the evening. And the very reason is in the evening, typically it was being consumed with the children. Now, children, no parent would like to take their children to a place where they would struggle to and finish off the milk because they don't want to wait for 1.5 hours at the milkshake parlor. So taking that insight that the evening time, there's a different context and a situation, they made a different flavor of milkshakes, which was thinner. The straws were made much more lighter, and that made the parents much more happier because the children, instead of taking 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they would now not just finish off the milkshake in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So the message which I would like to share with these examples is that when you are scouting for new opportunity, if you are a startup or you want to come out with a new service, get the insight from, don't say that it is a car or a milkshake, just peg it to that. What we should do sitting in a particular room. As much time you can spend on the field observing things, observing all around, the amount of insight and every context is different. Truck is not a truck. At a very parlance, you can just think about that it is a mobility solution. But when you really look at different contexts, transportation of agriculture, which I cited, is very different from the transportation of white good appliances. Is a very different context when somebody is trying to transport a tea. Is very different when somebody is transporting a cement. The needs and things are very different. Whosoever is able to get an insight of that, much deeper insight of that particular phenomena, would and introduce something new, would be able to penetrate much better. Similarly, for example, we take certain things as an assumption. I put up a case of a barbed wire here. So barbed wire, we think as if, it's kind of very, very foolproof. It's just like a security thing. Sometimes we realize that it's like, border fence between India and Pakistan and things like that. But typically, if you see barbed wire, it also has multiple connections. You want, maybe at the border level, you want it to be very lethal and fatal. But at the same time, when it comes to many of the villages where you have, want to cover it, demarcate something, you don't want it to be. So the message only is keep observing. Also, when you do observational studies, try to scout at different situations and different contexts, not one applicable all across. And when you're able to pick up multiple nuggets, that is where a new kind of thing would emerge, which is perhaps still unaddressed. And if you're able to be the first, you'll create wonders. And to do this, again, there are interesting methods available. Something which is very prominently known called ethnography. Ethnographers spend a lot of time looking at observing people, looking at the cultural context, why people are doing what they're doing, what is their belief system. So it's a bundle of both functional, emotional, and social connects, which they try to grab. And in the process, so in all this exercise, I'll repeat again, when you do observation studies, don't make an assumption related and stick to your product or services. Try to look at multiple, with a very open lens, try to look at the context and situations. And last is something which people who try to hunt for future things, many organizations today I'm aware about who work on something called, looking at future gazing exercises. But this again is a very, very powerful exercise in which they try to involve a lot of stakeholders. Today, every trend, whether we talk about people trend, stakeholder trend, environment trend, society trend, economic trend, there are multiple levers which are changing. I mean, just to give you a very small example, like people, for example, if you, maybe when you were a very small kid and you would have observed a generation earlier, in my childhood, for example, when people would turn old beyond 60, they would like others to be known that they are old. They want others to touch their feet. They would change their attire to dhoti, kurta kind of thing because they wanted to reflect that way. It is respectful. Today, the trend has reversed. People want to look young forever. They don't want this kind of thing to ever happen. Again, not more, but 15, 20 years back itself, people, the trend was all about people, would save money. They will spend time. Money was more important compared to time. So for saving 50 paisa or 1 rupee or 2 rupee, even if they have to stand in long queues for 30 minutes or 45 minutes, they will do that. Today the thing is reversed. You are ready to pay 30, 40 rupees to Swiggy or Big Basket compared to wasting your time to go and commute there and fetching something from outside. So the many things are changing, and this is what these companies do. And this is what perhaps as a startup you can also think of. Try to look at what are the trends which are changing, and it's a very holistic exercise. Pick up the right levers, start picking up things wherever the trajectory is going. Can we pick up something which perhaps is showing that would come in times to come, and we can start preparing now, and it can be create wonders when that intersection point comes. So these are some things which are done. I'm also conscious of the time, so it's 10:30, and I would perhaps leave it. One other nugget. So the point of view I was saying is I just shared with you that the methods of listening to the stakeholders, watching the stakeholders, deep immersion programs, and that would put you in a list of getting a list of needs and scope. But one thing which I would like to also caution is once you create this laundry list, don't think that people, if suppose some kind of element people are voicing or you're observing that this is something which people are not liking, the story is not over in terms of you pursuing that particular project. You should only pursue the ideas which are where the satisfaction level is low, but the importance is high. Uh, this is a particular matrix which only I want to only impress with a particular example. For example, if let's take a cloth itself. Now, cloth, when you take observational studies and you think that people are saying that perhaps instead of spending 10 minutes on a washing my clothes, it would have taken 5 minutes, and you would have heard this need and you said that there's an area to pursue. No, don't jump onto it. Every need has a particular mental stature of importance, and this is where there's a particular methodology through which you try to scout for getting that assessment of the need, whether the importance and satisfaction, what is the scale of importance and satisfaction level of people. If somebody rates the importance of the same need, that it takes 10 minutes, importance is 5, and also the satisfaction level is also 5. If you try to do anything over it will be called overserved need. However, if the importance level is 4, 5 is the satisfaction level out of 10 I'm talking about, people would still complain it. But if you do anything, there would not be any kind of perceived importance of that. Only when the importance is high and there's a gap between importance and satisfaction, then that particular need is something which has to be underserved need and which you have to pursue for your projects. So this is one matrix I just thought I will give it to you and share with you. So the right validation of your assumption set, whatever you define as a particular scope, is equally important. And then once you have validated, defined the scope, defined the right observation, your nugget, then that becomes a holistic problem statement. And that is what you should scribe, and that is the thing for which you should start chasing for. And I'll just spend a few minutes here. So far, we talked about the problem discovery. We talked about the elements of significance of the lens which we have to do. That means you have to attack the right problem. That's number one learning. Right problem can be only attacked by multiple observational studies and taking the right approach. Don't ever get conditioned on what people are saying. Try to only go with facts and figures through your observation and deeper study. And then once you have picked up the right things, then try to also validate your assessment that which are the opportunities which I should run for in terms of creating a product or a service, and then define it. Now, after you have defined the particular problem, in terms of scouting the idea, it's a very interesting domain. Only point I will say is that depending on the context, whether you're talking about a technical problem or a business problem or a marketing problem or sales problem, there are multiple tools which are available. I certainly feel that not in all places, but in some places, toolkit certainly helps. It helps to stay, diversify your idea, diversify your options. Just limiting to one single thread doesn't help. And if I have to really choose and talk about a couple of interesting domains which are really making a difference, this is something which I will say is all about connections. Today, it is all about associations. Today, you would not believe there's so much of wisdom which has been created across enterprises, across people. And this is one thing which this is the complete model of Silicon Valley, where the startup fraternity, or for example, in Bangalore, people are just gelling each other, trying to exchange ideas with each other, because you don't know where a particular context can intersect with your problem statement. And there are huge number of examples. And for example, if I talk about automotive segment, automotive, the material and logistics management, they have a concept of supermarket. Next to the assembly lines, you will see huge number of trays, and the whole mechanism is very similar to which was borrowed from the retail segment. When you go to the malls and other things, where you go for a grocery shopping, very similar to the concept was brought into the space of material. Similarly, for example, if I talk about the technical domains, there's a subject called open innovation, where people broadcast problems and you can get ideas from very unconnected domains. When oil of Ole, somebody conceptualized a product that I want to create a product to keep women younger, at the age of 40 or 45, there was no solution. But the moment they broadcasted this particular problem, within no time they got a solution from a hospital, when a doctor suggested that post surgery there's an ointment which is used, which helps in removing the scar of the people where the person gets operated. And that particular gave a trigger to the company in terms of researching that molecule and coming out with oil of Ole, which does exactly make people look younger even when they're old. Similarly, for example, there was an interesting example, somebody, when wrinkle-free cotton shirts were conceptualized many years back, this problem statement was not getting solved through a particular, uh, 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 fabric industry or some other kind of industry. And the solution came from a very unconnected zone. It came from a semiconductor industry. And that particular solution went in was with making of wrinkle-free cotton shirts. So, nutshell, the world is becoming very wide, very exponentially grow. You don't know where you can get the solutions from. Stay connected. We are living in a very, very interesting times of network zone. So try to start building up associations of one context. Your problem maybe in a very different form as existing in some other situations or a context. If you're able to make that intersection happen, there would be a wow. And that's a domain which is showing a lot of promising results. And similarly, the other area where this is all about from businesses, people, context, and everything. There's another very interesting zone which has appeared, which is called biomimicry, which is all about learning from the nature. There are thousands of patents available today, especially when you are into the product domains, where people say that billions of years has taken for nature to grow. It has evolved things and learned from things. If you mimic that particular nature thing, then you can create wonders. Velcro, for example, the example on the left side, which I've shared, Velcro, for example, is again inspired. The same phenomena in childhood, we would, put it on somebody's back or something. Same phenomena has gone in terms of making inspired in Velcro. Similarly, many years back, Mercedes wanted to create the most fuel efficient car in the world. That was our attempt. And they came out with the bionic car. They were doing a lot of researches around it. But if you really see the fundamentals of this particular car, they observed a fish which is called a box fish, which is a very interesting, analogy with efficiency. It just eats up one grain and traverses for kilometers and kilometers. That means very less input and very high efficiency. What the company did is they just mimicked the complete skeleton to everything, body structure, everything in a car. And actually, when this car was launched, it was much, I think 15-20% much fuel efficient compared to any car which existed at that point in time. So these are some of the nuggets. And that brings me to the end. As I said, the subject is very vast, but few things I thought I'll share with you which can be of meaning to you. And so in the problem space, I've repeated, and then the ideation space, the only message which I will share with you is be networked. You don't know what your life experiences. Steve Jobs says that things when he was a college dropout and he was working it, those kind of things, had he not seen or observed or engaged, would not have created Apple, because many of those little bit of things have actually gone in terms of making a back end, and several many such type of things happen. So every moment is rich, every connection is rich, everything which you hear, observe is rich, and you don't know where you can get the solution from. With that, I will close my note here. Yeah, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prachata sir, for joining us and enlightening us with your knowledge. It gave us a deep insight into the topic like creativity dimension, invention dimension, and innovation. It clearly clarifies the concepts of three dimensions and also reveals some interesting topics like product market fit, various types of needs with the example. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you so much, sir. You made
Thank
the.
you.
Thank you very much for joining, and you really told us the importance of observation and data which you collect. So, thanks
Thank
a
you, sir.
lot for joining. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you. My
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. And wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
And dear students, please fill your form and we will be joining at
Within 5 minutes.
within 5 minutes.
Happily,
Welcome back, all of you. Now it is my immense pleasure to introduce the speaker of this session, Dr. Ajay Kolatkar, sir. He is a consultant at Tata Management Training Center. He has experience of 20 plus years in the domain of new product design, research, research in product design and management. He is a specialist in trees-based innovation problem solving and technology and innovation management. He is also alumni of University of Oxford and IIT Bombay. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining with us. I request Kolatkar sir to deliver his address on silent features of business and model canvas.
So thank you so much. I also want to let you know that I'm actually an alumni of College of Engineering Pune as well.
Oh, sir, great,
Wow,
sir, great,
great.
sir.
It's great news to us. I have always said that COEP alumni are our supporters. So I didn't know that you are our alumni, but
Yeah, I passed out from electrical engineering in 1990,
Yeah.
and I've been kind of working after that. So thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here amongst all of you. It's always a pleasure to interact with students, and it's always an energizing thing to engage with them. It would have been lovelier if we could engage in person rather than through this virtual medium. But given the circumstances, this is the best we can do, I'm sure. I'm happy to be here amongst a kind of fairly illustrious speakers that are speaking before me as well as slated to speak after me. I want to be able to say that I'm really humbled by the fact that you chose to invite me. Thank you so much for that. What I hope to discuss in the next about 60 minutes or so that has been given to me is something related with the business model canvas. And while I was looking for this, I came across the fact that the how Entrepreneurship Cell had actually done a longer workshop with Ajay Hiraskar about a year ago on business model canvas. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot that people are already aware of, but I think people who might have joined in later will probably do a quick one.
so the crowd is always different.
Yes,
You are not
correct.
to the same crowd. So
I understand. So it's fine. I mean, those who know of it will not be significantly enlightened of any new thing, but those who don't know of it will probably find something that is useful to take away. So let me start, and I hope I have the freedom to share a set of slides from my side.
yes, you have been made presenter. You can do that.
Oh, sure. So I hope, one second, I will probably need to present it rather than. Okay, so I hope my screen is now visible.
Sir, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think let's get directly into the discussion, and I hope I'm audible and my voice is clear enough for everyone to be able to hear.
Yes, sir. Very much. Very much.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Let me start by kind of extending on some of the things. I was really impressed by Dr. Mohit Gambhir in the morning in terms of the way he captured the essence of being an entrepreneur. And I was really enlightened by a lot of the things that he said, not so much because those were new, but because of the kind of belief that he has in how true they are. because I have been through those as well over the past 2 years. In 2018, I decided to be an entrepreneur on my own. And since then, several of the things that Dr. Gambhir said have been true for me as well. And therefore, it was really interesting for getting a validation of what one has already kind of experienced. Secondly, I think Pracheta is a good friend. He and I have worked together while I was with the Group Innovation Office at the Tata Sons. And he always comes with a lot of insight in terms of the innovation, creativity, and ideation kind of set of activities. He's been spearheading a lot of programs at the group, and therefore his session also was probably something that would have given you a lot of clarity on ideation, creativity, all the way up to innovative offerings. Now, when you go to the next stage from here, in terms of saying that, look, I had an idea, I developed that idea, I built on that idea, I created something which could be considered as an offering, whether it is a product, whether it is a solution, whether it is a platform, whether it is a kind of any kind of a mix of any of these. This is the stage at which you will now need to be able to take it to your customers, take it to the market, so to say. And when you want to do that, even as a startup, as someone who is looking for investment in that idea to be able to scale it to a market level, or even if you are an existing player which has a decent amount of investment already built into the venture that you've created, and you're now going to go to market at a bigger scale, what you will need to understand is what is called as a business model. And what I'm going to talk about is a different thing called business model canvas. But let me very quickly talk about what is a business model. So business model, one of the kind of finest definitions or finest descriptions of a business model came in an Harvard Business Review article of 2002 by a researcher called Joan Margareta. She says business models are stories that explain how enterprises work. She, of course, goes on to describe a lot of things, but in a nutshell, a business model is nothing but the way in which all the things that are happening within the organization in the form of technological improvements that you have made, processes that you have built in, and everything that is inside the organization, you are connecting it to the external world in terms of the customers that you want to reach out to so that they perceive value in what you are creating. And when you create that value for yourself and then deliver it to the customers, and they are in a way able to return it back to you, which is what Pracheta mentioned as the whole notion of innovation in terms of not just idea, but idea plus commercialization. That's when the business becomes sustainable. So a business model is nothing but a kind of a connection between what is happening internally within the organization to what is going to happen externally to the organization from the point of view of value creation. So it's almost like a logic or a kind of a core logic plus systems and processes which are creating value not only for the organization but also for the customers. So let's take a look at what are the important elements of any business model. There are four things that a model needs to have: value proposition, resources, processes, and profit formula. So these are essential ingredients that need to go into any business model. You need to be able to define what are the value propositions. What does value proposition mean? Value proposition essentially refers to how are the offerings, how are the product, service, solutions that you're creating helping customers with the job that they want to be done. Pracheta talked about, I think, the job to be done as far as milkshakes are. So how is it that you are creating something new that creates new value for the people who are looking for a certain job to be delivered? It needs to be delivered not only once, but it needs to be delivered repeatedly. It needs to be delivered not only for one customer, but also multiple customers. It needs to be delivered not only in a certain context, but in multiple contexts. And therefore, you need to be able to do it effectively, conveniently, as well as affordably. So you may be able to create something that is an extremely valuable proposition, but if it is not affordable to the customers may not perceive value in it, and therefore they will not return value back to you. So the affordability part, which is an extremely important element when it comes to at least the Indian subcontinent, is something that we need to understand. So that's as far as the value propositions are concerned. Then it comes to resources. So when we talk about resources, we are essentially talking about how is the idea that we have going to get converted into something that customers can touch, feel, interact with. And therefore, all of these are ways and mechanisms in which are essential to convert that idea into an artifact. And therefore, the resources could be technology, it could be people, it could be a certain kind of material resource like a mineral resource. It could even be something like a brand that you might have created, which allows you to identify how people might associate with you. So these are some of the things that might be required from a resource perspective. Then, of course, there's an actual conversion process of an idea into an artifact, and therefore it needs to follow a lot of these processes. It could be in terms of manufacturing, it could be in terms of resourcing, as in sourcing of the ingredients, it could be in terms of delivering products, it could be in terms of merchandising the products and services, it could be things like the online presence for a solution, and so on and so forth. So all of these processes enable the value proposition that you have created to be visible and accessible to the people, to the customers who are going to buy that value proposition. And so these processes are all encompassing in terms of that conversion. And then finally, I think what is equally important for a sustainable business, and it's important for us to understand that this is one of the single most important consideration when it comes to anyone who wants to invest in a business, is to really understand whether it is sustainable enough. So these are guidelines which allow us to understand what are the cost structures of our business, what are our income structures of our business, and how are these two matching or leveling such that we know that there is going to be a sustained earning for the business itself. Because unless that is the case, the businesses cannot be successful. Now, if you think that this is the business model that I need to be able to articulate, okay, it's going to be not very easy to put all of this in a sentence. It is not going to be even easy to put all of this even in a page or in a paragraph or in a kind of a paper for that matter. But if you were to impress someone with this business model, you need to be able to capture that in a very elegant manner, which is easy for someone to relate to. And this is where the business model canvas actually comes into the picture. I just want to check with the people who are facilitating the session. Professor Karnik, can you tell me if there is a Q&A that needs as I speak, or people be asking questions later?
No, sir. If it is taking too much time, you can just focus on this.
Okay, so I'm happy to answer questions even at this stage. That's not a problem. But someone will have to point me to the questions because I am not able to see those questions if they are coming up in the chat box. So if there is if there's something that's coming up in the chat box and you think that needs to be asked at a certain point in time, please interrupt me and let me know.
Okay, sir. Okay, no problem.
Sure, thank you. So what I was saying is that if you were to articulate this, so if you want to present this to someone with a view of explaining to them the entire business model in a very elegant manner, without really confusing them, without really boring them, then the business model canvas is an excellent tool that's available for us. So let's get into the business model canvas itself. Right now, this is just a screenshot, so you'll not be able to see much in the business model canvas. But a business model canvas is a visual representation of how an organization creates, delivers, and captures value. What we mean by that is it is a mechanism that details out in a visual manner the way an organization not only identifies how to convert the ideas into something that is meaningful in the form of an artifact, but also highlights what are the stages, what are the processes that are going to go through, and then also looks at the financial perspective in terms of income as well as expenditure. So essentially, it consists of 9 building blocks. The whole business model canvas was first kind of proposed by Alex Osterwalder in his PhD thesis, where he and one of his colleagues were trying to identify how to help businesses to present their business model in a very simple and elegant manner, such that it becomes easier for them to communicate it with others. And they came up with this idea of the business model canvas. And over the last 8-10 years of its kind of introduction, it is something that has been very widely used. And we'll talk about some of that as we go forward. So let me move on from here to the next one, and let's try and understand the 9 building blocks in a little more detail. Okay, so the first building block is the customer segments. Now, customer segments, as the name suggests, indicates the block that relates to the customers of your product, service, solution, offering, whatever it is. So in being able to kind of help build this model, we need to be able to answer the questions: for whom are we creating value? For what type of customers is the value getting created? Who are these customers? What is really important for them? How do I kind of qualify these customers in the form of segments and sections? So a lot of questions pertaining to customer segments is the kind of first element that you need to be able to answer. And if time permits, we'll get into a lot more detail in terms of these questions itself. But right now, let me go through these at an aggregate level, and then we'll come back to these questions if anyone is interested. Having understood who we are creating value and what is important to them, you can actually talk about several types in which the customers can be segmented. So some of you may be aware that customers can be segmented in the form of geographic segmentation. So let's say everyone who is staying in Pune could become a customer segment for someone who is offering only Pune-based services or solution. Or someone who is a resident of Maharashtra could become a segment because the solution or the service is applicable only in Maharashtra, and likewise. You could even micro-segment it, and increasingly in the startup world, people are really talking about micro-segments. So for example, I want to be able to create a service or a solution for only people living in the camp area in Pune, or in the pet areas of Pune, or in the outskirts or outlying areas of Pune. Because if I'm able to kind of define a service or a solution or a requirement for those customers, I may be able to create a unique proposition for them. So identifying customer segments becomes the first step in building a business model. The second step is identifying the value proposition. What is a value proposition? So value proposition is basically an articulation of what is the solution to the problem that you are trying to solve for the customer. So if the customer was looking for beating monotony during a long drive, the value proposition could be, can I create a milkshake which has an ability to engage with a customer on an extended period of time? just carrying forward from Rachita's example, easier for us to relate to. So a value proposition is what problem are we solving and what is the solution that I am offering to my customer. Which of these customers' problem am I solving? How are we satisfying the needs that they have? Sometimes the needs may be really well articulated. Sometimes the need may be just, as Prachita very rightly mentioned, they may be just kind of a loosely federated or loosely articulated kind of a need, not really very well spelled out. And therefore, we might be creating solutions that might not really be useful. So which customer needs are we satisfying? What do we deliver to our customers? So is it a product? Is it a service? Is it a solution? Are we creating a platform where people are kind of engaging peer-to-peer and so on and so forth? I'm actually stopping here for a second just to check. Is there a problem with the meeting? Because I'm seeing a lot of people are leaving the meeting. Is it because there's some problem with the meeting, or is it because they're logging on somewhere else?
No, sir. We actually don't find any problem here.
Okay, fine.
I am not aware if there
And
is any reason.
we have also live on.
There's no compulsion for people to stay. I was just wondering whether there was a problem in not being able to hear me or not being able to see. That's why people. Okay, so continuing with our value proposition.
They
So
are also on YouTube, sir.
YouTube.
They are also on YouTube.
Oh, okay, fine.
So suppose they are facing from problem on this Cisco WebEx, then they can join on YouTube.
Okay, sure, no problem at all. Don't worry about it. I'm not really hassled by the fact that people are leaving. I was just wondering whether it was because of a technical reason which I'm not able to understand myself at this stage. Okay, so let me move on. What I was talking about is in terms of value proposition, we are also trying to understand what is the way in which this value is getting delivered. Is it in the form of product or a service or a solution? Maybe are we creating a platform which is a kind of a peer-to-peer sharing, like an Amazon or something like that? And how will the kind of value get delivered in either of these forms to the customer? Sometimes the value would just not be in one single thing, but it could be a bundle of products and services that we are offering together. So, for example, a lot of automobile companies today offer multiple products and services together. So they have their basic core product in the form of the automobile. Then they have a lot of other products in the form of accessories. And then they have several services in the form of finance, insurance, some kind of car detailing. All of these are services that they provide, which will be bought by the customer as a bundle rather than as an individual kind of value identities or value entities. So this is then the value proposition as far as the business model is concerned. Having understood the customer and the value proposition, obviously you will now be able to realize that these value propositions have to in some way connect with the customers. So we come to the next stage, which is the channels or the distribution channels. So distribution channels are essentially ways and means of how the value proposition that has been created is going to get connected or delivered to the customer. So the channels could be physical channels or the channel could be digital channel. In many cases, when we talk about startups, people tend to think that everything is online and digital today, but that doesn't have to be. There are several startups in the real world or in the physical world which also need to understand how the distribution channels will operate. For example, if you are starting a micro kind of e-commerce solution where let's say you wanted to be able to get all the local food products which are popular within the city of Pune to be distributed to each and every one who's staying in the outskirts of Pune, right? So let's say you want to be able to distribute Chitrale Bakarwadi to someone who is staying in maybe even in Kharadi. That would be something which would require you to be able to create distribution channels, not just a website that allows you to order the product, but also a mechanism of fulfilling that order being placed for Chitrai Bakarwadi to be delivered to someone who stays in Kharadi. So distribution channels can be both physical as well as virtual or digital. How frequently where these customers are located and how frequently they will need to be reached or accessed is something that also needs to be decided in the distribution channels themselves. Integration across these channels is also something that's going to be useful and important. So for example, even for an e-commerce solution, if you have created an e-commerce solution which is a startup, you will need to be able to understand how that e-commerce solution will integrate with a physical distribution for sourcing as well as delivery. And that integration is something that needs to be understood in the business model itself. We can talk about what are the cost structures and what are the profit structures for that particular business model. It also needs to be able to understand if there is any optimization that needs to be done in terms of channels. So let's say you have multiple channels and each of them have different cost structures. Can you identify a mechanism or means to optimize the channel such that you have the most optimal cost structure? I'm not saying the lowest cost structure, but the optimal cost structure, which allows you to create profitability. Then, of course, there are kind of integrations where you need to be able to understand whether the customer can play a role in being part of this distribution channel itself. And therefore, sometimes you will see that in e-commerce transactions increasingly, there are options that are now available where a customer can actually buy online and pick it up in a store, or buy online and pick up the product or whatever they have bought in a distribution center of an e-commerce website. Okay, so that is the role that the customer plays in the distribution channels. So all of these together describe or define the way the value proposition is going to get connected to the customer. Now, if you've really understood that this is how the value is going to get delivered to the customer, you also need to understand how the value, what is the kind of relationship that I want to have with the customer. So for example, does my relationship require frequent interaction with the customer, or is my relationship sell one times and forget about it kind of a customer relationship? So for example, am I looking at something that the customer will keep coming back to me and buying in the form of more products, more services, more solutions? Or is it something where my relationship is that the customer kind of pays only a certain amount initially and then over a period of time keeps buying more and more through additional sources of incremental value? So those are some of the things that we need to be able to understand in terms of customer relationship. So whether you have a one-time relationship or a repeat relationship, is the relationship costly to maintain, expensive to maintain? Because every time if the customer requires something and you need to be able to fulfill it using an expensive distribution channel, then that relationship will have its own cost, which if you have not taken into account will eat into the profitability. So for example, let us say you are creating a value proposition where the customer buys something on a monthly basis from you, such as a staple. For example, a lot of people who have let's say dishwashers at their home would need dishwashing detergents to be delivered to them. Now, the relationship that this company which manufactures dishwasher detergents has with the customer is that they need to be able to supply these detergent every month or every 45 days, let's say. Now, each of that has a transportation cost as a kind of a cost element to it. So if I have not taken into account that cost, then I do not know how much is that individual customer going to be profitable for me. And therefore, I need to be able to understand whether these customer relationships that I'm creating have any cost element attached to it. Sometimes if it is going to be just delivered over a web, it will have only incremental cost. I will not say it will have zero cost, but it will have only incremental cost. So those are some elements that you need to keep in mind in terms of the customer relationship. So far we have talked about 4 elements. We've talked about customer. Let me use a pointer. So we've talked about the customer. We've talked about the value proposition. We've talked about the channels of distribution, and we've talked about the customer relationship. Okay. Now these 4 together will help us to identify the next element, which is the revenue stream. So revenue stream essentially is the information related revenue stream is from all of these. How is the business going to generate revenues? How is the business going to generate money? You need to be able to understand whether the individual customer that you are working with is going to generate money. How much is the segment going to generate in the form of revenue? Is the customer going to be willing to pay for the all the services and all the relationship on an ongoing basis, or is it going to be just a one-time kind of a thing? For that matter, is there any ballpark in terms of how much the customers are paying for an alternative value proposition for them? So, for example, instead of buying groceries from an online grocery store, if the customer is buying groceries at the grocery store by going there physically, are they willing to pay a little bit more to buy groceries from an online grocer? Because the real-time grocer, the physical grocer, is not going to charge them for anything, because they are going to come there, carry the grocery back with them. Whereas in the case of a grocery delivery service, the grocery service has to incorporate the cost of delivery. So will the customer be willing to pay for it, or will the customer not be willing to pay for it, is something that we need to be understood in the revenue streams. Not only for the revenue streams from this customer, are there revenue streams that are possible for this company from other sources which are not related directly with the customer? So, for example, could there be revenue services from people who I'm identifying the value from and transporting it to the customer? For example, in the case of Zomato, or in the case of any food delivery for that matter, the revenue streams are not only from the customer. In fact, currently there is no revenue stream from the customer directly, whereas the revenue stream is from the hotels or the restaurants that are tying up with Zomato. So you could look at alternative ways of generating revenues where the customer is not willing to be part of the revenue generation entity. So these are some of the things that will need to be kept in mind. Now, these 5 things together, the customer segments, the value proposition, the delivery channels, the customer relationships, and the revenue streams together create what is called as the desirability of a particular offering or desirability of a particular solution or service. So when you are creating a startup, your startup or your offering or your solution service, whatever it is that you're creating, has to be desirable. There are 2 other elements which we will talk about, but first of all, it has to be desirable. People need to be able to want what you are offering them. And this portion, these 5 elements together, create what is called as the desirability. We'll move on to the next ones to really understand what the other elements are. Now, this is where, and these are, like you would have understood, these are all the external facing kind of a set of activities as far as the organization or the firm is concerned. Now, let's look at something that is internal focused or internal to the organization. Now, in order for the organization to create value proposition, you need to be able to identify what are the resources that the organization needs. For example, does it require material? Does it require technology? Does it require people? Does it require some mineral resources? Does it require manufacturing processes? Does it require any kind of intellectual property that is useful in creating the value proposition? So all of these together are the resources that are required by the firm. So these are resources that will help convert an idea into a value proposition that can be delivered. So it could be any of that we've just discussed: distribution channels, customer relationships, technology, intellectual property, access to natural resources, and so on and so forth. Now, not always will you have access to these resources which are your own. Sometimes these resources may be owned by other people, and therefore you may need to kind of identify how to connect with those other people, which we will talk about in just a few seconds. Now, while key resources is the ingredients, you also need to go to the next stage, which is understanding how these ingredients are going to get converted into an output or in the form of an artifact. So what are the key activities that you need to be able to do to convert the idea into an artifact using the resources that are available to you? So these key activities could be things such as manufacturing, such as building customer relationship, building distribution channels, identifying different ways in which revenues can be made, identifying different means of connecting and communicating with the customer, and so on and so forth. So for example, you may create an activity where the product will get given away free, and you will charge for a service that is based which product is actually going to deliver. So for example, you would have known that for a lot of kind of electronic goods companies, they actually sell the product for a fairly low cost. Let's take the example of a desktop printer, laser printer, or any other form of printer. So the cost of the printer is usually very, very affordable, such that the customers can actually easily buy those. And then the revenues start coming when the customers start buying the cartridges or all the consumables in the printer. So to be able to differentiate between a combined product and creating a segregated product where a product and service can be combined together would come from defining the activities that are involved. Earlier, the print cartridges were not removable, but over a period of time, the activities that people developed, the processes that people developed, was to be able to figure out how the print cartridge could be removed and could be replenished when the cartridge was consumed. So then that became a completely different set of revenue, and that's where it got added to the revenue streams here. But it would have been done through an understanding of the processes within the organization. So we talked about key resources and key activities. Key resources are ingredients. Key activities are processes that convert ingredients into some kind of output. Then, like I mentioned earlier, neither the resources nor these activities need always be owned by you. In fact, in today's world, not everything needs to be owned by you at all. Because I think what people are increasingly realizing is that if they want to do something which is faster, better, and cheaper, then they need to rely on partnerships which will help them do their job better and leverage partners which are doing their jobs equally better. So the next thing that you need to kind of think about is partnerships. Partnerships could be partnerships in terms of resources or partnerships in terms of processes that you're doing. So for example, if distribution channel is a process that you need, and if you don't want to spend time in building your own expertise, you could tie up with someone that brings distribution expertise as a key ingredient. Or if suppose you want some technology which is a intellectual property, or even if it's not an intellectual property, it is something that someone else has developed, and you don't want to spend time in doing it yourself, you could partner with technology players that will provide those ingredients. So the key partners play a very important role in the business model. And in the world today, I think more businesses get formed by identifying partners that they can quickly tie up with for technology, for resources, for people, for to major ingredients and what have you. So who are these suppliers? Who are these partners? Where are they based? How will they partner with you? What will they expect in return? For example, in the case of technology, a lot of partnerships happen between, let's say, the incubation cell in a university, where there is a student who's developed something in the form of technology which is now commercializable, and the incubation cell, just like the Bhau entrepreneurship cell, would be able to offer that as a commercializable technology to someone. Now, how does the company who is interested in buying this technology partner with this incubation cell becomes the set of activities as far as key partners are concerned. So if you've seen these three elements, which is the key resources, key processes, and key partnerships, these three together, as well as some aspect of the value proposition, can be considered as what is called as feasibility, where you are making the idea into a feasible output. So just as the left-hand side portion we called as desirability, the right-hand portion, the right-hand portion we called as desirability, the left-hand portion that we see here constitutes what is called as feasibility. Okay, and this will ensure that the way you are communicating your business model is understood in terms of the way you are going to create value for the customer, and you are going to generate value or develop value yourself. Okay, so this is creating value internally, this is delivering value externally. Okay, so that's how the two are connected. Now to the last element, which is the ninth element of this. Obviously, all of these things will come at a cost. So you need to be able to identify what are the cost structures of my business. So what are the most important costs? For example, if I'm going to buy technology from a technology vendor, is it going to be an extremely expensive proposition for me? If I want to hire people who will help me with the distribution, is that going to be a very costly affair? If I'm going to require some key ingredients in the form of rare earth and minerals and so on and so forth, is that going to be an extremely expensive proposition? All the relationship that I'm maintaining with the customer in terms of being able to supply my value on a regular basis, what are the costs involved in that? How does the customer get to know that I have this value? So what are the costs involved in creating awareness about my value proposition? All of these are the expenses or the costs that are going to go into the business value. So if you look at this part, this is the cost structure, and the one that is hidden behind this is the revenue structure. If you take these two parts together, it together tells you about the business viability. So there are three aspects that you will get to know in the business model canvas. The right-hand portion is all about desirability, where you are delivering value to the customer. The left side is all about feasibility, where you are creating value for the customer. And this bottom portion here is all about viability, where you are ensuring that the value that you are delivering and the value that you are, the cost at which you are creating the value is such that you are going to make something in the form of profit. So it is going to be a viable business is what the lower portion actually talks about. So in the same business model canvas, you can look at it from the perspective of the desirability, feasibility, and viability lenses. If anyone is interested, I can go into more details of it at a later time. So right now, what I have just done is given you a kind of a bird's eye view on the business elements. And to some extent, we've already covered almost 45 minutes in that. So in the next 20 minutes or so, what I want to very quickly share with you are some illustrations. Now, having understood the various elements of the business model canvas, let us say that we want to apply this business model canvas to various services, solutions, or offerings that we consume on a day-to-day basis, or we know of at least that are available in the marketplace today. So let's see how the business model canvas is applied to some of these fairly well-known set of companies or firms. So all of you are aware of Lenskart, I'm assuming. Lenskart is essentially a company that started off by saying that prescription lenses are expensive, and you need to kind of go to a specialized store to get those prescription lenses. And the quality of those lenses and the quality of the products that are being handed out is not always very reliable, and therefore there is this value proposition that Lenskart created in the form of a do-it-yourself or order-it-yourself kind of a prescription lens online. So the business model canvas for lens would look like this. If you start off with the customer segment, it's a set of customers who don't just prefer, who need to wear glasses and lenses because that's what helps them in kind of correcting their vision. And but what is more important in this is it's not just the customers in the urban markets. So they've decided that they would want to focus on the rural and the non-metro markets, because that's where the number of opticians and the number of sellers of optical lenses was limited. So that was the segment that they identified. What is the value proposition? So like I said, quality of product and the cost of returns, the lowest returns to the company. But more than that, just basically quality of product. The reliability of the product that is delivered to you is something that Lenskart assured as a value proposition. So then there are several things that they did to be able to create an engagement or an enticement for the customers to be able to buy from Lenskart instead of going to a local optician. Things like the first frame free, virtual try on, try at home, return frames, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the value proposition. Now, how was this value getting communicated to the set of segments? Through these channels, okay? In terms of not only the website that they created for people to log in and submit their own requirements, but also through a lot of other things which are basically delivering product to online services through an e-commerce kind of a solution. Doctor's prescription that could be sent by a WhatsApp or any other mechanism. So you could actually take a photograph of the recommendation by your optometrist and upload it to the Lenskart website to be able to generate a pair of spectacles for you. And then it would get delivered to you through the courier service and so on and so forth. So these were the channels. What were the relationships? Obviously, once you buy a set of spectacles, you don't need to kind of buy it every 2 months or 3 months. I mean, usually people who have reading numbers, their numbers will change once in 2 years or so. So the relationship with the customers is not going to be a very frequent relationship, but there is always going to be a repurchase at a certain point in time. So how connected we are with that customer was also important. And therefore, things like prompt delivery or convenient payment systems and deals for newer products to entice people into buying a different set of spectacles or lenses was something that's going on. So this makes the lens cart desirable. The revenue streams, of course, was for a long time it was questionable because Lenskart was offering deep discounts both on the prescription lenses as well as on the frames. Now, as you might have imagined that initially, because these were very well-funded kind of startups, they were actually burning a lot of money from the venture capitalists. But over a period of time, what has happened is that these companies have realized that there are sources of revenues from this kind of value proposition. So what was a totally online kind of an entity, you will now very quickly have seen over the past few years that Lenskart shops have come up on various places. So they actually got into a kind of a franchisee model where people could start a Lenskart shop. And therefore, one of the revenue streams was the franchising of the Lenskart shops. So that became one of the revenue streams. So that's how the things evolve over a period of time. One thing that you need to keep in mind in the business model canvas, and I will say this again, but let me say this here as well, is that it's probably going to be easier for you to look at populating the business model canvas in retrospect after everything has been done. Because then a lot of things that are required to be populated under each of those heads will become far more clear. But the fact remains that it is also an excellent tool for startups to be able to identify each of those elements. Because oftentimes startups tend to think about only the technology or only the kind of solution that they're creating and the problem that they're trying to solve. And sometimes all of these other elements that are equally important from a business perspective are not very clear. And therefore, when startups actually use the business model canvas, they find it kind of compelling to be able to populate some of these other elements. If they don't know it themselves, then they will understand that they need to collaborate with others, they need to reach out to others. As was mentioned by Dr. Gambhir in the morning, team working again would be very, very important here. Taking guidance from people who have been there, done that would be useful. So the thing that I need to repeat here is that probably a business model canvas looks excellent in retrospect. It is also an equally excellent tool for people who want to build a startup. And we will talk about some of that even in the later stage. So you looked at one element, which is the Lenskart thing. And then, of course, there are things that you can see here in terms of what resources do they need, what kind of activities that they would need to do, where will the partnership come from. So they will need a lot of products in the form of frames and lenses and all that stuff. They're not going to be making it themselves. So they need to partner with everyone who is a supplier for the optical equipment, for the frames, and so on and so forth. Likewise, they also need things like distribution and logistics. So they're going to be partnering with them as well. So this is the kind of internal processing of the idea to convert to artifact. And then, of course, all of this has cost elements, as I just mentioned. So this is typically the example of the business model canvas for Lenskart. I will not explain the subsequent ones in as much detail, but you will get to understand the gist. I'll stay on each of those slides for a few seconds for you to be able to make sense. So many of you may be using Dropbox for storing your heavy files, which need not be kind of used every day, but you might want to have them accessible somewhere. So here is a example of a business model canvas for a Dropbox. You can see that there are specific segments that have been identified, whether it is a individual or whether it is a kind of a corporate or whether it is a kind of a business. They've identified that. They've identified the value propositions of the service that they are offering. So you see here a term being used called freemium, and I'm pretty sure all of you are aware of this. But freemium is basically a combination of free and premium. So there are some services that are free of cost, and then there are additional services which, if you need, they will come at a price. But when you combine them together, they are called as a freemium model. So online storage, backup, accessibility across any kind of devices and any platforms, and so on and so forth. So in terms of relationship, what are the relationship that you're going to have with the customers? What are going to be the channels? Now, in this case, you might think that the web page or the Dropbox homepage is the only channel that they would need. But remember that people will not automatically land up on the Dropbox page. They need to become aware that there is something like a Dropbox service. So their channels would then have to be other popular destinations or other popular websites which are used by their customers. And therefore, that becomes the channel. Indirect channels are also mentioned here in terms of referrals. So let's say someone is looking at in the parlance of the technology stream that we are talking about, let's say there are customers who are already using online resources for developing code, okay, like GitHub or whatever, SourceForge, etc. Now, where a code is written, they want some place where they can actually store it so that they can do testing and so on and so forth. So then someone who is already a customer of SourceForge or GitHub and so on and so forth could become a customer for Dropbox and so on and so forth. So these are some other channels. Likewise, you will need to understand what are the resources that they would need to have. Of course, the technology would be built by them, but they would need people who would continuously refine and upgrade the technology. Some part of the technology might be actually bought from experts that have already developed that technology. So they might be partners to, they might be partnering with people who offer storage as a facility, not the kind of access to storage, but the physical storage itself. So that could be then become the kind of partnership. If you look at the revenue streams and cost structures, you will understand that the freemium model that we talked about would ensure that they get enough attraction from people who are looking for just space, but once they get tagged onto it, they hooked onto it, they would be willing to spend money on premium services also. So those then become the revenue streams, and likewise the cost structures in terms of partnership, in terms of the resources that they want. So this is the example of Dropbox. LinkedIn, I think it's very similar if you look at these things. By the way, all of these things, all of the things that I have looked here, inserted here, are freely available images on the web. So you might just have to search for the business model canvas and the company name, and you will probably get all of these. So you don't need to worry about whether you're going to get this again or not. All of this content that you're seeing is freely available on the web. Nothing proprietary here. So the business model canvas for LinkedIn, business model canvas for Uber. And when I say Uber, it is actually going to be for Uber or Ola or Lyft or whatever other services which have similar kind of a value proposition. Business model canvas for Netflix, because that's something that's going to be popular amongst some of my audience today. But this is not just for only online or kind of digital things. Even if you look at a corporate accounting software like a Tally or something that is used for the GST kind of an application today, it can be kind of very well mapped onto the business model canvas. Not only the software, but even something like IKEA. Sorry about this. This is a repetition of a slide, so ignore the title. But this is a business model canvas for IKEA in terms of how IKEA would look at customer segments, value proposition, channels for engagement, customer relationship, key resources and activities, key partnerships, and the revenue and cost structures. So all of these are various kind of business models, canvases for companies that you and I are aware of. Now, so the business model canvas was launched sometime around 2008, and since then it has been very widely used for kind of visually representing the business models for various companies and various startups. But obviously, it's not a kind of a final way or final presentation in the business model description. So there have been some criticisms around the limitations of the business model canvas. So let's take a look at that. The reason why I'm putting this up is to tell you that, look, even something that is perceivably simple for you to illustrate and easier for you to kind of use to be able to articulate your business model, people would have found a lot of holes, a lot of limitations in those. And obviously, when you start populating this business model canvas for your own startup, if and when you get there, you will face some of those challenges, some of those limitations. So it's useful for us to know what those limitations are. So let's look at some of the limitations that people have identified. So this is a kind of a set of limitations identified by a Swedish guy named Kreinberg. So he identified that there were a few limitations in terms of the business model canvas. For example, it does not include what is the strategic purpose of the business, right? So why do we exist? What are we here for? Things like vision and mission are not anywhere identified in the business model canvas. Now, whether these criticisms are right or wrong is not a judgment that I am making, but it is something that has been discussed widely, and therefore I'm just putting it in front of you. In most cases, this particular author says that profit is the only motive embedded in this model. So you've seen cost structures and revenue streams as the two key ingredients in the business model canvas. And therefore, profit is the only motive that is embedded in the model, is the argument that this criticism makes. And therefore, this business model canvas may not be applicable for enterprises or firms that are in the non-profit sector or in the social sector. So therefore, that might not be a very valid canvas for them. The most important consideration here, which is missing the business model canvas, is it does not take into account competition at all. And it does not mention that these are the people we are going to be fighting against or competing against when trying to deliver the value proposition to the customer. So there is no mention of competition in the BMC. There are different levels of abstraction. So for example, where customer segments and value proposition are fairly highly abstracted. When I talk about highly abstracted, it means that you are talking about the detailing at, let's say, 10,000 feet level. But when it comes to resources and processes, they are fairly detailed. And therefore, you are looking at an abstraction which is far lower. So like 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet. So there is this different level of abstraction in the overall set of elements that have been identified. So this mixing of abstractions is something that is seen as a limitation of the model canvas. And finally, there is no prioritization in terms of the way the blocks should be identified. Although I gave you a series or a sequence which started with customers, went on to value proposition, looked at channels, looked at key customer engagements, looked at revenue streams, resources, processes, partnerships, and cost in that element, in that sequence. But there is no such priority that has been identified that this needs to be done before something else can be done. So these are some of the limitations identified and criticized by this gentleman. And therefore, this person actually created or offered their own model. In some way, that model was built on top of the BMC, but included some of the limitations that were missing. And therefore, It looks at competition in the form of key rivals. It looks at strategic value in terms of the vision mission. Partnerships is still there. Cost and revenues are still there. Customers' value and competencies are still there. So some of the elements such as processes and resources have been removed. Some of the elements which were not there in the form of competition and strategic values has been added. Again, is this the final way in which the business model canvas can be presented? Not necessarily. There are again arguments even with this kind of a canvas. So here is another set of criticism by someone named Ash Maurya, who actually identified limitations. Now, why this is important is that Ash Maurya actually looked at business model canvas as would be applicable for startups. And this is why I included it in this discussion here, because I think you will find many of you who are thinking of starting up would find this particular version or this particular kind of articulation of a business model canvas more easier to populate than the Osterwalder's business model canvas. So what was the criticism by Ash Maurya? One is there is no articulation of a problem being solved. If you recall, it talks about segments, it talks about value proposition, but it does not mention what specific problem I'm trying to solve for the customer. Although there is an embedded understanding when you talk about customer segments, there is an embedded understanding that it starts with problem, but there is no specific articulation of that problem. And therefore, that was identified as the limitation. Likewise, there is no articulation in the business model canvas in terms of what are the current alternatives that are being used to solve a problem. So if someone is interested in buying spectacles, obviously there is an existing solution in the form of going to an optometrist, getting our eyes checked, and then ophthalmologist and getting our eyes checked, and then going to a shop which sells spectacles. So there is an alternative that is available to solve the problem, but it does not find any mention in the business model canvas. There is no discussion on the unfair advantage that a firm has. So for example, if as a startup, I have created something which is a unique advantage that only I can offer, there's no kind of detailing that is possible anywhere. You talk about the value proposition, yes, but the value proposition only talks about how the value is going to get created and delivered to the customer, but it does not say how it will prevent others from competing with me when I want to deliver the value. So for example, existing customers might be an unfair advantage. For example, if you wanted to start up a new ride share app, obviously you struggle with the unfair advantage that the Uber and Ola has over any new ride share app that needs to be popularized, because a lot of people have already downloaded the Uber and Ola apps on their phone, and they would not want to download one more rideshare app in addition to these two. So then Uber and Ola have an unfair advantage, and therefore that is not captured in the business model canvas according to Ashmore. Just as we talked about unfair advantage, the unique value proposition developed by a firm is also not mentioned. So for example, if I have created a unique technique of delivery or of identification of a unique requirement, that has not found any specific mention in the business model canvas. We'll come to that just in a few seconds. It also lacks metrics to measure efficacy and success. They need to be able to focus on some metric that will indicate that they are actually progressing towards being successful. And if you have multiple metric, then it may not be very useful for the startup, because the startup needs to be able to focus only on one metric which can be measured and which can be shown demonstrably as improving or enhancing. But this business model canvas does not capture these metrics. So Maurya actually talked about a lean canvas, and this is the lean canvas, and here he talks about customer segments. he very openly accepts that he built on the business model canvas. And there is an argument in terms of why he built on it and why he not created a separate one. And if anyone is interested, I have given references so you could check those out. But he talks about customer segments. He talks about the problems that the firm is trying to solve for the customers. Remember, in the business model canvas, you saw key partners here. So that has been removed from here. Then he talks about revenue streams, which was there always. He then talks about the solution, which is the number that's missing here, which talks about what is the problem that I'm trying to solve and how am I trying to solve this problem uniquely. Therefore, it comes to the unique value proposition in terms of why this solution is so valuable for the customer who's trying to solve the problem. He then talks about the channels of connecting with the customer, like it was always there. He then mentions the key metrics of success in terms of how am I going to be sure that my solution, which is getting delivered to the customer, is basically successful or is going to ensure that more customers will latch onto it. Then, of course, he comes down to the other things in terms of the cost structure and the unfair advantage. So, startups are concerned, a lot of startups have identified that this might be closer to home in terms of the way that they can articulate things when it comes to their idea. So they can start off by identifying segments of customers that they want to reach out to. They can talk about the problem that they are solving, what is their solution, how is that solution going to make money, what is the unique proposition that they have, which will help people who are going to invest in them to identify the potential that this business has. Then all the other things in terms of channels and unfair advantage metrics, and of course the cost structure. So this is another kind of canvas that has been used. But of course, even this is not the kind of last word, so to say, on canvases or visual representation. There are other visualizations, particularly for social businesses. So here is one which talks about a social business model canvas, which looks at the revenues and the cost structure, but also looks at the surplus, because some of these social businesses would get money through charity and through kind of donations. And so that's something that probably will get understand here. So there are various, so this is one more visualization. There is one more visualization which looks at the external factors which are responsible for the success of the social enterprise. And therefore, it looks at both the influencing or the positively influencing external factors and the negatively influencing external factors, and so on and so forth. So all of these together basically are ways in which the business models are visualized. The strategizer as a group itself has identified other ways of creating visual kind of mechanisms for visual means for identifying value proposition. So this is a value proposition canvas. In fact, if you type value proposition or value canvas in your favorite search engine, you will get hundreds of results in terms of various ways in which the same thing is getting regurgitated. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share with you. I have a list of additional reading and books that you could refer to if you are interested in any of this. Now, it's almost 11, it's almost 12, and I have 10 more minutes for our session. But if at this stage there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those questions. And if there are any questions or if there are any clarifications on anything that we have discussed until now, please do not hesitate to ask me. I will go back and try and explain any of that. So over to the audience if there's any questions or any kind of comments.
So, dear students, please ask your question, type your question in the chat box.
Will someone help me to understand what the questions are? And
Yes, sir, yes.
okay, thank you.
Dear participants, if you have questions, you can please type in.
Okay.
So,
I think until people are able to kind of bring their own questions, let me answer few standard questions which are most commonly kind of asked during the session that I do. Okay, so let me go back to this. So one of the questions that I very frequently get is, how do we define our value proposition? Because all I'm doing is, I know that there is a problem that someone is facing, and I'm trying to solve that problem for the individual or group of individuals. But how do I create a value proposition out of it? So the answer to that lies in not just looking at the solution to the immediate problem that you're trying to solve, but also what else you are doing for the customer. Earlier during Pracheta's session, he talked about some of the unmet or unarticulated expectations or needs that the customer have. Sometimes the customer are not really sure how to expect something, because they think that they are probably the only set of people who want something like that. But oftentimes, if they are able to articulate it, it will become easier for someone to create something that will actually satisfy that need. And in many ways, actually differentiation and unique propositions will come when something like this happens. Let me give you an example. We don't have too many products, at least in India, that are meant for left-handed people. Okay. For example, try using a scissor which is not meant to be used by left-handed people. So most of our scissors are meant to be used by people who are right-handed. Try using a scissor which is meant for right-handed when you are left-handed. You'll find it very difficult. A lot of things that are designed today are designed for right-handed people's usage. Now, let us say I am a left-handed person. I am not, but let us say I am a left-handed person. And I face a lot of trouble in using something as mundane as the mouse. And so how does this product create an offering or an alternative where it can be used both by the right-handed person as well as the left-handed person? And then you will realize that while designing this mouse, someone has actually thought about it, and they have created configurability in the mouse, where you can actually configure the right and left buttons of this mouse by indicating whether it is a left-handed mouse or a right-handed mouse. Now, unless someone really thought about it, it was not going to be easy for the people, to create a product like this. It would have been difficult for the users of those products to be able to develop, to be able to use those products until a new product was developed. Sorry, what I was saying is that when it comes to value proposition, we are essentially talking about identifying that small, probably insignificant detail that is required to create something that people will say, now you've got it. I don't know how you did it, but now you've got what I exactly wanted. Okay. Typically, when we talk about value proposition, we talk about something which is giving the benefits to the customer in terms of what they have been able to say, but sometimes going beyond and giving them the benefits of what they have not articulated. So identifying how to really get to know your customers value expectations which they are not able to articulate is an important element in developing the value proposition. And when I usually do a longer program of 1 day or so, I spend a lot of time helping people in defining what value is and how to create value for the customers or for the targeted audience. So that's one of the questions that gets asked most often. Do we have any questions from participants yet?
No, sir.
Okay, does it look like so? No problem at all. Don't worry
Sir, one
about
question in my mind is it possible instead of going for business model canvas, you can go for business model cube?
business model
Cube.
cube. Okay, so this is the first time
It's
I'm
about
hearing about.
different layers of business models and its effects.
So if you are saying instead of a 2D version, can there be a 3D version?
Yes, yes.
Uh,
Means different parameters affecting the outcome of the business at different levels. That can.
So I have not come across, and thank you for kind of pointing me to it, but I have not come across a visualization which talks about business model canvas in a tiered or in a hierarchical kind of a thing. But it might be an interesting proposition because what you are then saying is that you are looking at business model canvas at different layers of articulation. And maybe that's something that could actually be worthwhile exploring. I'll take a look at that. Thank you for the pointer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining with us and enlightening with all of us with your knowledge. It gave us a deep insight of business model canvas with the different example. You have simplified this 9 different blocks, building blocks of business model, from customer segmentation to uh, viability. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us and joining us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity and look forward to further interactions whenever they are available.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a
Thank you.
lot and taking time for us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. My pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Break. Dear participant, you should fill this form
Good afternoon, participants. We'll be starting within 5 minutes. Good afternoon. Just a minute. Good afternoon, participant, and welcome back to our session. Chirag sir, can you hear me? Yeah, Chirag sir, am I audible? Yeah. Hello, Chirag sir.
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome.
Yes. So, good afternoon, participant. We'll be starting our next session on IPR landmarks and growth culture by Chirag sir. So, before we start, I would like to introduce Chirag sir. So, Chirag sir is founder of Inc. ID and has 15 years of experience in IPR uh, and also he's mentoring many startups, incubator universities, and help the all these startups and entrepreneurs in setting up IPRs. So I welcome you, Chirag sir, on the behalf of College of Engineering Pune. Over to you, Chirag sir.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Doctor. I'll just share this presentation. Yeah, this is visible,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay.
It's
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chirag Khanna. I run Inc. ID. We do all forms of intellectual property rights, and ever since we started Inc. ID in around 2010, that is when we started focusing on startups a lot. We handle startups through their intellectual property rights journey. Uh, and see to it that basically the spend on IPR is in correlation with the growth of a company. That is what this talk focuses on. That almost always the biggest question is how do we pace the spend, because IPR is an R&D expense, and while you are as a startup founder, while you wear many hats, one of the hats that you must wear is obviously spending on IPR as well. How do you then ensure that spending on IPR, spending on resources, spending on product development, spending on building your team, along with that, how do you make sure that even this gets joined in your journey? So that is where this is focused on. Some examples of how successful startups have grown over the years in your own backyard, and how they have used IP to leverage leverage that product. So I think one of the most important things in today's startup ecosystem is intellectual property rights, whether you are in India or whether you are in an advanced jurisdiction like US. And Dr. Gambhir mentioned in the morning, right, that whatever happens, just like a baby is born, you christen it, you name it, just like that, the moment an idea is born and you feel that it is something viable or something that the market needs or the market would respond to, you need to go and file a provisional patent application. So he stressed on that fact, and I will also stress on that exact same fact. That the moment an idea is born, go do your provisional patent filings so that you have 1 year's time period to uh, safe zone is what we call. You have 1 year safe zone to experiment with your idea, play around with your idea. If you think that it is not viable at the end of 1 year, you can obviously automatically abandon that application. But at a very basic cost, that can be done. But let me backtrack a little bit, and in this talk, I'll focus on commercialization of IPR and the spend on IPR that I mentioned. Landmarks of IPR with respect to growth of a startup journey. So let me backtrack a little bit. What is intellectual property rights? Essentially, and it is an output of the intellect, hence the word intellectual comes into the picture. It is very similar to creating something. So as property is a tangible asset, This is an intangible asset, but it is nonetheless an asset. So hence the word property is ascribed to it. And rights are created because of various acts in our legal system, like the Patent Act, Copyright Act, Trademark Act, Design Act. What the government basically says is that you disclose your idea to the public, and in return, we will give you a limited or a finite right to practice that invention, or basically to give you a monopoly to prevent others from doing that exact same thing. So intellectual property rights are basically rights created for intangible assets. And they are very similar to tangible assets. They have the same kind of value. And if they have the same type of value, the same kind of protection needs to be granted to intellectual property rights as well. So biggest question here is, what happens? What is the kind of similarity? So when you go and let's say buy a tangible property, what do? The first thing that you do is you go and check whether that property is available for purchase or not. You may have looked at that property on a website or on some hoarding, but you do one of two things. You go and see the property, but that is also not enough. Just seeing the property does not mean that it is available for sale. You do some search for a property, for a physical property, I am saying. In a title search, you go and see whether the person who is selling you the property has unfettered legal rights to sell that property to you at all to begin with. That there are no hindrances in that property. There are no legal cases regarding to that property. So you do a title search. Similarly, in intellectual property rights, in all forms of intellectual property rights, whether it's patents, trademarks, copyright, designs, whatever it is, you do something called as a prior art search, or or in trademarks, it's not called prior art search, it's called the basic search. So you do a search to see whether that particular item or that particular intellectual property right is available for you to purchase or not. Every intellectual property right is territorial in nature, which means that if you file for a patent in India, it will be valid only in India. The search for a patent, however, the prior art search or the title search that I mentioned is global in nature, because science does not have any geographical boundaries. Law has territorial and regional boundaries, but science does not have uh, territorial boundaries. So you cannot say that this is an advancement of science, of Indian science, or this is an advancement of Singaporean science. Science is just science. So prior art search is one of the most important things that you do when you file for a patent application, before you begin, or any form of intellectual property right. But let's say if it's trademarks, then what happens is you go and search in that particular jurisdiction. If your company is called, let's say, Ink ID, and I want to practice only in India, I will only go and check whether Ink ID is available for me to purchase in India or not. Different forms of intellectual property rights. I have been in the previous slide also I mentioned there are 4 forms of intellectual property rights that are commonly practiced: patents, trademarks, copyright, designs. There are some more which are not very common, but these are as startup founders, whether you are in the creative field or non-creative field, or whether you are in the technical field or non-technical field. These are 4 jargons or that come under the umbrella term of intellectual property rights, which are practiced day in and day out. So this is one visual example of what a single product, what are the various forms of intellectual property rights ascribed to it, or that come or lie underneath a simple product. So the first thing, the most important thing, whether you are a technical company, whether you are a non-technical company, whether you are a creative startup, non-creative startup, is trademark. That's the most basic form of intellectual property right that you can own without thinking. That is the name of your company or the name of a brand under that company. So in this case, the name of the company is Nespresso. Now, Nespresso is a unique word. It goes, and that is why it is a very good trademark. Names, brand names, logos all go as trademark applications. The second important thing is design application. If you have to protect the shape of any physical product, not its functioning, remember the shape. If a shape has to be protected, then it goes as design product, design registration. The entire Samsung versus Apple war was based on was started with a design patent application, where Apple went and said that they have a design on a rectangular phone with rounded corners with one button, and Samsung should not have copied that very basic design to begin with, because the moment a design is captured, there is confusion in the market. So if you have to protect the shape of any item or a physical product, then design registrations become applicable. So in this case, the milk frother design is unique. It may be ergonomic or something like that. That is what gets protected under a design registration. One of the most important, and again, simultaneously the most complex forms of intellectual property rights, which is debated day in and day out, is patent application. If you have to protect the functioning or logic or working principle of any item, as long as that logic or functioning or working fits within the parameters of science and technology, a patent application can be filed. One more consideration is that it should bring along with it something advantageous, because the entire world does not want to see reinvention of the wheel. If something already exists, you you should not. I mean, what is the reason of duplicating it? They would want to see what is it that you are bringing to the table. For that advantage, you would get a patent application. So in this case, the working of a machine could be a patent application. The method of extracting coffee from a capsule by virtue of this machine can be a patent application. And there can be hundreds of patent applications for this machine. Maybe maintaining the correct temperature right up till the point that it is discharged could be one patent application. How milk and water and coffee make a homogeneous mixture inside the machine, the apparatus of it could be another patent application. So although it looks as a single machine, it could be covered by hundreds of patent applications. If you take a simple mobile phone today, uh, there is hardware, there is software, there is telecommunication, probably covered by more than at least 10,000 patents. A single mobile phone would be covered by at least 10,000 patent applications across the world. How it communicates everything. If you are in the creative field, copyrights start becoming more pronounced. So anything and anything to do with protection of literary work, uh, musical work, cinematographic work, artwork, layout, all that goes under copyright application. So in this case, the entire layout of this brochure or this marketing material becomes the subject matter of copyright material. If there is a brochure that comes along with you, the literary part of that brochure goes as one copyright. So copyright is basically expression of an idea, not the idea itself. Idea itself can rarely be protected, but expression of that idea in one particular medium is protected by copyright application. And one of the biggest examples of this is, maybe the Harry Potter series. Harry Potter as a concept of wizards and witches going to school, and then there being a villain and fighting between the wizards and witches and the villain. That idea itself is not copyrighted, but the moment a book was written on that idea, the book became one copyright. The moment a movie was made on that same idea, the movie became another copyright of the same idea. If a play were to be made of that same idea, then it would have another copyright. If a musical song would have been made of that same idea, then it would have another copyright. So you see, that same idea is now protected by multiple copyright mechanisms depending on how that idea is expressed. So that becomes very important in the copyright application. One other important thing here again is, you see, the fifth thing is trade secret. The blend of ingredients you may not want to disclose to anybody. That is sort of a recipe, so it does not go under science. Recipes are not necessarily science as such. They don't bring about a technical advantage as such. So they can go in as trade secret. Biggest example of this in the world is Coca-Cola or any big chain recipe, for example. No, basically what they produce is a black drink. It has no useful effect on the human body. If it had useful effect on the human body, it would be categorized as pharmaceutical products or drugs, and then it could have patents around it. But because it's a simple recipe and just a black drink with a certain taste, there is no other copy or other mechanism. There is no formal intellectual property right mechanism that can protect it. So such a thing goes under trade secret. Now, trade secret is no formal registration. There is no trade secret office where you go and deposit your recipe, and in return they give you a trade secret certificate. It is just a mechanism that you deploy in house to make sure that that secret does not leak. Then the last example is coffee capsules, and there can be a variety again of applications here. Just the shape of that capsule can go as design protection. The manner in which the vacuum protection happens inside that capsule can become patent application. If the capsule has a certain other name apart from Nespresso, then that can go as trademark registration. So in a startup, you will have to figure out what is the most important form of intellectual property right. If it is a technology startup, almost always, definitely you need to think about patents, because that's the first question that people will ask you. Your investors will ask you that, have you filed any patent application? Because what they want to see is that you are doing something new. You are not reinventing the wheel, or you are not doing something that was already there. The presumption of a patent is basically good enough for investors to figure out that you are doing something cool, that you're doing something unique that somebody else has not done. So if I have to touch base on patents a little more, this is what a final granted patent looks like. Towards the left, two are granted US patents. Towards the right is an Indian patent certificate that is granted. Uh, why we do patents? Again, what it protects, I told you, it protects the functioning or logic or working principle of any form of science or technology. So it could be mechanical, automobile engineering, biomedical engineering, or pharmaceutical or chemistry. Three things you need to remember: that there should be a technical problem that you are addressing, there should be a technical solution to that technical problem that you are addressing, and this technical solution towards that technical problem should bring about a technical advantage. As long as you are able to show these three things to a patent controller or a patent officer, the patent officer will, along with the title search or prior art search that I showed you, that nobody in this world has thought of this solution bringing about this advantage, you can get a patent application for it. When you file a patent application, get a grant, essentially this is what happens. The yellow markers that you see here, the yellow pens that you see here, basically that defines the boundary of your invention. So every patent application has something called a set of claims, which essentially define the boundaries of your patent application. Nobody or no patent office in the world will see what you have built. They will only check what we write as a patent application. So you need to make sure that these claims and the definition or the entire patent specification that I mentioned should be written very correctly. There is something called as techno-legal jargon, so that these yellow markers that you see, there is no loophole there. So if these are beautifully crafted and defined, then you have a good enough fence. And what happens with that fence is, if anybody wants to now enter your territory, which is the blue line, they will have to pay you royalty or licensing fees, or they will have to make agreements with you to allow to purchase from you those certain rights to allow them to use that property. If somebody illegally wanders around in your territory, you can obviously go to a court of law, show how your technology or how your claims maps onto their practice or what they are practicing, and you can get royalties, damages in return. Almost always there will be a green path. The green path means that almost always there will be an alternative path, which will be which will probably exist. But if these yellow markers that I mentioned, the claims, the definition of your invention, if they are beautifully defined, then almost always the alternative path should be or would be lesser in performance or provide a reduced output than what you are claiming. But the green path will almost always exist. You just have to make sure that your yellow picket fence is good enough. That is the purpose of a patent application. As most startup founders or even research students, you would probably know how to invent. With this, with these the things that I explained right now, you would probably also know by now how to protect, in which bucket to fit it in: trademark, copyright, design, patent applications. You would also probably know how to protect. But the main essential question and the subject matter of this talk is, what do you do eventually about it? And Mr. Pracheta mentioned one thing of invention versus innovation. So I'll touch base on that as well, because that ties up with commercialization. Just inventing something for the purposes of academic reasons is not generally good enough. So patents serve a variety of purpose. Essentially, I told you, in my previous slide, that the presumption of a patent is generally good enough for an investor to invest in a company, because then the investor has assumed that you are doing something cool, you are doing something that has not been done in the market before. You have done your prior art research. So essentially, it is the beginning of a journey towards creating your yellow fence or your asset. The yellow fence defines your asset in an intangible space. So although you can't see it, it does exist on a piece of paper by way of the patent application. So it starts as a defensive mechanism. It starts as a form of protection. It starts as a form of recognition, because once you have a patent granted, especially in an advanced jurisdiction, that means that that is proof enough for any other company who is looking at your startup. That is proof enough that there is something interesting that you are building. Eventually, it should be, I showed the red line that I showed you in the picket fence diagram earlier. It should be serve as a deterrent. If you grow big, if you are making revenues and people are willfully infringing or copying your technology, then you can definitely stop them at a court of law. So eventually, it should get to deterrent place. In some advanced jurisdictions, you can also mortgage because it is a property, and like general property can be mortgaged and you can get a loan or insurance in return. This form of physical property can also be mortgaged and you can get a loan in return towards running your company. So if we talk about a startup journey, right, these are the 5 things that I will keep on mentioning again and again towards the end of my talk, right from now on. A startup journey will need to be classified in these 5-6 steps. First step is deployment, then comes testing phase, then comes pivoting phase, then comes deployment phase, then comes the acceleration phase, and eventually monetization phase. So the point is, at what phase or at what step, what do you do at each step? Apart from building your business in this manner, what do you do in terms of intellectual property right filing, and where does IP fit in? Well, that is one of the biggest questions that people ask me, that where does, in all of this, where and how does IP fit in? So at most part, from thought and logic till right up till execution, the idea is to gain some sort of recognition, to gain some sort of presumption of recognition by filing into various intellectual property rights. And when some other company is looking at buying your startup, or whether you are doing an IPO of your company, at that point in time, all this is thoroughly evaluated during due diligence. The amount of users that you have, if you are a SaaS product, that is what is analyzed, because that is also a form of informal IP. The amount of formal assets that you have created in terms of patents, trademarks, designs, copyrights, that is what will be assessed. All those things are assessed, and then a value is ascribed to each one during the final stage of monetization. But this journey, again, I'll say this again: development, testing, pivoting, deployment, acceleration, and monetization. This is what is important. And at every step, what kind or what stage of IPR you should be at, I will explain that in the future with exactly with respect to these steps. So when it comes to commercialization of startups, one of the things that Mr. Pracheda mentioned in the morning, that what is the difference? He explained this slide, right? If you remember, invention versus innovation versus creativity. So I leave creativity out of the picture right now. Invention versus innovation. So invention is something that is showed that when you are ideating something on a piece of paper, you invent something and maybe not make money out of it. Here you are spending money on the R&D expense. You are filing for patent application. You are inventing something. You are putting money in and getting knowledge out, because the whole idea of intellectual property rights is you disclose your knowledge to the public, and the state in return gives you a limited monopolistic right. So you put money in, disclose your idea to the public, you're getting knowledge out. But a startup's journey does not end there. In fact, it starts there. It starts with a dip in your reserves. Then comes the phase of innovation. This is where the process of money making comes in. So innovation is now putting that knowledge to use, putting more other forms of knowledge. Up until now, probably you have just put in technical knowledge. Now you need to wear other hats and put in business knowledge. You need to put in your money making skills, finance skills, people skills, everything. Start putting the variety of knowledges in, and you need to start getting money out, either for you or for the investors in your company. And an effective marketplace basically determines that whatever you are doing via inventing and innovation is basically that is what the market needs, because you cannot just jump steps and create what the market necessarily does not need. The marketplace is a determinant of the fact that your invention and innovation is in line with what the people want, people of that area want. If we plot an axis of the various forms of intellectual property, towards the left, you will see that it is an ideation stage. This is your invention stage. Then comes the development stage, and towards the end comes your market deployment phase or your money making phase. So 100% what is true for patents and designs is before that disclosure happens to anybody, whether physically, meaning verbally or in publication, patents and designs have to be filed. So, which is again going back to what Dr. Gambhir said, the first thing that the moment you think that you have done something cool, go and file a patent application. If it's just a physical product, that go and file a design application. Trademarks and copyrights are not limited by this. Trademarks and copyright can be filed at any point in time. Of course, the sooner you file, the better. But if you have started using a name and not filed for a trademark, it is still okay. But patents and designs don't work that way. If the first thing that you need to do is go and file at the patent office or the design office, and only then you can disclose to the general public. Otherwise, your own disclosure will hamper your own growth. Right? So basically, this in patents again, you need to preempt what the market needs in the development phase. Then in the pivoting and deployment stage, you get market feedback and start working around or with that idea, depending on how the market is responding. Now, there are two ways again to monetize. Let's say you have invented something or you have created something. That invention part is over. Now, the innovation part needs to kick in. Now, how do you do that? One is you can obviously do it by your own self, or you can appoint others or just give it to others. When it comes to self doing it, obviously the most biggest jargon that is used today is the startup ecosystem. So you can do your own startup company. Almost all universities today are employed with these mechanisms to help students to get on with their startup journey. You can purely just license your technology to a bigger company or a different company who would want to use that technology, and in turn get some royalty for it or get a lump sum amount for it. This is easier said than done. Or enter into a joint venture with an industry partner to see how to now make a new product or a new technology with a stake of both parties. So that happens in the self mode. In other mode, it is very simple. You just sell off your IP, or you just give away your IP at a certain nominal sum, or again a licensing or a certain royalty fee to somebody else. So then it is not your headache. But again, the other part is very rare. I mean, it's easier said than done. Startups, although more complicated, is a better way of monetizing your invention, as far as I have seen. Different kinds of again monetization. Going back to this slide, what are the different kinds of licenses and agreements? Licensing out means you are giving out the technology that you have built to somebody. In building your startup, you may realize that other people, you are dependent on other pieces of technology which you now need to license in. So there can be licensing in of technology as well. So now the play of various forms of intellectual property rights comes in. Your technology is being exploited by you, but you need to exploit somebody else's technology also in order for it to progress. So then licensing in, licensing out agreements come into the picture. Sometimes what may happen that if there are two companies, the cross licensing agreements come into picture. Happens in the telecom industry day in and day out. So let's say there are two telecom industry players. Maybe one is a hardware builder, one is a software builder. They will almost always cross license their technology, which means that company A will tell company B that you use XYZ of my intellectual property rights, and I will use 1, 2, 3 of your company intellectual property rights. We will not pay licensing fees to each other. We will not sue each other. And in turn, you grow your company and we will grow our company. So cross licensing is also fairly common as long as you have good amount of intellectual property rights. cross licensing also becomes important. So even if a company like Nokia today, which went bust years ago, they have such a massive pool of portfolio that they still continue to cross license, they still continue to license out their technologies, and they still make a lot of money. They have successfully, they were successfully bought over by Google, and a consortium was formed, and they were successfully able to sue Apple, I think around 2 3 years ago, for a very, very large sum just based on their intellectual property right, which was created way back in the 90s and in the early 2000s. That is the value of IP that Nokia holds even today. And one other form of, maybe not so much in the technical space, but in the services industry is franchising. If you have a brand that, a reputed brand that you have created, then you can have a franchise model of that brand. Again, which means that IP is franchised to other people to use and market and sell. Then there are different forms of licenses, non-exclusive licenses, like exclusive licenses, sole licenses. Those all we can get into later. Another form of, one of the, again, as I said, entire, what is the whole point of doing a startup is to make money. And money can come in via three routes into a company. One is via funding from investors, where, or funds, where they will acquire a stake in your company at a certain value. You give away a share of your company and take that money into the company. But that is not the final aim of a startup. That's just fuel for a startup. Another portion of that fuel for a startup is grants. Grants is sort of free money that various research institutes across the world provide, state governments provide, central governments provide, some colleges provide. So grants is another form of money. The third form of money, obviously, and the most important form of money coming into a startup is obviously selling the services and products that the startup is supposed to sell. So three forms of funding, and it can be a function as students, especially. It is a play between students, universities, funders, grants, industries. The whole point of this slide is that you need to make sure of what is your deal with each of these stakeholders, as we call it. You are a stakeholder where you want to go and make money on your startup, but you need to first make sure who is the owner of that IP, whether you are the owner or whether university is that owner. Then you need to make sure whether funders and grants, when they are putting money into that company, what are they getting out of it eventually? Are they getting something in return right now, or are they getting something in 5 years down the line, or are they getting something in return when the company is sold? And there will always be industry players. You will always need industry support to grow your startup. So all of these uh, relationships between stakeholders need to be converted into a form of agreements or licensing deals at the very start. This cannot happen later. So while you have created your IP, you also need to mathematically ensure that all these stakeholders get their reasonable due. Not only that, you need to make sure that they do not impede your growth later on. So everything and anything should be converted into a form of agreements right from the start. That is one of the key takeaways of this slide. This slide basically shows, again, if you look at the x-axis, it talks about seed stage, startup stage, early growth stage, and established stage. This is similar to the stages that I mentioned: the stage of development, stage of testing, stage of pivoting, stage of deployment, stage of acceleration, and stage of monetization. At the very first comes in your 3F, which is called friends, family, and fools. At the next step come in angel funds, or maybe public funds such as grants and the free money that I talked about. Then, as and how the company grows, once your product starts taking physical form, then venture capitalists start coming in. These are the big boys in the game. And then there are bigger boys in the game, which are private equity players who would invest a huge amount of money, but also take a huge amount of equity in return. But they will make sure that you are poised to capture that particular area of technology, or that, or basically poised to capture the world. And that is how a startup progresses. So over the years, what happened is, in my introduction, I told you that we work with a large number of startups. Over the last 10 years or 12 years, we have held startups right from their naydays to their heydays, as we call it. So we have worked from startups right from their ideation phase to their exit phase. And over the last 10, 12 years, we have seen that at least twice, because every startup needs between 5 to 9 years to basically uh, get to an exit. And in our own backyard, in Pune, in Bombay, in Bangalore, there have been so many examples of companies where we have handled and taken them to, I mean, they have grown towards success using IPR as one of their clutches. So the entire world basically is talking about intellectual property rights when it comes to startups, right? But there are those bigger companies like Microsoft or Apple or Google who spend a lot of money in protecting their intellectual property rights because money is not an issue for them. And then the second rung of startups where money is almost always and forever an issue, right? So how do you pace yourself in this growth journey? So as a patent agent, we get first eyes on technology before we apply this IPR makeup and make sure that it becomes presentable to the world. So over the years, basically, I have figured out that what can be landmarks on intellectual property rights and how can we correlate that to growth of a company. And I'll give you some examples. So the first question that we asked or that I get asked was, is IP a myth? Is IP a buzz? Is IP a giant? Or is it just a mind-festered checkered board? What is it? Where? How much importance should be placed to it? So what I did was we, as a part of our research, we looked at various companies across the world. Now, this first company that you see is a Pune-based company. They started in around 2012 and they got to an exit in 2017. 2010 maybe they have started. 2017 they got to an exit, in a fantastic exit in 2017. The other companies, you can list them down. I'll go to each one of them one by one in my next slide. But basically, we created various buckets of how can we look at different companies purely from an IP perspective and from their performance perspective. So if I take the first example of Praxify, what it did was it was a medical healthcare startup. Ever since I met the founder in around 2011-12, the founder was very clear, even when they didn't have money, he was very clear that IP should be protected at all costs. So I've seen them grow from a 3-member team to a 150-member team in 2017 when they got bought over for 63 million in the by a US-based listed company. So the founder was very, very clear way back that all and every form of intellectual property rights was to be protected. We started working on the IPR and they exited in 2017 for $63 million. But the way they worked was very beautiful. What they did was, so again, I will refer to those stages. At the development stage, which is the pilot stage, when they felt that there is a market need, when they felt that there is a technical problem that is to be assessed, they started building the technical solution. That is where the first provisional patent applications were filed. This was a zero-click patent application that we filed for them at their pilot stage. So at this point of time, it is not open to public at all. At this point of time, they were just privately testing within themselves of whether such a technology would benefit the medical world or not. So that is what they did at development phase, filed their provisional patent application. Then over the next 2 years, once the product started getting built, they engaged with certain privileged doctors and hospitals. So Ruby Hospital was one test deployment center. As and how they now started talking to market, entered the market and started getting feedback from clients. They started building more and more valuable technology. So we now started filing more provisional patent applications related to filters in the medical space, timelines in the medical space, various different GUIs that a doctor would be comfortable working with in the medical healthcare space. So here the testing phase, the second phase started. Now, at the third stage, they started going to international markets. They got they got to participate in a world-renowned accelerator, and the accelerator took them to various foreign markets. Now, when they started talking to foreign markets and doctors in foreign jurisdictions, they realized that what they were building was not necessarily the best version of the technology that they had imagined at the pilot stage. So here comes the pivoting stage. Now they started pivoting with the idea. So if I have to go back, zero click was an idea of engaging with the platform in a touch-based manner. Then they realized that doctors do not like to type or touch or work on platforms. They would want a voice-based mechanism. So they pivoted at this stage. The third stage of pivoting from their original technology kicked in when they started talking to US doctors. So this was their sort of acceleration phase where foreign companies now started talking to them, and they started. So then we filed one more IP, a pivoted IP on voice-based zero click, which was the pivoted IP of the first zero click that we filed. So this happened at the pivoting stage. Then they realized, then this basically formed, or they planted a pillar of this technology, and then they realized now there are more AI related things that they can do. Now that voice and engagement with doctors is sorted, they started building artificial intelligence, and they built two more platforms, one for a suggester and one for a synthesizer. We filed more patent applications around in this area. This is where they started accelerating. The product was completely developed. Now it started getting deployed in multiple hospitals across the world. And once this IP was filed and it became public, once the technology was being deployed in various markets, then bigger players such as Athena started looking at them. They started looking at the product, they started looking at the IP. And these were the two IPs basically which caught everyone's fancy, and then they were bought out for the $63 million sum that we said. And this has happened over the last 10 years in your own backyard in Pune. It's a very beautiful story. But basically, the point was that the founders were able to, even when they didn't have money, they were extremely focused on creation of technology and protection of the intellectual property created by that technology. That was what was very crucial. And eventually, it was this IP that caught the buyer's eye, which is why they made gold. In stark contrast, you can take one other example of Fitbit. Now, Fitbit is a seemingly technology-wise, it has not, I won't say much to offer. Of course, it is revolutionary. But what they did was they built small features on an already known technology of, let's say, pedometer, and got to where they were. It became a fitness craze to own a Fitbit. But because this is typical Silicon Valley culture. Somebody like Praxify made such an amount of money based on just a portfolio of 10 or 15 patent applications. But if you look at Silicon Valley culture, their entire culture is to file, and money is never an issue in Silicon Valley. So if you look at Fitbit's application for a seemingly non-patentable technology, they have 329 granted patents and 91 pending US patents. They were even sued by Jawbone, but that's a different story. And then there is obviously the biggest players of the world, somebody like Apple, somebody like IBM. When Apple lost around $200 million to Creative way back in 2001, when they launched the iPod, that's when Steve Jobs decided that nothing doing, we will file for everything and anything on this earth that is made in Apple. So that's why the entire Samsung versus Apple story happened, where the only design element there was a rectangular phone with rounded corners and one button. The the box in which the iPhone comes is also protected by a design patent. The entire store is protected by a design and trademark application. The glass staircase in an Apple store is also protected by patents and design applications. So they have a massive portfolio. And then there is the story of IBM, one of the biggest. Year after year, the largest amount of intellectual property rights is awarded to IBM in the US every year. I think 2 years ago, they had, I think, an average of 3 grants per day. To get to 3 grants per day, they must have filed at least 10 or 15 patent applications a day, or probably more. But that was their record of sorts. There are other companies in the US, across the world, where you can see similar large company strategies. On the exact other side, there are companies who do not build products, just focus on intellectual property rights. And these are those 4 examples. Very risky proposition, but in a country like US, they have managed. These are software patents, game-defining software patents these people have filed, not build any product, but sued big companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google, all of these. So Ringo, towards the last thing, you will see that Ringo is one company. What they did was they had technology related to AdWords, and single-handedly they could sue Google and get a $1 billion plus verdict, plus a revenue of the US AdWords sales, because the entire technology on which Google AdWords was built was basically patented by Ringo first. Entire digital rights management, iTunes, for example, iTunes revolutionized digital rights management, which meant that you pay and you get something, you get digital rights in return. What happens in Netflix, for example, you pay and you get to viewership rights in that particular geography in return. So digital rights management was single-handedly made available to the public by Apple, but the IP was filed by a company called Vernatex. There were four guys in the US who formed a company and came out with this technology of digital rights management. There are many examples, but again, as I said, it's a very risky proposition to just hold IP and not build a product, because cost of litigation become very, very, very high, and nobody is just going to even if they're Apples or Googles of the world, they will still, I mean, they will fight you to that nail, even though they may have hundreds of billions of dollars in reserve. Nobody is just going to part with their money. And on the exact, again, another dimension altogether, what I call is outliers culture, is a company called Theranos. What happened with Theranos was something shocking. This is the ugly side of IP. For 15 long years, their founder, under the guise of secrecy laws, IP laws, and whatnot, their founder Elizabeth Holmes could exploited the entire system to make people believe that they were creating magic in the blood testing industry. They exploited that loophole very, very well for a long, long amount of time, because what happens is patents define a theoretical boundary of that technology, and while real world technology defines the practical boundary. So these guys intelligently fooled people into believing that they were beyond the theoretical boundaries, but before the practical realities of the real world. And in that loophole, they could fool people for a mind-blowing amount of 15 years. But again, one of the most interesting and surprising things that their patents get granted even today. Although that technology does not exist, or it may be bullshit or whatever, the technology, the patent gets granted even today. And they have a massive portfolio, 155 granted US patents, 47 patent US applications pending. One of the other large examples is Samsung. What in the phones business, Samsung obviously is a behemoth in other fields, but in the phones business, what started as being a copycat of Apple's phones and tablets, basically they have a massive portfolio. You can see the numbers down there. They have flooded the market with relatively cheap variants, but they have, what they started and what they are now is completely different story. But again, they have used IP as one of their foundation pillars. So the whole idea is, does profit and progress go hand in hand? Does IPR spend and growth, do they correlate? So if you look at this slide, again, it traverses the same journey of deployment to monetization. So what a startup needs to do is think of the deepest questions. This is right at the ideation stage. Look at what others in the history of the technology have done. This is your prior art search or the title search that I have mentioned before. Understand those technologies, their lacunae. Understand what you are bringing to the picture. That is where going to the logic maze of trying out new ideas comes into the picture. And then start building and anticipate. The last slide talks about the pivoting part. You need to select the right part. You need to understand market pulse, market feedback, and pivot your company or grow your technology as and how the market necessitates it. I think in one of the talks, I think Dr. Gambhir only included, do not fall in love with your idea. This is exactly what it means. If you have defined in your head a particular path, almost always that path will never work. You need to figure out what are those forks in the path time and again. Those forks in the path are decided or determined by market feedback or what customers want. And you will have to innovate on the fly. Maybe not invent on the fly, but innovation in your business models will have to be in the fly, which is what this last point means. Anticipate which turn leads to treasure and which leads to certain death. So one of the penultimate questions is it possible to have IPR landmarks which correlate with growth? I gave you the entire Praxify journey, what they did. And if I have to again correlate with those stages that I have been mentioning time and again, file your provisional patent applications at your development stage. The moment you think that you have a good enough solution to a problem which is not addressed in the market, file your provisional patent applications. Then start doing your prior art search while simultaneously starting to build out your product. This is again your development stage. Here you have just your core founding members and you are working probably in a garage somewhere. This is what the provisional patent applications in development stage talk about. Once you start testing your idea, with the Praxify, I gave you example of Ruby Clinic. That was their first test private customer. Once you start testing your idea, then start completely defining your idea in terms of the yellow picket fence that I showed you earlier. The complete patent application. Start now completely defining your patent application. Once you start again deploying that tested application and whatever you have filed, now is the time to accelerate, because this is the time when venture funds will put money in you. You will get connected to accelerators or incubators. They will start connecting you to the market. This is where your technology will either try to evolve, or you will start building newer technologies to address larger market places in that same space. So here more patents start coming in, more provisional starts coming in. Each provisional again goes to the cycle of prior art search and complete patent application in correlation with their respective development and deployment stages. And once a big player comes in, once the company has started making money, once private equity players have started coming in, once the world has started looking at what you are doing, then you can start filing for foreign jurisdictions as well. Right? So this is where the patent grants come into the picture. So today India is ranked at number 23 in the startup ecosystem, number 52 in the innovation IP index. These are just some correlative data across, if we compare ourselves to advanced jurisdictions or middle jurisdictions. But the final question is this, is protection or is IPR in conflict with our larger goals, because it is a spend which comes before money comes in? Is it something that is hand in glove with our larger goals, or is it just an over the top perfunctory mechanism which people just want to see and maybe they don't understand? So what is the answer here? So the answer is very simple. Yeah. The answer is very simple here. The answer lies in the justification of intellectual property rights. And justification in intellectual property rights is either economical justification, ethical justification, or empirical justification. But the bottom line is this, it may seem irrelevant if we have to mathematically or directly correlate intangible assets with growth or intangible assets with tangible assets. If you have to mathematically correlate, it becomes very, very difficult. But one takeaway point, and my final point is going to be this, that you must remember that big companies can do to startups what startups with IP can do to big companies, which means that if you have to protect yourself from the Apples and Microsofts and Googles of the world in terms of technology or in terms of what you have built, then IP is the only answer. Once you have IP, it becomes very difficult for bigger companies or almost impossible for bigger companies to replicate that exact same technology. They will have to buy you out. So that is where the exit thing comes in. Yeah, so that was my final takeaway.
Dear participant, you can ask your question in chat box.
Mr. Chirag, till
Yeah.
the participants type their questions, I have one small question for you.
Yeah.
What is a non-exclusive license and exclusive license?
An exclusive license means, let's say COEP holds the intellectual property right, and COEP would give only one person the right to practice that invention for a finite amount of time. So let's say COEP gives an exclusive license to student A to practice that invention for a finite amount of time. That's an exclusive license. A non-exclusive license would mean that COEP is giving that same license to student A also. It is giving it to student B also. It is giving it to industry A also. So it becomes distributed. So that's exclusive versus non-exclusive.
But then he get the person who gives license, he gets something in.
That could be different. That could be a different. It can be just a function of some amount of money upfront or some amount of money later on, or it could be based on if they're selling products, it could be, let's say, 10% of that product every year is not supposed to be paid to the owner of that item.
So it is the way you do the
Want to structure it. All permutation combinations are possible. From a student's perspective or from a starter's perspective, they need to make sure that it is always an exclusive license. They don't. They wouldn't want some other players doing the same thing, the same technology. Then it's just unfair.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chirag, we didn't know that you were there right from the beginning in the morning. I didn't.
No, morning I attended, and then I.
We didn't have any message from you that you will be attending, so I thought you may be busy. Otherwise,
No problem.
thanks a lot for joining. And
Okay.
right from the morning, you are there. I could understand now.
No.
I don't think.
Yeah, sir. I think participants have no questions right now. There is no
No
question
problem.
chat.
No problem. They can
Yes.
always ask me at any point of time later on.
So thank you, sir. It was overall a very nice session. You nicely explained with case studies, different company scenario with in case of IPR, and also how idea can be copyrighted at multiple levels and commercialization of IPR. So it was overall nice session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your sparing time for this event. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Thanks a lot for joining, sir.
Thank you. Participant next session will start in next 8 minutes. literacy activist and author of the best-selling book Romancing the Balance Sheet. Sir is a founder of Lampon School of Management Private Limited, and he holds degree in commerce law and doctorate in taxation. Sir, we are very happy to have a speaker for this session. I welcome you on the behalf of College of Engineering Pune, sir. Over to you, Anil, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rahul. Good afternoon, participants. I hope we can make this as an interactive session. So keep putting your comments in the chat box because that's very important. I will start somewhere, but let's try and interact as much as possible. So folks, my subject is finance. I just saw the title is also awareness about finances, more appropriately, finance management. Let me talk about a few mistakes entrepreneurs in generally make and startup entrepreneurs particularly. But before that, I don't know your existing familiarity with a subject like finance. I don't know your how familiar you are with a statement called balance sheet. You know, two financial statements every organization makes. One is called a profit loss account, second is called a balance sheet. As the name suggests, a profit and loss account is designed to tell you whether you have made a profit or a loss. Your enterprise has made a profit. Let's see if we can have some chat. Can somebody comment? When do we say an organization is making a profit? What is the condition necessary to make a profit? Somebody put some comment on the chat to make sure whether it works or not. I've got this chat box open in front of me. Somebody say anything, say hi or say something to make sure that does it work? Yeah. Rahul, you wrote test, right? Yeah. So that works. Correct, Nachiket. Profit is a situation where the income of the organization exceeds the expenses. The income is greater than one more appropriate word would be expense rather than expenditure. Hopefully, I'll get the time to explain what do I mean by that. When the situation of a company is good and winds are in its flow, no, that's not when you make a profit, Deepak. Under such situation, also some companies manage to make a loss, but good one. So profit loss account, you know, in accounts, everything is made in a T format. A typical accountant prepares it in a T format. There are figures on the right, there are figures on the left. Nowadays, to make it user-friendly, by the time this information reaches you, they make it vertical in presentation. But let me talk about a T format. So if profit is the difference between incomes and expenses, so in one side of the statement, incomes appear, on the other side, expenses appear, then you total up the two sides, find out is income greater than expense, then there is a profit. If expense is greater than income, there is a loss. The second can somebody tell me what does a balance sheet contain? This T of a balance sheet, what are the two sides? A balance sheet contains something called liabilities and assets. Liabilities tell you where the money has come from. So when you start your enterprise, there is some money contributed. Where does money come from? It comes from principally two sources. Balance sheet is a financial statement which include assets and liabilities, equity, capital, total debt, etc. Fine. So one side tells you liabilities indicate where the money has come from. Partially the money will be contributed by the owners and partially you borrow it from outsiders. Folks, one point you must remember that when an organization needs money, and you should separate yourself from your organization is different and you are a different entity. Even if you're a proprietary concern, treat yourself as an outsider looking in. When an organization needs money, it has only one option, and that option is borrow. Who does an organization borrow from? It borrows from the owner. Please remember, owner's contribution is also a loan to the company. And it borrows from outsiders. Borrowings from owners is called capital. Borrowings from outsiders is called loan. So sources side, liability side tells you how much owners have contributed, how much outsiders have contributed. What do you do with this money? You wanted it to several things for your business. You wanted to have infrastructure, you wanted to have equipment, hardware, software, furniture. So what you use it for is shown as assets. Profit loss account reveals incomes and expenses. Balance sheet reveals liabilities and assets. First thing you must remember, I'm going to leave you with a few mantras. Finance is a very, very vast subject. There are lots of things you must learn about it. Today we have just about 1 hour. Guys, I know lots of entrepreneurs who come with stars in their eyes. They got wonderful ideas, great technology. But folks, never lose focus on your revenue model, first of all. You got to make sure your idea can generate revenue. You got to make sure that somebody is willing to pay money for it and buy it from you. So first thing, your idea should be able to generate revenue. Revenue is also called sales. People confuse these words. Revenue is a reference to sales. In accounting jargon, it appears at the top. If you make a vertical P&L, it appears at the top. Then after you minus expenses, what is at the bottom? It's either a profit or a loss. So the sales figure is also called the top line, and the profit or loss figure is called the bottom line. Second thing I want you to remember, that business is all about bottom line, not top line. Please remember, generating sales is not your objective. Generating profit is your objective. And it is not funny how many businesses, not only startups, large businesses, lose this focus. Entire effort goes into increasing the top line. And sometimes what happens is, top line is going up, bottom line is coming down. You have defeated the entire objective of starting the business. Guys, don't forget, business is all about bottom line. Sometimes your role models become the Flipkarts and the Amazons of the world, where for a long time they were making losses. You can't afford to do that unless you got godfathers sitting behind you who say, go on spending money, go on making losses, we are there to support you. 99.9% of the entrepreneurs don't have that, and therefore losses are a guaranteed road towards bankruptcy. Try and generate profit as soon as possible. Some businesses are such that the gestation period is long. There is a certain period for which you won't make loss profits. That's fine. It should not be because you didn't focus on profits. It's because the business model was such. And there, of course, finance management demands that if you know I can't make a profit for at least 2 years, then you can't start your business unless you know you have the resources to make you last for 2 years. Otherwise, like I said again, halfway through, one will go bankrupt. You know, if I ask you a business, if I ask you a question, what business is, let's say, Tata Motors in? Let's see in the chat. Let's see, that also tell me that you're listening or not. What business is Tata Motors in? How can I describe Tata Motors? Can I say they are how do you describe Microsoft? They are leading software company. How do you describe Taj Group of Hotels? What is their business? Their business is? Answer is no. All these three answers are wrong. Anirudh. Tata Motors, Microsoft, Taj Hotels are in the same business. And the business of running a business enterprise is to make profit. Keep reminding yourselves of this. Tata Motors makes profit via making automobiles and selling it. Microsoft makes profit through software or IT services. But the business of running a business. Third point. Now, this is something most entrepreneurs learn the hard way. And that is, guys, please remember, profit does not mean money. It is absolutely possible your business make lots of profit and you do your money. Equally possible, you may be sitting on a lot of money and your company is not making profit. Now, all the statements that I'm making, folks, require a few hours of discussion, actually. So if some of the things I'm saying are not making sense, it's not your fault, unless you have a little background. But remember, profit and money are two different things. And so the next question is, are you in business to make profit or are you in business to make money? I stand by what I said earlier on. Business is all about profit. But folks, if profit doesn't make money, then what's the point in making profit if you don't have money to pay salary at the end of the month? So third thing you will need to focus on is cash flow management. I have always maintained successful companies stand on two. Pillar number one, ability to generate profit. And pillar number two, ability to effectively manage cash flows. If you can do one and not do the other, the organization will still pay a heavy price for it. So guys, message number three, you've got to focus on cash flows. All these things need to be learned. It won't come on its own. But for heaven's sake, don't think this is not your responsibility. Somebody will do it for you. If you are the entrepreneur, the buck stops with you. You know, a very popular program in finance goes under the generic title of finance for non-finance people. I do thousands of those. Programs titled as finance for non-finance people. Now, how many of you attending this session are non-finance people? If I was physically present with you in the room and I asked you, chances are most or all hands would have gone up.
Yes, correct. Almost all.
And my answer then would have been, folks, when I ask you how many of you are non-finance people, not a single hand should have gone. Now that will raise an interesting question. You are saying you are non-finance people. I am saying you should not say so. So what do I mean by that? You might be saying, I am an engineer, I am technical, I have got marketing specialty. How are you a finance person? Now, the reason why people like you say you are non-finance people is because you have a faulty perception of who a finance person is in your minds. Who is a finance person? Is it the job of a finance person to to collect financial data, to record that data, to collate that data, to present that data, to prepare financial statements like balance sheets and profit loss accounts? Is that the job of the finance person? And the answer is no. That is the job of the accounts person. All of you will probably be non-accounting people, but you are not non-finance people. So who is the finance person there? If these people who are maintaining accounts, who are preparing financial statements, if they are not finance people, then who's a finance person? So let me give you my definition of finance management. I think finance management is the ability on the part of every individual in the organization to understand the financial implication of what you are doing. Folks, as entrepreneurs, as technocrats, as salespeople, as production people, as purchase managers, as HR people, whatever you do 24/7 in the organization has a financial implication. Please remember, an organization's finance management cannot be at its peak unless a large majority of people in the company take financially intelligent decisions. So finance management or mismanagement is happening in every action of the production person, in every action of the entrepreneur, in every action of the salesperson. Unfortunately, what we call as finance, which is really accounting, that is a post-mortem. Those people are not in the picture when finance management or mismanagement is happening. After the rest of the organization finishes doing what they are doing, the accounts people come into the picture, calculate and tell you whether you have made a profit or a loss. So what I'm trying to tell you folks is, the people within any organization who say we are non-finance are the ones who are engaged in the generation of profit. People who are in the finance department, their actions involve the calculation of profit. My question is, who is the real finance person? The person who's generating profit or the person who's calculating profit? The real finance people are outside the finance department. And because the real finance people call themselves non-finance, you know what is the price that is paid for it? An established fact in the world, for every 100 companies that shut down, more than 90 to 95 shut down because of finance. 90 to 95, undisputed figure. Folks, my earnest appeal to you, don't neglect this subject. Arm yourselves with finance management skills. Because as entrepreneurs, the buck stops with you. And the benefit that you reap if your finance management is good is also tremendous. So it's an effort that is well worth taking up. So far I've told you guys, remember revenue generating activities. Be clear about the revenue. But business is not about revenue. It is all about bottom line, not top line. Complete focus on the bottom line. Number 3, I told you, profit doesn't mean money. And therefore, if your organization starts making a profit, you have only one half the battle. The other half is in your ability to manage cash flows. Fourth point. Folks, in your organization, you will find the money that comes in can be broken up into 2 types. Long-term sources of money and short-term sources of money. Long-term sources of money are those where you don't have to return it at least for 1 year. And the money that comes in has to be returned within 1 year is called short-term. So if you make a list of all your sources of money, you'll be able to divide them into long-term and short-term. Similarly, this money coming in, where does it go? Every business needs money for 2 reasons. They need money for buying infrastructure, and they need money for working capital. Your first step before even starting your business should be to visualize this. I have always said, before you start a business, you must prepare an imaginary balance sheet of the business that you're about to start. Which side of the imaginary balance sheet should you make first? First, you should prepare the asset side. How much money is required if this business of yours has to be a success? So you got to visualize the money in case you need land, building, machinery, whatever infrastructure you need. Find out how much money is required there. And also make sure you have sufficient working capital. There are so many businesses which shut down, not because they didn't have money to buy infrastructure, but because they ran out of money for working capital. Why do they run out of money for working capital? Because visualizing need for infrastructure is easy. You get quotations for equipment, you get quotations for hardware, software, furniture. You know how much money you need. Understanding working capital is a little more complicated. Fixed asset is your ability to, let's say, buy a car. Working capital is having bought the car, you should have money to fill petrol. What a pity that you have the car, but you don't have money for petrol and therefore your business stops. Why do you need working capital? Businesses need working capital for three things. Suppose you are in the field of manufacturing. Then once you have the infrastructure to manufacture your product, now you've got to make sure there is sufficient amount of working capital. And working capital requirement number one. Let's say you're manufacturing a particular product. You're manufacturing whatever, anything, hardware. And then once you set up your infrastructure, a customer walks in and says, I want 500 pieces of this laptop. 500 pieces of laptop may cost whatever, several lakhs of rupees. Now, guys, if you get the order that you are lucky enough, it is not necessary. In fact, it is very, very unlikely that fellow will give you 100% in advance. Now, to manufacture, to execute that order, you have to go and buy a lot of material. So having bought infrastructure, you need money to buy material, at least raw material. And prudent business people do not go to buy raw material after a customer has placed order. They buy and maintain an inventory of raw material so that the day the customer walks in, production can start right away. So first requirement of working capital is to have the financial ability, first to invest in infrastructure, and then to go and invest in buying and maintaining inventory. Second requirement of working capital is, even though you found an order, you found a customer, you received the order, but the execution of the order might take 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But in the meantime, organization has to continue. Every month, salaries have to be paid, rent has to be paid, other expenses have to be made. So you should be holding on to sufficient amounts of cash in hand so that day-to-day expenses can be met till revenue starts coming in. And the third requirement of working capital is sometimes, not sometimes, often, you not only have to buy raw material, you not only have to pay wages, etc., and other expenses, but then when the order is ready, call the customer and tell the customer your product is ready, I can deliver it to you. And then now, can you give me my check? And the customer will say, all right, come 30 days, 60 days, 90 days later and collect the check. Even on delivery, you may not get paid. And now you need more financial muscle power to be able to last till the customer pays you. These guys who have bought from you and not paid you are called debtors. So guys, I was going to use a presentation. I decided against it. So I want you to visualize a balance sheet. What's a balance sheet? Balance sheet, one side tells you where the money comes from. Technically, it's called the liability side. Other side tells you where the money has gone. Where does money come from? Money comes from owners, called capital. Money comes from outsiders, or loan. Actually, money comes from outsiders in two ways. Outsiders give you loans in cash, but then you don't necessarily have to borrow money only. When I told you you have to buy raw material, now sometimes you can go to a vendor and say, give me raw material, I'll pay you later. So the money that you owe the vendors, it is like a vendor has given you a loan of material instead of giving you a loan of money. Where does this money go? This money goes into two avenues. It goes towards creation of infrastructure. It goes towards supply of working capital. Working capital principally has three components. Component number one is inventory. Component number two is sufficient amount of cash in hand for expenses to be met till the revenue start coming in. And component number three is debtors. You buy material, you hire the people, you pay the power bill, you make a product at great cost, and some customer says, I will buy it, but I will pay you month, 2 months, 3 months later. You are effectively financing the customers. Guys, idea for a proceed. Am I making sense? Are you following what I'm saying? Some of you just mentioned in your chat box, guys, before I proceed. Are you okay? Good, good, good. Wonderful. Now, one more thing, one more mantra over here. One of the tricks of success in business is the ability to understand how much money you need and make sure that money is available. And there's an imaginary balance sheet. So when you make the imaginary balance sheets right-hand side, that tells you to buy these assets, so much money I need. Then you figure out the left-hand side. Okay, where will it come from? Let's say the total money required by you is 100. Like I said, one of the sources is you yourself. So how much do you have? You may have 30. Then you realize, oh, I need 100. I've got only 30. Where will the difference come from? Then you figure that out. This is called capital structure planning. And once a blueprint is ready, so much money I need, and this is the way I propose to fund it. Now, guys, when you start the real thing, start with the left-hand side. First, invest the money that you propose investing. Simultaneously start the process of borrowing. And once the money has come in, you start spending. Tell me, should an organization have more money than they need, or should they have why I'm asking you this question is, if you don't prepare that imaginary balance sheet, you will probably organize the money and jump into the business. And if you haven't planned the right-hand side of the balance sheet, then having organized the money, you will discover one out of two things happening. Since the money has come without a plan, you will either run short of money or you will have excess money. Which is a better state of affairs? Which is a happier state of affairs? Should an organization have less money than they need, or should they have more money than they need? What do you think? Which is better, less or more? Anshika says more. Shivam also says more. Guys, remember this mantra all your life. That less is bad, more is worse. Now, this line itself requires at least two. More is worse. How less is bad, everybody can understand. If you don't have money, how can you run your business? How can more be worse? I wish today we had the time to discuss it. We don't. But remember this group. How much installed capacity should you have if you're a manufacturing company? Less than necessary or more than necessary? How much inventory should you maintain in your warehouse? Less than necessary or more than necessary? How much manpower should you have on your rolls? Less than necessary or more than necessary? How much equity should you give a funder who's willing to invest in you? Less or more? Every time the answer will be less is bad, more is worse. How much blood pressure should we have in our body, guys? Less is bad, more is worse. Remember this rule. And therefore, I'm trying to tell you how much money you will raise is a matter of art. And a hint you will get why more is worse is when you remember, no money is free. Tell me, what are the principal sources of money? Owner and outsider. Which money has a cost? Owner's money has a cost, or outsider's money has a cost? I'm waiting for some answers to come in the chat box. Does outsider's money have a cost? Yes. Does owner's money have a cost? Shivam and Ujjwal said both have a cost, and they are right. A big mistake entrepreneurs make is they think owner's money is free. Folks, owner's money is not only not free, it is actually far more expensive than borrowed money. Again, a statement of mine which requires long discussions. So actually what I seem to be doing with you today is giving you agendas for maybe a 5-day program on finance. Each statement requires maybe a few hours of discussion. But please remember, owner's money is the most expensive, and unless the profit that a business generates is not only sufficient to meet the outsider's money's cost, but also the owner's money's cost, the business is not called a success. You know, when will a business be called a success? Business would be deemed to be successful when the returns generated by the business meet the expectations of all stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Employees are stakeholders, suppliers are stakeholders, lenders are stakeholders, owners are stakeholders. So the revenue that you generate, first of all, should be able to meet the cost of employees' salaries. Then you should be able to meet the cost of other suppliers, goods and services and premises and so on. Then you should be able to meet the cost of borrowing from outsiders. And somewhere along the way, Government of India will also expect to be paid income tax. And what is left belongs to the owners. And unless what is left at least meets the cost of the owner's money, only then you call the business to be a success in real terms. And according to me, the benchmark of being really successful is when you exceed the cost of owner's money. Guys, if owners do not get their expected returns, it is a matter of time before the owners will start questioning, why are we in business? And maybe one fine day they decide, no point continuing, let's shut down. And if the business is shut down, the other 4 entities will also not make money. Employees won't make money, other suppliers won't make money, bankers won't make money, Government of India won't make money. And owners are the last people who get paid. That means if the owners get their desired rate of return, then everybody else has also got their desired rate of return. And therefore, everybody within a company, from the topmost person to the person on the bottommost rung, has to understand, let us collectively function in such a way that the owner gets the desired rate of return. That is a true benchmark of success. Only then will everybody else continue to earn. Guys, owner's money has a cost. And far more than the cost of borrowed money. Only difference between outside lender and owner is outsiders sit on your head. I want a return, whether you make profit or not. Owner says, if you don't make profit, I will take nothing. So in fact, not only has the owner given you money, he's also taking a risk. And therefore, higher the risk one takes, higher the expectations. Why are owners' expectations higher than outside lenders? The outside lenders expect a guaranteed return. Owner expects no guarantees. And in addition, owner not only puts in the money, owner also works. Banker doesn't work for you. Owner starts working morning to night. And a big mistake companies, many of them make, is they think owner's money is free. What a ridiculous idea. Now let me share with you one of the biggest causes of business failures. As I was saying, the sources of money can be divided into two: long-term sources and short-term sources. And uses of money can also be divided into two. The money used to buy infrastructure, the land and the building and the machinery, can be called long-term use of money. And money used for working capital can be called short-term use of money. Working capital short-term use. You see, for a man, working capital can actually be depicted like a cycle. It is either called the working capital cycle or it is called the cash to cash cycle. One of your tricks of making more profit is your ability to shorten the cycle. Visualize the cycle. Since I'm not using a presentation, for a manufacturing company, how does the cycle move? It starts with cash. Then what does the manufacturing company do with this cash? They spend the cash and they buy raw material to manufacture. So cash gets converted into inventory. Then inventory goes into production process. It becomes finished goods. Then for finished goods, you find a customer. It becomes debtor, receivable. And when you collect money from the receivable, it becomes cash. Are you able to visualize the cycle? Cash to cash. Today, cash. Tomorrow, when you buy raw material, becomes inventory. Inventory, after going through production process, becomes a finished product. Finished product, you find a customer, it becomes debtors. And when the debtors pay you, it becomes cash again. And like I said, you should try and make the cycle as short as possible so that you can generate more cycles in a year. Let's imagine you invest 1 crore working capital. You go to a bank, we want 1 crore working capital loan. Banker says, why do you need a loan? You say, I need to buy inventory, maintain inventory. Banker says, how much inventory you want to maintain? You say, it should never happen. Why are you having inventory? That it's possible I have orders to be executed. If there is no inventory, I will not be able to execute the orders. So you tell the banker, I feel I should maintain 3 months inventory. Then when product goes into production cycle, you are an aware entrepreneur, you are a conscientious entrepreneur, you want to build a reputation, so you want to make sure your product is of global standards. You say, to make sure that my product is flawless, I might have to spend a month converting raw material to finished product. And then when the product is ready, you say, those days are gone, where you used to come to buy from me, and I could tell him, you want to buy from me, do one thing. Give me an order, give me an advance, and take your stuff after 3 months. Those days are gone, guys. Today's customer expects finished goods lying on a shelf. So you say, I have to maintain a finished goods inventory also. Not only raw material inventory, finished goods inventory. Why? So when a customer walks in, I can tell him, give me money, and not give me money. Take your stuff right away. Because chances are he won't give you money. If you insist, give me money, he will go to somebody else who says, take it and I'll pay you after 2 months. You can pay me after 2 months. So then you realize, if others are saying you can pay me after 2 months, then when will this customer come to me? Only if I tell him, you can pay me after 3 months. So tell me, how long will the cycle take to cash? First, you had a 3-month inventory. Then you took 1 month to convert it into a finished product. Then you maintain finished goods inventory of 1 month. And then you told the customer you can pay me within 3 months. One cycle will go around in 8 months. So in a year, you will be able to take 1.5 cycles, complete 1.5 cycles. So 1 crore invested, your turnover can be, say, 1.5 crore. Now let's imagine you have a neighbor. This neighbor also goes to bank. I want 1 crore working capital loan. Banker says, why? He says, I want to maintain inventory. Banker says, how much inventory? Folks, this fellow not only understands I need inventory, he also understands that mantra I gave you a little while back. That less is bad, more is worse. He says, yes, I need inventory, but why 3 months? He starts questioning everything. Everything should be questioned. He says, why 3 months? He says, how much inventory to keep should not be a figure that comes out of my hat. He says, to understand the need for inventory, what I will do, I will first do a sales forecast. Based on that, I will do a production forecast. Based on that, I will do an inventory need analysis. Then I will also have meetings with suppliers to see that I can reduce the lead time between placement of order and receipt of material. Ultimate intention is, he says, I want to head towards what is known as just-in-time inventory. But he says, in the meantime, I can manage with 1 month inventory. Instead of 3 months, how much inventory maintain? 1 month. When his product goes into production cycle, he says, I also understand the importance of quality, but I don't agree the time taken to produce, the better the quality. He says, maybe I can cut down my production time from 30 days to 15 days and still make sure I don't compromise on quality. And he says, finished goods inventory also 15 days I can manage with. And when customers come to buy, he says, I don't agree. Customer will buy only if I give longer and longer period of credit. Customers look at so many more things. They look at the product quality. In certain cases, they will see the packaging quality. They see my pre-sale service. They look at my after-sale service. If need be, I will also give them a slight discount, but I will convince my customers to pay me in 30 days. How long will his cycle take? 1 month inventory, 15 days production cycle, 15 days finished goods inventory, 1 month credit period. 3 months money comes back. How many cycles will he achieve in a year? 4. First fellow invested 1 crore, generated a turnover of 1.5 crore. This fellow invested 1 crore, generated a turnover of 4 crores. The neighbor doesn't understand. How are we different? Guys, this is finance management. Please understand. The other fellow doesn't understand. Why is this man so much more prosperous than I am? We are doing the same thing. We are in the same line. We have invested the same 1 crore. How is it my turnover is 1.5, this fellow's turnover 4 crores? Answer is, this fellow's finance management is better. Working capital management is better. Who are the people involved in this good finance management, guys? Do you see a single person from the finance and accounts department? Who decided how much inventory to maintain? Purchase manager. Who decided production time? Production manager. Who decided that finished goods inventory and sales? The sales guys. Every person involved is a person who says, I'm a non-finance person. Do you see the relevance of what I was telling you earlier on? Unless your entire organization is sensitized towards finance management principles, your profit cannot be at its peak. But what I was trying to tell you was, your users can be divided into long-term. Remember, sources, long-term, short-term. Similarly, users can be broken up into long-term and short-term. Working capital is short-term. You notice that efficient fellow took it round in, how much was it? 3 months. The inefficient fellow took 8 months. But if money can come back within a year, it's called short-term. And fixed assets, infrastructure is long-term use. How is it long-term? Guys, land, building, you don't buy to sell. You buy for use. If you know people, or pick up large companies, in Pimpri, there is a Tata Motors factory. They bought land. When did they buy the land? Do you know? I think Tata Motors bought this land in Pimpri in 1960. How many years have passed? 60 years have passed. The money that they invested is still stuck in land. Why? Because they didn't buy it to sell. They bought it for use. So fixed assets, infrastructure is a long-term use. Working capital is short-term use. So guys, once again, your balance sheet. One side tells you where the money has come from, other side tells you where the money has gone. If you study any balance sheet, you will be able to reduce the sources side into 2 items. There will be 10 items over there. You can club them together and eventually bring them down to 2 items, long-term sources and short-term sources. Similarly, your asset side may have many, many assets, but you can break them up into 2, long-term users and short-term users. I'm coming to the most important message of mine in today's session. You've got to make sure that you use the long-term sources for long-term purposes and the short-term sources are used for short-term purposes. Very often there's an overlap. Why is there an overlap? Because most companies don't even have this data readily available. They know the money sitting in the bank. They don't know how much has come from long-term, how much has come from short-term. The rule is you should use long-term sources to acquire long-term assets. Short-term sources should be used to acquire short-term assets. It is okay to use long-term sources and buy short-term assets. But don't ever use, I repeat, bold black letters, don't ever use short-term sources to. Folks, I can't emphasize this enough. Because if you use short-term, sometime in your desperation you might, sometime in your ignorance you might. It's a recipe for disaster. I was writing a LinkedIn post the other day that if there was a graveyard of failed companies, the tombstone in front of many would have read, "Here lies a company that used short-term, long-term." Don't do it. If you right now go and make a list of companies that failed and study their balance sheet, last balance sheet before they failed, you will find in most of them, they would be the ones who use short-term money for long-term purposes. Bhushan Steel, Lanco Infrastructure, JP Associates, Amtech Auto, Subiksha, Kingfisher, Jet Airways. The list goes on and on and on. Don't ever use short-term money for buying long-term assets. Would you like to have a little question answer? It's already almost 4 or 5, 10 minutes are left. Should we keep 10 minutes for question answers?
Dear participant, you can ask your question in chat box. Sir, you can continue for 10 minutes and after that also we can have a question and answer. By the time also they will type in the chat box.
Sure. They don't have access to speaking? Mic putting on the mic?
No, sir, that will create a chaos. That's why.
Okay. Selectively we can. All right. Let me tell you a case study of a company that failed due to using short-term money for long-term purposes. Have you heard of a company called Subiksha? Subiksha was South India-based company in the business of running supermarkets. Tell me, what is the business model of a supermarket? Everything that they buy on credit. Farmer gives them eggs, a baker gives them bread, some ready-to-eat food manufacturer gives them food packets, FMC, toiletries and cosmetics, and they say pay us 30 days, 60 days, 90 days later. Everything that they sell on cash. Customer on the way out pays cash. Is the strength or a weakness? Big strength. You buy everything on credit, you sell everything on cash. What you buy on credit is a short-term source, because you bought today, you have to pay them in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. When you sell on cash, cash is a short-term asset. It's there today, it can be spent tomorrow. Who were the competitors of Subiksha? In the south, they had Nilgiris, Spencer's. Then nowadays, you have D-Mart and probably Reliance Fresh and more, and to an extent, Big Bazaar. Tell me, how many Big Bazaars are there in the country? I don't know, 250. How many D-Marts are there? Probably 150, 175. How many Reliance Freshes are there? Maybe 650. More, 450. How many Subikshas were there? There were 1,650 stores. All the others one side, Subiksha on one side. Guys, if you go down south, Chennai, you're driving past, turn a corner, you'll see Subiksha. Turn the next corner, you'll see Subiksha. Turn a corner, you'll see Subiksha. Subiksha was growing at a breakneck speed. At one time, they were growing at the rate of, they were opening one new store every week. And then they reached a level, they were opening 2 new stores every day. Can you imagine? The year in which Subiksha collapsed, 100 stores had opened. Now tell me, where is the pressure when you're growing at this stage, at this pace? The pressure is on long-term assets. You don't buy your premises, but you have to give deposit. You have to furnish the store. You have to install air conditioners. You have to install deep freezers. Guys, when a company opens 2 stores a day, it doesn't mean they plan in the morning and open in the evening. Planning must be starting months in advance. In the locality where you stay, maybe banners must be coming up in the month of January saying, you know, store is opening on 15 March. But because they grow at such a thing has been announced, but money is over. But guys, money is not over. Money is there. Which money is there? Remember, they bought on credit, they sold on cash. Every day they are collecting cash. That's short-term cash. That is supposed to be paid to those suppliers of goods in 30 days, 60 days. But what is more important, folks? Is it more important that creditor who you are supposed to pay 60 days later, or is it more important that store opening has been announced day after tomorrow, there is no money? Store opening is more important. They were continuously using short-term money to acquire long-term assets. The structure of Subiksha, which was built on a weak financial foundation, the structure went rising up and then came crashing down. Go down south again, every corner you see Subiksha, but shutter is down. Outside every shutter, legal notices have been pasted. Have been filed against every director of the company, including independent directors. But the point is, why all these problems? Who are the promoters of Subiksha? Were they crooks? No, they were entrepreneurs. What were they out trying to do? Were they out to cheat people? No. They were trying to grow their business fast. Is that a crime? Not at all. Every company should try and grow their business as fast as possible, but not by violating finance management principles. You cannot use short. Many others were jailed. Suppliers lost money. I mean, I can't even tell you the price that everyone pays. And why? Because of bad finance management. And why does bad finance management happen? Because you think it is happening in the finance department. Guys, finance management doesn't happen in finance department. Accountancy happens in finance department. And accountancy is post-mortem. Finance management has to be dynamic. Finance management has to be pre-mortem. Finance management is the ability to take financially intelligent decisions. I understand we put in too many things in this short session, but I want you to remember, if you want, I will recap a few things. If I remember what I said, my message was just flowing around. Number one, guys, remember, have a clear revenue model for your business before you start. Idea alone is not enough. Number two, remember, revenue model is top line, but business is about bottom line. If your top line is plus and bottom line is minus, you won't last long. So your focus has to be to generate profit as early as possible. Number three, you got to understand profit doesn't mean money. And therefore, you got to put equal attention to cash flows. Then I want you to remember the mantra that less is bad, more is worse. Constantly re-examine everything that you have. If it is less, you should increase. If it is more, you should reduce. Number five, remember, your sources can be divided into long-term and short-term. Users can be divided into long-term and short-term. Remember, you should use long-term money to buy long-term assets, short-term money to buy short-term assets. You can use long-term money and buy short-term assets, but don't ever use short-term money to buy long-term assets. This is the reason for the shutting down of this single factor has been responsible for more businesses shutting down than any other factor. Anirudh says, is it better to borrow from a bank or an NBFC? Okay, between the two, a bank would definitely be better. NBFC would be a little more ruthless. Banks would be more sympathetic. Folks, any questions, please ask. We have 2 more minutes to go.
Yeah, participant, you can type your question in chat box.
And in case there are no questions, then I think we can call it a day. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best.
Just a minute, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You know, the session was very much interactive. You keep the student engaged, you know, and you explain the finance in very simple terms. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sparing your time for this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for sparing time.
Not at all.
And I think that even it was useful, the session was useful for even day-to-day life managing
Correct.
finances.
That's
So
true.
thanks a
Thank
lot
you.
for
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dear participant, next session will start after 15 minutes. Dear participant, don't leave this meeting. We'll start within next 15 minutes. Next session is valedictory ceremony.
And Dr. Radha Iyer will be speaking about improving your innovation skills. So please be present in the next session.
After the session, we'll share the link. After filling that link, you will get your certificate for this event. So be there.
तुमच्याद्वारे कॉल केला गेलेला नंबर त्यावेळेस नेटवर्क काबू केल्यापाहिजे संपर्क
प्रॉब्लेम दिसतो मला इथे. कृष्णा जरा लक्ष ठेव. पण ते म्हणजे त्यांचं हे राधा असेलच असं काही सांगता येत नाही ना. हॅलो मॅडम, आर यू देअर? तेच ना. मलाही तेच आहे. मॅडम, have you joined? Dr. Radha, have you joined?
काय करू दे?
Good evening, Rahul.
Yes, yes. Good
Uh,
evening, madam.
Good evening. Good evening. I need a screen share so that I can put up a presentation.
Yes, yes,
Uh,
yes. You
हाँ,
will get it. Let me just introduce you and then
हाँ,
you
ठीक,
will get
ठीक.
it.
Okay.
Yes. So, dear participants and Dr. Radha Iyer,
Hi.
I welcome you all to the last session of this day, that is the valedictory session. And I'm very happy that all the sessions today went very well. Right in the morning, we had Dr. Mohit Gambhir. He
Right.
talked to us how it is important to search for the opportunities and be innovative and entrepreneur. Then we had in the first session Mr. Pracheta Nagar from Tata Management and Training Center. He
TTC.
talked to us about problem solving and ideation, and he rightly made the difference between invention and innovation.
Innovation.
Then we had Dr. Ajay Kollatkar, also from Tata Management and Training Center. He talked to us about the different building blocks of business model
Model
canvas. We had Mr. Chirag Khanna in the afternoon session. He talked to us about IPR landmarks. Then we had Dr. Anil Lamba, the session just prior to you. He
Mm.
explained very nicely to us the finances, how to manage finances. And lastly, it is you, madam, Dr. Radha Iyer.
Yeah.
I will
Okay.
briefly introduce I will briefly introduce Dr. Radha because I was searching for your introduction and I could see there were a lot of prizes and awards. So I thought I will just read it out your awards and
No,
that will be the
you just talk a little. That's enough, and I'll start the conversation. I'm the last batting, last man batting.
yeah,
Huh?
that.
Mm.
Dr. Radha Iyer is a professor and the area chairperson for the General Management area with KJ Somaya Institute of Management Studies and Research. Along with 17 years of experience in academia, she has a decade plus of industry experience with organizations like the Great Eastern Shipping Company, Marico Industries, and Indian Hotels. She has a master's in administration management from JBIMS and PhD in learning and development from SNDT Mumbai. She has facilitated management development programs for various organizations in areas of human resource management, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Her consultancy assignments as an assessor span organizations in the hospitality, tourism, IT, pharmaceuticals, and banking industry. It's a very vast span, madam.
Thank
She has been a visiting faculty at IIM Ranchi. She heads the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Cell and the base of the Pyramid Community initiatives at SIMSR. Currently, she facilitates courses on entrepreneurship, design thinking, innovation, social entrepreneurship, and managing new ventures. Now, I will just read out some of the awards you have received.
you. You can skip it. You can skip it. Let's come.
Let the participants know what you are. Best Faculty Entrepreneurship Education awarded by NEETI and NSTEDB Bombay. Best Faculty Advisor Students in Free Enterprise SWC awarded by students in Free Enterprise. Chairperson for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at SIMSR, recipient of High Impact Entrepreneurship Campus, Government of India, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, National Entrepreneurship Network. Best Teacher in General Management Award, awarded by Lokmat National Education Leadership Awards. Best Professor Teaching in General Management Award, awarded by ABP News National Education Awards. So the list is long, and these awards should are speaking for you, madam.
Thank you.
Approved as a PhD supervisor with University of Mumbai. So in different directions, you have achievements, I should say.
Right.
And welcome, madam, to this
Thank you.
last valedictory session. And the floor is all yours.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to be. You need to allow me to share content. So I just do this share, is it?
Yes, yes, you'll be given. You can share.
Mm, okay. So this is the whiteboard. Just give me a minute. So I have to share my PPT. Share file. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I just want to say that, so I will wrap this up in 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes. So it's 4:40. So by 5:30, we should be done. So I'm going to take you through a journey of why I'm very happy to be here addressing you first. So my name is Radha, and I'm very much a Punekar. So I schooled in Pune, and I lived my childhood in Pune. I'm from Rastapet, which is a Tamil locality in Pune, and I schooled at Saraswati Vidyalaya Union, SV Union as it's called, opposite the KM Hospital for in Somarpet. And I did my 11th and 12th. My CV does not have all of that. So I mean, you being COEP, I thought I should mention these things to you. And later, I did my 11th and 12th at Nauroji Wadia College. So I've spent 17 years of my childhood in Pune. So having said that, I've also visited COEP with a very dear friend. I had neighbors of mine called Anil and Sudhir Mirji. I don't know which of the brothers, they were much elder to me. This must have been close to 45 years ago. Okay. I repeat, close to 45 years ago, where I would come boating with them to your campus. I think there was some boating there, and I have come a couple of times with them. They were
It is
much
still
elder.
there, madam. It is
It's
still
still
there,
there. It's still
and it
there.
has
Huh?
improved much more. And we have lot many boats than what we had that time.
Oh, okay, okay. So there were these two boats, and these two guys would, they were neighbors of mine, and they would take me. I was much young. I was 10-year-old, I think. 10, 12-year-old I must have been. And they would, it was my joyride, in the evening. They would take me boating, and then there would be, obviously, there'd be a treat after that. Sadly, Sudhir is no more. Anil is in Bangalore. I think after this, today afternoon, I was thinking I should get in touch with him and say that life comes full circle, and I'm very happy to spend some time with you here. Okay, so let me I understand that you've done something in the morning on ideas, on opportunities, on the business model canvas, and on something to do with IPR, as well as opportunities, ideas, and lastly you did something on finance.
Finances,
So
finance.
yeah. So I'm going to take you back. I hope you guys are listening. I'm going to take you back to do something else, which is to do with being innovative and entrepreneurial. See, when we're looking at entrepreneurship, what happens is that you want to be innovative. You can put it on the chat. What are all the innovative organizations that you think that exist. So anyone can put that here. So my question is, innovative entrepreneurs. If you could just populate that, in my chat box, anybody whom you think, or any product, any process. So I'll wait for a minute or so. We have 10 members, 10, 12 members in the class. I hope some of you are listening, and if you could put that up. If you are not, I'm going to add some of these. Okay. Do you know of this company? Zerodha? Yeah, Tesla. So yes, Tesla. Tesla is also coming into India. Last week they have announced that they're going to come somewhere in Bangalore. Oh yeah. So you are the what is the name of this company? Boston. What is it? Boston Dynamics. Is that right? The robotics company, Boston Dynamics. Pesto. What does Pesto do, Omkar? What is best to do? Boston Dynamics, I think, is in the company. So do you know of this company called Idea Forge? They're in the news now. How many of you watched Three Idiots? Yeah. How many of you watched Three Idiots? Many of us would have watched Three Idiots. My spellings are all over the place when I'm on the chat because I'm doing faster than I'm doing keying in faster than I talk. Okay, as quickly as I talk. So unmanned aerial vehicles. So you know that drones manufactured by Idea, correct? So you're right. So all of these are examples of new businesses and UAVs, correct? So you're right. So there are number of organizations like this which are new and which are happening, which are basically different from what others do. Now, how is it that these Idea Forge guys, I've heard them talk some time back, how is it that these Idea Forge guys did something different compared to the others? What is it that Elon Musk ate, or what is it the environment that Elon Musk was in which helped him become innovative? Okay, so that's another call that we want to take. We want to try and understand what is it that makes us innovative. So one view that we could take is that innovation is something which is either born, so it comes with birth, or it could be a learned behavior. So either of these. So is it by you come it with birth, or is it a learned behavior? So there is no consensus on that. What we go with the thought that as young engineers, young students, we go with the fact that it can be a learned behavior. So my session, I'm going to be talking about a couple of things which a gentleman called Clayton Christensen. Okay, you should read him, class. You should read him, Christensen. Okay, I got the name right. So Professor Clayton Christensen unfortunately passed away last year, and he has written a book called Innovators DNA. And today I'm going to be spending some time talking about Innovators DNA. Now, what is it that he speaks about in Innovators Day? I have only two slides, okay? Slide number 1, which is my name, slide number 3, which is a thank you, and slide number 2, which has got some data in it. Okay, so before that, I want to set the context on what we're going to be doing today. Professor Clayton Christensen said that all he read a little and he researched about various innovators, and then he said that there is something common about these innovators, and he classified them as 4 or 5 things. So before he did that, he said that normally what happens is that people have two kinds of skills. One, he called them delivery skills, and the other he called them discovery skills. So what he says is that as man grows and as man starts working, as you and I start working, what happens is that we tend to be more involved with the delivery skills. ये करना है, वो करना है, ये करना है, वो करना है. हम operations में अटक जाते हैं. तो ये जो operations में जो अटकते हैं, उसको हम delivery skills बोलते हैं. Whereas what we want to try and bring in ourselves is the discovery skills. Okay, so I have it all on the chat, so please somebody click the chat later on. So what we want is the discovery skills. So this is what we mean by the discovery skills. How do I go ahead? आगे कैसे जाऊं? How do I go ahead on this?
Ma'am, you can write on the direct PPT itself.
No, that I know. Thumbnail में कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन अच्छा ठीक है. Okay. Fine. I know that the whiteboard use करूँ क्या? Okay, ठीक है. Okay. Now, can you see this slide? We typically use Zoom. You can see the slide, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to be talking about, what I'm only saying is that these are 5 things: association, questioning, observation, networking, and experimenting. कितना है? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 है. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 है. 5 है. So ये 5 skills is what we want in ourselves. If we are able to hone these 5 skills, automatically what happens is that our belief is that we will become as innovative as our next door neighbor, Elon Musk or PayPal or who others? What is that? Reed. Reed kaun hai? Correct, no? So there's somebody called Reed, right? Yeah. All of you must be reading Hoffman, Reed. All of these guys are names you should be reading, right? Steve Jobs, Hoffman, Reed, Larry Page, Sergey. All of these names you're looking at. But I would also like to say that you should also look at all the Indian names also. So what we're trying to say is that let's get to first one. What is association? Association, I'm going to read the definition first. You don't need to understand, you don't need to buy heart this definition, etc. This is just this PPT. I will mail it to ma'am, and it'll be there on your desktop whenever you want it. So what we're saying is that you help to discover new directions by making connections across unrelated questions, ideas, or problems. So let's step back here a little, and let's look at. So you are asking me to use the write on the PPT. तो whiteboard कहाँ पे है? चलो हाँ okay. Now so tell me when my question is, I'll give you some examples. Xerox. Why is this not coming? Why am I not able to write? No, sorry. How do I write on this? Sorry, guys. Clearboard.
You have to select a pen, madam.
This one, no? This is the pen, right? This is the pen.
Yes, but
Sorry, just tell me where is your pen here?
yes,
ये वाला है ना पेन टूल? हाँ अच्छा ठीक है पेन हाँ okay. No, I'm struggling. Okay, let me just get back. Which is your pen tool? Is this is the pen tool, right? This is the pen, right?
we are not able to see your screen, so I can't.
Okay.
Full screen is not seen, but
Okay, let me just move out of this. I'll go back to my this and I will do a talk instead of the. So, okay, just give me a minute. Continue. Okay. Give me a second. Sorry about this. Cisco WebEx not so much, not so popular with me. Okay, let me do a talk then. So let's look at associating. Sorry about this. I apologize. So when you look at associating, if I were to ask you, I'll give you a couple of I'll give you an example first. Yeah, jellyfish. Does anybody know what a jellyfish is? Yes. So jellyfish, basically, you see them, with long tentacles, right? So jellyfish basically get into the water and they have these long tentacles. And because of their long tentacles, what happens is that they are able to swim, and those tentacles then create energy. So there's this company called Full Circle. Yeah, this is company called Full Circle. You may want to go and see them. They basically have created energy from seeing jellyfish. So they saw jellyfish and saw what jellyfish did, and then they created renewable energy. So what we're trying to say is that association is when you look at different things which are unrelated, and then from there you pick up some thoughts. I'll talk a little bit about Steve Jobs. So you know Steve Jobs, right? So Jobs basically, what he did, he came to India and he did some meditation. So in the meditation, he learned something about Buddhism. And what is meditation? Meditation is all about being quiet, right? So being quiet, being calm, etc. And what did he see in this whole process of being calm and quiet? He went back home and then he saw the CPU. And do you know the story? So what did the CPU have? The CPU had a fan, and the fan made noise. and he said, I don't want this fan, and therefore without the fan, without and no noise, I will probably need to create something without a fan and no noise. And therefore he knocked off the fan. So when he knocked off the fan, automatically your computers became much lighter and there was no whirring, etc. So the fact is that look at something else and then think of what is it that gives you some kind of a inspiration. So association is about unrelated things. Okay, so how do you build this association? So my talk is about building these skills, right? So how do you build these associations? Let us say now pandemic hai to main nahi jati hu, but normally how do I go to work? I live in Chembur in Bombay and my office is in Ghatkopar. So what do? I work at the Somaya Institute of Management. So it takes me 15-20 minutes. So if I could either take a train, I could take a bus, I could take an auto, I could take my own car, I could walk, or I could take a scooter maybe, or I could bum a ride with somebody who's going towards Somaya, right? So what we're trying to say is that association can just be by doing something different. So who's Edison? I'm sure all of you know him. Thomas Alva Edison. Am I right? Is that the name? So Edison, basically what he says is that just getting to work from a different way, a different route, walking from one place to another, doing other things will basically make you look at different things, and therefore your association happens. Okay. Now, how many of you drive a car? Some of you driving a car? Yes, no? Come on, raise your hand, say yes. Yes, Deepak, Rahul, Deepak and Kanhaiya, both of you have said yes. So on the road, you have these, what are they called? They have these radium, right? Do you know that so that at night when you're driving, what happens is when your car headlight hits those square rectangular stuff which has got these some glass or plastic on it, and that's your radium, right? Am I right? I mean, you guys are all engineers, you should tell me. And why did that happen? Reflectors, you're right. So the point is that, Ujjwal, you're right. So what happens is that actually came when somebody saw the eyes of a cat in the dark. Okay, so what we're trying to say is associations is one of the ways. If you Google it, it's called biomimicry. Very simple. Look at biology around you and then look at what you see around that, and from there can you pick up something. It could be bees, it could be ants, it could be lotus leaves or leaves of water lily. Okay, all of these are have a lot of examples of biomimicry. So what we are saying is, as engineers, please go and have a look at biomimicry, the concept of biomimicry. There is an association for biomimicry. All those examples, except for the Steve Jobs examples, are basically examples of biomimicry, whether it is jellyfish, whether it is the eyes of the cat, whether it is bees, ants, lotus leaves, water lily leaves, etc. Okay, so you will have a lot of ideas which actually have been created based on what you see by association. The next thing is your questioning. The more the number of questions that you ask, the better it is. Okay, so the questions that you need to ask is what is called 5 whys. So why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? 5 times you're supposed to ask the question why. You ask the questions, what if? Okay, agar ye hota to kya hota? Agar ye hota to kya hota? So every problem that you have, you need to ask the question, what if? So when you look at entrepreneurs and when you look at the problem solving that they do, they try and figure out what if. So let me tell you a story of eBay. Um, you spoke about Musk, so I'll talk about eBay. His name is Pierre Omidyar. So what is his story? His wife used to collect Pez jars. Pez jars means chota dabba. तुम्हारा sugar candy ka dabba. Okay, and then what happened is that each of these candy boxes, Pez jars as they are called, okay, all of these candy jars were different. And so what he did, what she was doing is that jo extra tha, she wanted to trade with somebody else. So what she said is that she said, why don't I trade? Because I have 2 of these and 3 of these, and then I should be able to trade more and try and figure out the ones which I don't have. So Pierre Umidar said that what if we put together an exchange? Okay. So the question is, what he asked is, what if? And therefore, and that's how eBay came into being. And then many of the people from PayPal are earlier from eBay or have had some association or the other with eBay. Okay, so the questioning, so your questioning has to be high. So what we are saying is the number of questions need to be high, and the what if questions and the 5 why questions have to happen. So as children, what happens is that most of us, as children, or when we see kids playing, they will ask a lot of questions, but somewhere our education stops us from asking questions. So we need to bring that back again, and that is a skill that we have to learn, and question ourselves. The next one is observing. I have a whole lot of stuff on this observing. So observing is basically design thinking is something that most of you would know, or would read about, or I don't know how old you are, whether you're in the first year or whether you're in the fourth year, or you're a mix of years, right? So as I'm going, what I'm doing in the next half an hour is to try and let you see, go and read all of these, okay, and try and Google all of these and try and understand what these things mean. So observing means that you observe something and therefore you pick your ideas from your observation. So you observe that people do things in a certain manner, okay, and then you watch your world around you, and therefore, and from that observation, probably a new idea comes in. Okay, so let me go back to the questioning, one more thing on questioning. So there was this guy, Google News. How did Google News come up? Google News came up because there was this boy called Bharat Krishnan. What he did was he was basically trying to see, how I should get more news. This was when it was the 9/11 attacks. So when they were the 9/11 attacks, when the World Trade Center came in, so he questioned and said that why can't I have all the news from different channels coming together? So today, what do? I'm looking at vaccination, right? So I do CNBC, I do Network 18, I do ET Now, and I do Times Now, and I do Mumbai Mirror and NDTV. So I'm looking at, and BBC. I look at all these news between 9 and 10 o'clock at night. I'm looking at all of these news. Similarly, what Bharat Krishna did was that he said that 9/11 का जो news है, मुझे सब एक ही time पे देखना है. So why is it that there is nothing like that, and why can't I build something like that? So from a questioning perspective, he thought of that together, and he was good at artificial intelligence, and he put all of that together, and that's how he got the Google News. And what he did was, when he did it for himself, so that's also an example of the last one, which is experimentation. Okay, what do we mean by experimentation? We are saying experimentation is when I try and do something. So I try and figure out what is it that I can work, which is different, and try and create what is known as a pilot or a minimum viable product. Most of you are engineers, so most of you have your labs. Okay, now TK, Maharashtra is a problem. Within the next 6 months, we'll all be open, and you will go to the labs and try and do all of this. Whether you use your 3D printing and whether you use your lathe machines, etc., all your products will be based on experimenting, right? So experimenting is an important aspect. Okay, now let's move further. We're looking at questioning here. So questioning is what I mean by trying to keep on asking questions. Observation may, there's a beautiful video. You should go and Google this company. The company is called IDEO. Okay, and they are the place for design thinking. So I will send out some links to ma'am can have forward it to you. There are 2-3 videos. So basically what we are saying is that see what the problems that are happening around you, and then create a solution. How many use rin bar? साबुन का चमत्कार, बार बार, लगातार, rin bar. कोई कपड़ा धोता है कि नहीं? In the class, how many of you use rin bar? What is the problem with rin bar? Anyone in the class can tell me what is the problem in the with rin bar? Does anybody ghiss out the rin bar? Yes, Deepak, fast dissolve. So what happened is that sometime back, what happened is that somebody put together a bag, okay, and this bag would go around the tap. Correct? So it would go around the tap, and you could hang it on the tap, right? So that is an example of observation. So you observe that the rin bar dissolves very fast, and therefore you create a small pouch-like thing which you can put on the null on the tap. And so that is your small, very simple example of observation. Now there are n number of examples of observation. So whatever you do around you, you will have n number of examples of observation. So that construct is what is called design thinking. Procter and Gamble is one company which does a lot of work in this space. So what did they do? They observed that children want. Do you know Pringles? Pringles as a product? Pringles chips? Pringles potato wafers? I should keep these boxes next to me. Yep. So Pringles potato wafers. What is different between Sakshi and Rishikesh? What is different between Pringles and anything else? What is different between Pringles and anything else? Pringles are stackable. Yes, the packaging, quality and packaging. So they are stackable. None of the others are stackable, right? Sorry, my spelling is wrong. So stackables, right? So the point is that one day they figured out that these people who eat Pringles are basically kids, right? Like, youngsters like you would, once you start, you can't stop with one, right? So Pringles are like that. So what they figured out is that one observation stamping on them, screen stamping. So stamp, jo stamp hota hai wo. So what they did was they said that why don't we find something around it, and why don't we do? So their observation was that children like things which are stamped. Based on that, because of that observation, then what Pringles did is that Pringles, basically what they did was they added stamps on their chips. We never had them in India, on their chips, and then and therefore people started eating a lot more of it, and people started buying a lot more of it. So observation is an important aspect. Any examples that the class can give from an observation perspective, and a new product was created, or a new service was created? So if you look at queues, okay, yeah, I used to travel a lot to Pune because my daughter did her medicine in Pune. And so I would, yeah, Velcro. Yes. Velcro is a good example, right? So let's take Velcro first. So what was problem? What is Velcro? Velcro, this guy went out on a walk, and what happened is that there were some insects or something which stuck to his trousers, and then he realized, yeah, oh, you also, and then he realized that this is something which is stuck, and then when he removed it, it was unstuck. So he said, let us try and do something which is stuck and unstuck, and that's how Velcro came into being. The other example is Post-it, sticky notes. Yeah, 3M as a company, sticky notes, Post-its. So that is another example of stick on and stick off, and that came from experimentation. So that example again is an example of experimentation. Okay, it's an example of experimentation. So he was looking at adhesive glue, and then what he did was, when he was looking at adhesive glue, he worked in the he sing in the choir. You understand, church choir, right? And you have the books, na? In the church choir, you have these books, which basically are your music notes. So he had these music notes, and then he stuck on the Post-it and he removed it, and stuck on the Post-it and removed it. So then what he did was, he said, why can't I do something which I can use stick on and stick off? So it's an example of experimentation as well as observation, all of that. Now, Next thing that we are saying is that, so I just wanted to say queues in toll naka. So I was talking to you, I said that I would come to Pune very often, and then your queues in toll naka, right? So when you pay the toll, so when you observe that, what can you do to avoid that? Therefore, you have the radio tags, right? Am I right? Fast tag, yeah. Yeah. So it's not, I should not say radio tag, it's a fast tag. So the question that you want to try and see, where are these problems? Look around you and try and figure out what are the problems, and therefore new ideas for business will come. Okay, and therefore new ideas for technology building will come through. Okay, now the next one, see, my examples may not be too much of tech examples. Okay, because I teach in a business school, I have to teach examples which are more from a marketing, which are more from a HR orientation, etc. Whereas you are more from a tech background, so you have to look at all of these examples and say that this is what I will be doing. This is how my observation is, and therefore a new product. All your observation, all your so I'll repeat, sorry. Physical disabilities. When you have physical disabilities, you see people walking, you see people doing a lot of things, and which is very difficult for them. And that is an example of observation. And from there, you may get a lot of ideas for new business. The example that I'd like to talk about is Jaipur Foot. Okay, the company's name is BMVSS. They're based out of Jaipur. They call the Jaipur Foot. It is the prosthetic, my spelling is all wrong, prosthetic limbs. Right? So first thing that they started the limbs, LIMBS. So first they started with legs, right? So the upper limb and the lower limb, knee downwards, is what for amputees is what they started. Okay, so Jaipur Foot is a beautiful example of observation. So the gentleman actually saw a lot of people coming with amputees. He saw a lot of amputees, and then he said, why can't we do something about them? And then he worked along with 2-3 doctors in a hospital in Jaipur, and then they came across, they created limbs which are more Indian. Okay, that is why the concept of the Jaipur Foot. So why is the Jaipur Foot more Indian? Because how do we eat in earlier times? I mean, when I grew up, I didn't have a dining table, right? So what do? You squat on the floor, correct? So you sit down and eat. Ghar pe, Sukhasan, as you call it in yoga, you cross your feet, and then you cross your feet like this, cross your legs like this, and then you sit down. So you squat. How do you use the Indian toilet? In Indian toilet, again you squat, right? So these are things which basically are very Indian. So the US prosthetic was very, or developed country prosthetic was not something which was very relevant to us, and therefore they created prosthetics which are very useful for Indian. The other thing is about chappals. Okay, do all of us wear shoes at home? Do all of us wear shoes at home? Yes, no? You can unmute yourself and tell me. No. So Sakshi has said no, Deepak has said no, right? Omkar is saying no. So घर पे तो हम जूते नहीं पहनते हैं, but in the West, so what happens is that the Jaipur Foot did not have, was for shoes. It was not, I mean, the earlier prosthetics which came from abroad was for shoes. But अपने यहाँ क्या करते हैं? मंदिर जाने के लिए जूता उतारना है, घर में अंदर आने के लिए जूता उतारना है. I know socks भी नहीं पहनते हैं, nothing. So the way the foot, Jaipur Foot has to be such that it has to be, निकाल के हम धो सकते हैं, correct? So that is what is a challenge. So the Jaipur Foot did all of that. So theirs is a beautiful example of observation. Okay, so look at the observation and therefore try and figure out how to create new businesses. Okay, now most new businesses will be observation. Somebody put up OYO. OYO is basically an individual pain. Okay, it is a customer dissatisfaction. Okay, it is this guy was not able to get. I mean, he saw that there were no rooms. Ritesh Agarwal saw that rooms were not available, etc., etc., and that's how. Okay, I'll give you a better example of observation. Is Has anybody used this service? Redbus. Redbus. Has anybody used the service for Redbus? Yeah. Zoom car also is an example of observation. Yes. Yeah. Zoom car is also an observation. Ticket booking. Red bus is an example of ticket booking. Where did I write red bus? Yeah, red bus. So what happened was so his observation was that he lived in Bangalore. His name is Fanidar Sama, engineer by profession, lived in, family in Hyderabad and lived in Bangalore like any one of us. And once he lived in Bangalore, what happened is that he wanted to go home during Diwali. And when he went home during Diwali, he realized that he went to Bangalore. Bangalore has this place called Majestic, where all the buses leave from. And then when he went there, he realized that the buses were not, no tickets were available. So his observation there was that there were many people who needed the tickets, but there was no aggregator for tickets, and therefore Red Bus came into being. Similar example is your company called Book My Show. What is Book My Show? Book My Show is again an example of observation. The gentleman Ashish Hemrajani, he was in South Africa, and he saw that in one of the stadiums, yes, Ola too, yes. So we'll just talk a little bit about Praveen. We'll just talk a little bit about Ola. So Book My Show, he was this Ashish Hemrajani. He was in South Africa, and what he did was he saw that there was some football match, I think, going on, and then he said anybody could buy the tickets from anywhere. And then he said apne yahan to aisa nahi hai. And then he realized we don't go for matches too much, so much so, but apne yahan movies तो हम लोग हर रोज देखते हैं बराबर. टीवी देखते हैं, entertainment देखते हैं. So our entertainment quotient is your Bollywood movies. So he said, why don't I do something like that? And that's how Book My Show came into being. Ola, yes, they started basically as intercity cabs, and after the intercity cabs happened, they realized that within the city itself you could have cabs, and they could be on an app, etc., and there could be aggregation, and therefore Ola came into being. Okay, so similarly, you have, I'm sure many of you are reading. Okay, and you have this company. I'll talk a little bit about this gentleman, uh, Professor Madhuri. You should try and get this gentleman to your campus. His name is R. Sriram. Started the bookstore called Crossword. Okay, very nice guy, very nice gentleman. Okay, and he used to love to read storybooks, and then he worked with two bookstores, one in Chennai, in Madras, and the other one in Hyderabad. And while he worked at these two, he came and he basically, okay. So let's move further. Here's an example is more like networking. Okay, so what he did was he liked to read books, and what he was working in a bookstore. I don't think he finished his graduation also. Okay, if you probe, then you might know, but I don't think he finished completed his graduation. But he loved books. So what he did was he wrote to this company called India Book House. So India Book House was the one. How many of you read Amar Chitra Katha while you grew up? I'll stop and wait for an answer. Amar Chitra Katha. Yes. Deepak says he has read Amar Chitra Katha. So many of us in our childhood would have read Amar Chitra Katha. So there's this company called India Book House, IBH, India Book House. So they were the ones who would publish, and I think they're printers and publishers of Amar Chitra Katha. You can go and see them later. So what R. Sriram did was he networked with them and he collaborated along with them, because R. Sriram was an entrepreneur. He did not know how to build a company. He did not have any marketing skills, etc. He just knew that people would like to come and read in a place where the ambience is nice. So today if you see, there are a lot of these crossword stores which are in many of the malls. Okay, earlier, this is much before Jeff Bezos and Amazon and Flipkart came with books. R. Sriram did much earlier, but I want to explain to you the aspect of networking. So he found IBH as a partner, as a collaborator. He networked with them, and then he created his first store in Mahalakshmi in Bombay, which is on the first floor. Okay. Now, what you need to understand is that when you're looking at retail stores, you always want it in a mall, correct? So that it is very visible. So in retail, it's all about location. But what did R. Sriram do? He put it up in the first floor. Okay. And there also he had people coming in and walking along with him, walking in to see his store and read the books and get the ambience and then buy the books. And that's how a crossword as a store came into being. Okay. So what do? In networking, you find and test ideas and you network with various individuals. Now, when we look at entrepreneurship, you need to understand that there is something called as I'll close another 10 minutes, okay, before I do that. There's something called as first 100 customers, okay. So what do we mean by first 100 customers? I'm going to give you a small example here. Does everybody have a water bottle next to them? Yes? You're sitting on the laptop or you're sitting on the phone. Yes, many of you will have a water bottle next to you. Krishna also has said this. So Radha has his water bottle. Let's say I'm going to do a assessment after this half an hour's discussion. या आधा घंटे discussion के बाद में मैं I'm going to do an assessment. So and let's say Radha is the entrepreneur. So I have 20 marks. Okay, 50 mark में से 100 mark में से 50 mark मेरे पास assessment है. So internal assessment. Okay, and I have this water bottle company that I've started, and I'm going to say this bottle costs 10 bucks. 10 रुपए का bottle है. तुम्हारे पास जो बिस्लरी बॉटल है वो भी 10 रुपए का है. Okay, but you have to remember that I have 50 marks which I'm going to give you. After this presentation, we're going to have a Q&A, and let's say we're going to have 50 marks. So how many of you are going to buy this bottle? I'll wait. I repeat my question. Radha Iyer has 50 marks which she can give you. Okay, based on what you tell me just now, answers to the question and answer. This is hypothetical. And Radha also is an entrepreneur, and she's making these bottles. And this bottle costs 10 rupees. आपके पास तो 10 bottle है घर में पड़े हुए. आप ये bottle लोगे कि नहीं? That's my question. Will you buy? Won't you buy? Is it with water in it? Yeah, बिस्लरी जैसा ही है मेरा. 10 रुपए का बिस्लरी है, ये भी 10 रुपए है. लेकिन दीपक, तुमको ये पता होना चाहिए कि मेरे पास तुम्हारा 50 मार्क है जो तुम्हारा फाइनल एग्जाम के लिए है. Are you going to buy my water bottle? Brinda, yes. Why, Brinda, why are you going to buy my water bottle? Everyone will. Krishna, why? Why will everyone buy? Marks. Barabar? So this is typically what is called in entrepreneurship, it's called your first 10 customers, first 100 customers. So your first 100 customers are typically your friends and family. Here I've just used a thread to put forth the point. But what I mean is if I call Madhura and Professor Madhuri Karnik and say that, Prof, ये मेरा नया कंपनी में चालू कर रही हूँ, आप लोग हैं क्या? What is she going to say? She say, अच्छा कितना है? 10 रुपए है ना? Nothing much. 100 रुपए है ना? Nothing much. I will buy it. But is she going to be my repeat customer? Maybe not. Therefore, networking is important. So what I've shown you just now is what is called a strong network ties. Okay, these are called strong network ties. My mama, my chacha, my nana, my kaka. I always use these words. So these are my mama, chacha, nana, kaka. 4 of them, they will buy 5 bottles each, just like you bought. Okay, and these are my first 100 customers. But this is what is the meaning of strong network ties. But in entrepreneurship, you have to look at what you have to try and reach out to your weak network ties. So what happens is you should be able to have connections with from your mama, chacha, nana, kaka. You should have 10 other people who are friends of your mama, friends of your chacha, friends of your nana, friends of your kaka, and you should be able to sell to them. So your mama, chacha, nana, kaka are your strong ties, which is your inner group. Okay, so networking means a strong inner group and a wide outer group. This wide outer group is from friends to friends to friends to friends. So therefore, you have to have networking skills. So as an innovator also, in discovery skills, your networking skills become important. So first, what you do, you find and test ideas, and then you try and see how you can work on it with a network of individuals. Lastly, I understand that so normally in my class I teach an innovation class. Okay, so I would use a lot of examples, and I would use questionnaires, and for each of these there would be a, what do you call that, an experiment or something like that, an exercise which you can do, or there'll be a video or something which I would bring to class. Here, what I'm trying to say is, what I would urge you to do is pick up the innovators DNA. There is a lot of material on the internet. Pick that up, read that, and look at all of these things, and or you study these, read these things individually, and try to build these skills. The last one is experimenting. So I will spend 5 minutes or 7 minutes around this, and then I will close shop. Now, what do we mean by experimenting? Experimenting means you have to look at it as a low cost. So in entrepreneurship, we call it minimum viable product, or we use the word prototype. What am I saying here? Prototype, or we use the word pilot, and we use the word minimum viable product. One sec, my spelling is wrong. So what do we do? We are saying that in entrepreneurship, we're looking at experimenting and experimentation. So it can't be that you had the best. Okay, let's go back to Ola as an example. When Ola started, what did they do? They were only doing car rentals, right? So they are called mobility as a service, and they were just doing the drivers, and they were providing you with vehicles. After that, what they did? They did this ride shares, correct? Then what they're doing? I don't know whether they're doing this now. They do some buses, I think. Okay, and now I know that in New Zealand they have come up with scooters. So electric vehicle, sorry, EV, as you call it. So what we're trying to say is that when Ola started, they did not have everything under control. No? They did not have customer feedback. They didn't have this and they didn't have that, etc. Now you also have, like, you have Ola Food, right? Okay, Ola Food है क्या? Uber Eats होता है. Ola का मेरे को मालूम नहीं, food क्या, I don't know what they call their food process. So what we're trying to say is that all of this happens after the company grows. But as an entrepreneur, sorry, I have to go back and speak about something. So you have to understand that entrepreneurs basically have limited resources. So what happens is the entrepreneur definition says that it is limited resources, scarce resources. तो मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, मेरे को धंधा चालू करना है. मेरे पास आदमी नहीं है, मेरे को धंधा चालू करना है. मेरे पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, मेरे को धंधा चालू करना है. I have observed that this is a problem, and therefore मुझे धंधा चालू करना है. So what happens is that you know that there is a market for this, some product like this or a service like this, and then you say, let me try and be an entrepreneur. But then you don't have any money. Y'all are all engineering college students. How much will mom give you? Maximum she will give you. I'm talking about moms. I'm not talking about dads, because I know that it could be a decision between more mom than dad. Okay. So 1 lakh देगा या maximum 5 lakhs देगा. उसके ऊपर थोड़ी ना देने वाला है mom or dad. Mom and dad will say you go and you can earn your own money. So let's say you're 3 friends together. So typically in entrepreneurship, you have entrepreneurial teams. You have 3 friends together, so that's 15 lakhs, or between 3 lakhs and 15 lakhs. इसके ऊपर तो नहीं मिलने वाला पैसा. लेकिन ये 3 लाख और 15 लाख के बीच में, what you have to do is you have to try and see that you have to create your product, sell your service, etc. और तुमको तो immediately थोड़ी ना पैसा देने वाला है. So therefore, what happens is that you start experimenting and try low cost experiments. And when you try low cost experiments, you push it to the customer to buy it. Okay, so I'll give you a simple example. We have this because of the pandemic. How are you doing certificates, Professor Karnik? How are you going to give these student certificates at the end of the program?
E-certificates.
E-certificates, right? So yeah, so we have this guy vendor who's done this digital certificate generator. Okay, he's a young engineer, from one of my colleagues classmates. One of my colleagues is from one of the Sumaya engineering institutions, and उसी में से उसका classmate है या उसका junior है कुछ तो something like that. And then he said that this guy has got that, चलो उसके साथ में हम लोग ये digital certificates करते हैं. So what has happened is that, so it's an online digital certificate generator. So we have tied up with him. So obviously the process that he has does not have everything that we want. But what we have said that चलता है यार, तुम try करो, हम try करते हैं. So because we are trying with him, he is giving us a discount. Correct? He will obviously give us a discount, right? As an entrepreneur. So that is how the experimentation happens. So 2 weeks back we had the demo, by my colleague. My colleague wants him to get the business, and he thinks that he's a good guy, struggling, really trying hard. And my colleague obviously has negotiated, उसको एकदम squeeze करके एकदम कम दाम में वो दे रहा है वो. But the fact is that we had a lot of glitches. Okay, so हमारा certificate 15 दिन से पड़ा है, 15 दिन से it's not come. But the fact is that it's experimentation. So you want to also allow. So you need somebody, your customer who has to be experimenting along with you. So what you do is that in entrepreneurship, you try and experiment and create products which are really low cost. I will send a couple of video links to ma'am. You can go and have a look at that. So Google Glass, अगर आप देखोगे, so there is this guy called on Google Glass का एक prototype देखो, Google Glass and prototype. So there is an Asian who speaks about that. He's part of the team, and he says that within 2 hours or 3 hours, they created the prototype of Google Glass. The other example that you can look at is glasses. Oh God, I always forget the name of the company. Again I've forgotten. It's about glasses. I'll get the name of the company. Every time I forget that name of the company. I'm not getting the name of that. So that is also what is called fast prototyping. So you prototype really very fast. So experimenting and prototyping has to happen really very quickly. And it has to be low cost prototyping. So if you are able to build these things, okay, association, questioning, observation, networking, etc., these 5 skills, then you are on the road to be an innovator. Okay, so these 5 together are called discovery skills, and these 5 together are written by Professor Clayton Christensen as innovators DNA. So what he says is that innovators DNA needs to have 1 2 3 4 5. अगर ये 5 है, the chances of you becoming an innovator is extremely high. Lenskart nahi. No, it's not an example of Lenskart. I will just remember the name of the company. Even last week, I forget that the name of the company always. I'll just find that and send it to you. Okay. So they do a very quick prototyping on glasses. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll remember that name of the company and send you. So I think I should just close shop. This is the valedictory. So I won't keep you very long. We were supposed to start at 4:45. I think we started at around 4:30, 4:40 or so. Sorry about the glitch on my writing, but I'm sure if you listen to me carefully, you know that there are 5 skills, and they are called the discovery skills. And if we are able to build these skills within ourselves, chances of us being innovative becomes higher. Lenskart is a beautiful example of innovation and entrepreneurship. How many of us wear specs? कितने जन पहनते हैं specs? and that's such a beautiful way to come online and do an e-commerce around that. How many of us, we really use, many of us use a lot of specs. How many of you watch the movie Padman? I'll close shop, but so unless you throw me out of your class, I will never get out of your class. Padman कौन देखा था? Yeah, yeah, +1 Anirudh. Yeah, Sakshi, yes. So the point is that if you see Padman, I would urge the E cell to your IEC cell to sit together and watch Padman. And take a notebook along with you when you're watching this and watch it together as a group. Everything on entrepreneurship is there. Every single thing that you have done this morning, customer feedback, low cost experimentation, you know you, all those thoughts which are there, which is to do with innovation. Most of these, whether it is networking, observation, all of these processes are there. Okay, so I would leave the presentation here with you. I will mail the presentation to ma'am, and I want to say congratulations, and very good to see that young students spend a day to understand entrepreneurship. Okay, and this is something that I teach normally in my MBA class. If you are able to do some things based on what you're learning today, and you're able to create small products, look around you, figure out what are the problems, etc., that will be a great thing for you as an individual and for the society. Padman is an example for society. BMVSS is an example. Jaipur Food is an example of a social need, right? You know that there are many others which are commercial needs also, and you can sit in both spaces, and you can still be profitable even though you're a social entrepreneur. Okay. Thank you, ma'am,
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
lovely meeting with the group here.
Thank you very much. The session was very lively, madam, and I'm sure that the participants must have enjoyed your lively session. Thanks a lot for thanks a lot for sparing your time for us, madam. And with this, I actually declare that our workshop has ended today with ma'am's session. I would like to thank all my team members. Ma'am, you might not be knowing my team members. I have Mr. Rahul Ladhav with me. Then I have Mr. Abhishek More. I have Mr. Prakash Sandore, Dr. S.B. Mane, and Mr. Swapnil Mari. These are faculty members. And I have our student secretary, Mr. Krishna Vath, with me. They all have contributed for the success of this session. And along with that, I also thank our web team. They didn't allow any technical glitch to come during the session. So the credit goes to them also. And last but not the least, our director, Professor B.B. Ahuja, and Deputy Director, Professor M.S. Sutane. They are our pillars of support, and of course our all ECell members, IIC members, they are the pillars of our all support for all our events and programs. Thanks a lot for being with us, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, and maybe once I get the vaccine, I will certainly drop by to Pune to see the institute and spend time with the
Yes, yes,
students.
definitely,
Okay,
definitely.
yeah, and
Anytime.
yeah,
You can just
yeah,
drop a mail and come to me, madam.
sure, I will do
I
that,
sent you
and
around that in the book club also, I think.
yes, 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 yes. I'd like to just walk around and see what COEP, and COEP always produces good students. Last week, I had my sister who had come to Pune for some talk, and she mentioned that one of the young boys got engaged, and she said he's from COEP, and she also mentioned that COEP always has good students. Okay, and so the word is nice about you as an institute, and wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Okay.
I thank
So
all the participants also for being with us throughout the day. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll leave the meeting. Yeah.
Kunal and Sanskruti, are you there? Kunal and Sanskruti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks a lot for being with us throughout the day and helping us. I hope you will extend your hand throughout the events, throughout the year.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am,
ma'am.
surely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.